this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, a big time, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地獄なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよね負けの準備でもしておきな Come drive me get you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Driving mode 始めよう 全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげえ気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地域をこうなんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me yet when you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる生命フェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう
Country song You and me going out tonight Let's turn the radio on You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long Let's lay some whiskey down We'll dance all night then get it on Another country song Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, moonlight tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah. You know I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on the water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on the water. It's like we're walking on the water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know?
think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain, breathing every now and then, getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Under lock, under key, and I'm doing time. Someone to save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems that I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? When I wake up in my bedroom,
With you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
Now I know how it feels to hold pure solid gold. Sleep in the arms of my only minute tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay until you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down.
boys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったばかりね赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
Hit me with the Cali sun. Give me good vibrations. Give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do.
Here we go. I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on, like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Here we go. I don't really care about the fortune or the fame. Keep rolling on and holding on. Don't need that crown to reign. Push through all the pressures, just keep grinding 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm working hard, we playing hard. Goddamn, I feel alive. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. Here we go. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. If we stick together, there's no stopping us, girl. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle.
much too young. I could have stayed for the battle. I could have crossed in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
Didn't even know what happy means till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There's another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on right? Oh, right. You better run now, run before you hit the end of your line.
never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point in wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point in wasting away the rest of your time. Oh no, no, no.
我原想观赛指南周更，是不是很大胆？周更啊，就这个赛季，就完全是这个赛季，但最后我还是放弃了。不过常规赛仅剩3周，前几名的争夺愈发焦灼。阿南我冒着被冲烂的风险，也要给各位真爱粉带来全新第一手的吐槽。当然，错过往期观赛指南节目的朋友们，可以去微博、B 站、抖音英雄联盟赛事进行观看。本周末的第一场对决来自 IG 与 WE。IG 方面势头正劲，这个周六 YSKM 将继续跟 biu 老师学习新的课题，去就崩。而 WE 的粉丝虽然说不上开心，但至少还能呼吸，毕竟上个赛季的成绩放在2023年，那也是相当震撼的。再来关注 TES， 本赛季的他们遇弱几乎场场杀爆，遇强则稳中带笑。想要拿到 MSI 的资格 ，TES 还需要在强强对话中拿出更多的实力。而本周末他们的对手是 F10后已经4个赛季没进过季后赛的 LGD， 咱还是耐心的等待飞剑回来的那天吧，届时必定黄土垫道，清水脱节。周六的重头戏毫无疑问是 RNG 对阵 WBG。The Shy 在操刀葵桑提时，不再给人容易给人的感觉，而小虎也将首度迎战旧主和老队友。值得一提的是，老 WBG 的清算也会在本场比赛迎来大结局。在 TT 与 BLG 相继战胜 WBG 之后，压力来到了 Angel 这边。在离奇轮换不敌 AL 又接连2负后 ，RNG 的季后赛席位已经岌岌可危。RNG 的战绩不佳，并不意味着全华班的没落。EDG 粉丝惊讶地表示：“垂死病中惊坐起，华子竟是我自己。”这叫一个滴叨。近2周的比赛里，阿乐全面洗白，而辗转 LPL 多年 ，Foka 终于找到了最适合自己的战队，在学妹的哭泣声中2比0横扫 LNG。艾特华子在周日的对手则是一度排名垫底的 AL。不要以为这是一场没有悬念的对决，来小硕给他们整个活儿，替我中单，走，忽略。周日的压轴大战来自 JTG 和 LNG， 爆冷输给 OMG 的 JTG 双 C 用亲身经历证明了不浪也会被翻盘，而一直不被看好的 LNG 则在魔鬼赛程中不断证明自己。JDG 则是他们面临的最后一个考验。LNG 显然想让 JDG 尝尝他们所向披靡的中野组合，不过 JDG 也不是吃素的，除了白象，他们什么也不想尝。最后的最后，10大选手投票火热进行中，你觉得谁能当选10大选手呢？跟阿南一起拭目以待吧。总而言之，季后赛迫在眉睫，战斗愈发激烈。则就此 LPL， 则就此观赛指南，我们都在为家战斗，加油 ！OK，Let's go。
Welcome back, one and all, to the... Oh, I'm very tall for some reason. Hang on, let me readjust myself just to bring myself down a bit. Well, I'll fix that in a moment. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are here for another day of the league. Kitty, we are coming to the end of week number 8. We've got 2 more weeks before everything kind of finalizes, but we're already starting to lock in some playoff hopefuls.
Yeah, 3 teams locked in now, so I'm very excited to see which other teams are able to bump themselves up in the ladder. And, you know, King, you're looking extra tall today, and I'm digging it.
We all stand a short king who tries to make himself look taller. But before we get into today's games, let's have a look at what happened yesterday, as we did have a couple of games to kind of go over, and it was a relatively easy affair for JDG. They kind of slapped TT around the place, but EDG, they were forced to work for it. LGD did not look like a bad team at all.
Yeah, honestly, EDG looked like the ones getting slapped around by LGD in the early game for at least that number 1 game. But you know what? In the end, EDG was still able to bring it back, but that is a little bit concerning, and it does have a bit of worrying signs as we are approaching the playoffs. But my focus is once again JDG versus TT, and I don't know what to say about JDG anymore. They look extremely good against some teams and they just flop against others. But #1 Knights fan, I was excited to see him getting all the kills into his pockets, but he wasn't able to break the record for most kill streak without dying. I think it was like 1 kill away.
Yeah, I think he ended up 16-0-7 or 16-0-4 or something like that. It was absolutely crazy. But we do have 3 teams locked and loaded here in our stand. You can see there EDG, LNG, and JDG all confirmed into the postseason. And this is where we're starting to see some big moments happening for a lot of these teams. 9 at the moment is the record. 9 is what you want to be getting, but that will start to move down the ranks. We'll start to see 7, 8, those kind of numbers start to confirm playoffs very shortly. And not only that, we'll also start to see lack of wins or more the confirmed losses kind of coming out in the next few days as well. But we do have some big playoff hopefuls in our games today as we look at some of the some of the schedule that we have set up for you. It's NIP versus BLG. NIP need a win. It's as simple as that. You're going in 3-9. That is not where we want to go. And a win for BLG will put them ever closer to that playoff spot. And then, of course, FPX right down the bottom of the standings versus one of our slightly more kind of hot and cold picks in the playoffs of OMG, who are sitting on 7-4.
Is it insane to think that OMG is currently tied with Weibo Gaming, sitting in that 5th position, and now they are up against FPX, which is kind of a one-sided matchup considering how FPX has been performing in their recent games. But this win is going to matter so much as it does go into the seeding, and up against someone like Weibo, I believe they have just finished all their tough series, like up against the JDG and I believe EDG and LNG, stuff like that. So it might get easier. But it's still insane to me to think that OMG is fighting against Weibo to fight for that better seeding.
Yeah, and look, you know, for OMG, we'll talk about them a little bit later, but they have got AL previously to this and then FBX today, and then they've got a bit of a run. They go up against the likes of EDG, they go up against the likes of BLG, so definitely a lot to still be proven for this roster, but we'll get to that a little bit later. We can bring ourselves straight into our first series, which is NIP versus BLG. It is going to be in Shenzhen as well, but I think for BLG, it's so hard to know where this team kind of ranks in my standings. Currently sitting 6-5, in 9th, just above kind of the chasing pack of different playoff hopefuls. And they've definitely been a bit of a weird team. They beat RNG previously in their last kind of earlier this week, but then before that, they lost to LGD. They beat Ultra Prime. They lost to LNG. It's literally a setup of like win-loss, win-loss.
I was actually going to talk about this. I need to see BLG to stabilize because the best way I can describe BLG's recent series is it kind of looks like my solo queue match history where you win one and then you lose one, but you continue this pattern until the end of regular split. And it's definitely not been helping them because they are sitting in that 9th position, which is totally unexpected with Yagal and Bin. Even Elk has been looking pretty good, but I just think they need to stabilize the early game because that's where they find the most problems. And they need to work along Shun to find the leads that they so desperately need. But today, they're up against NIP, and I believe we have a quick sub-in the jungle position.
Yes, we do. Shadow will be making his way back into the LPL. Was with LGD last split. Didn't have the greatest to see. I will be totally honest and say that like the reason that LGD didn't have a great split last year wasn't to do with Shadow. I think Shadow did pretty decently, all things considered, on that particular roster. But now, obviously, he's finally found himself a little bit more of a permanent home. It's going to be himself and Dream duoing it up in that mid-jungle combination. But this is something that I feel like NIP have to do. You're right down the bottom of the standings. You are basically running out of options for where you can pick up wins and how you can make it to postseason. So you got to try something.
Yeah, they've lost 4 out of their 5 recent series. So a quick sub-in for both mid and jungle is going to change things up so much because we all know that mid jungle is probably the most important duo we have in the current meta. So I'm really excited to see the synergy between these two players. The last time I saw Dream play was up against Rookie, and that was up against Top Esports where he was in for the first game and he kind of got smacked. So for the rest of the games, it was all up to Pal, and even Pal, we did see the synergy improving a tiny bit, but it wasn't enough as this is kind of the results reflecting in their scoreline.
Yeah, they're kind of not really getting the results they wanted. Again, like we said, you're losing Rookie, and this team has honestly felt like it's just fallen apart a little bit. It's not really been kind of coming together. I will say they lost Karth as well, but they were running with XLB quite a bit in 2022 summer as well. So definitely something that we didn't really expect for this particular roster. And now for BLG, I honestly expect them to kind of come out strong in this particular one. I really want to see them really put their foot down and say, look, you know, we are the better of these two teams, and we need to make sure that people recognize that, because even looking towards BLG's kind of next run of form, it's NIP today, then it's TT, Top Esports, IG, OMG. Like, after this, it's all playoff hopefuls. It's all teams that they are most likely going to meet in the postseason. And similar to OMG, which we'll talk about later, is that you need to be hitting the ground running. You need that momentum. You gotta have smiles, and you know, gotta be happy if nothing's going wrong. If everything's going wrong, be happy, because then it can only go up from there.
Yeah, most definitely. But I think the most interesting thing about BLG so far is Bin's form. He has been really on or off, as he either dominates the entire game or he kind of just flops. I remember specifically in that matchup against Xiaoshu in LGD, he was really just struggling in that early game. So I think BLG, depending on how Bin shows up for today's series up against NIP, Invincible, which is on the opposing team for NIP, I mean, he's also the same situation where if he is given a carry champion, he is willing to take that inch into a mile, and up against someone like Bin, you have to shut him down.
I like that you bring up Invincible as well, because Invincible's actually been one of the few players that has had incredible pop-off moments. It does feel like once you get something like the Jax, which I don't really feel is going to be left open in these series. Maybe Ben likes to leave a little bit of ego available to him, but those moments should be, you know, still available for a team like NIP to work off of. I think that they're able to give resources, and it's something that we've seen a lot of times where teams will pick something that has, you know, potential to carry or potential to be able to snowball, and they just won't give it the resources that we kind of feel it needs. They kind of get baited or sucked in to the idea that they have to cover bot lane or they have to cover mid lane, despite having, you know, maybe not the most ideal of situations. So really want to see what they can do with the draft here. Really want to see if you know, NIP can maybe make a little bit of a run at this, because all things considered, a lot of people are coming into this saying, yeah, BLG, they are the hot favorites for this particular matchup.
I don't even know if they're the hot favorites anymore, because they are in that 9th position, something totally unexpected. So are you really having that much of an edge up against someone like NIP? But once again, I do want to talk about the mid lane matchup, where it is going to be Yagal up against Dream. And Dream, he has only won 2 games, and that is something on the rise, I believe, and he hasn't won on anything else. So it's going to be so important to see who gets what matchup, as I think Dream does have that one-dimensional type of play style, while Yagal, he has only been finding success on something that is more utility-based.
Yeah, and we'll see what they end up kind of working towards right now. But of course, we are on 13.4. We are working towards, you know, kind of seeing where the meta is kind of going for right now. Of course, if you look over across the way in the LCK, there is Cho'Gath Senna bots with Senna building full tank, and it's a bit crazy. It's actually a bit wild over there, especially if you're looking at the T1 drafts at the moment. But right now, we are still relatively set in the ways of how we're going for it. It's a hard engaged jungler. It's generally a tank top laner, and then from there, you kind of figure out if you want to play through mid or if you want to play through bots. So Ryze in mid lane, then you're probably playing through bot lane. So you're looking at things like the Zeri, the Lucian, the Varus, things that can just have pop-off mid-game moments. So really curious to see how both these teams end up prioritizing in their draft and how they're able to make this one work for themselves. Because right now, it does feel like we are looking at 2 teams that are just searching for that little bit of form. I feel like BLG are one of those teams that I feel like when they are able to get those, you know, kind of champions that work for them, when they're able to get those compositions to kind of snowball the way they want to, they are just going to steamroll you. But it doesn't always work that way.
It doesn't always work that way, and I think both teams coming into today's best of 3, they do have they share a similar playstyle, where it is going to be most likely in a utility mid laner, and they can either play towards top lane or play towards bottom. I think Invincible at the start of the split, he did like to play strong side top, and then we would have a lot of resources given to him. But recently he has been Cassante and Silent Judy, which isn't as exciting to watch, but that is just how the top lane meta is right now, where Photic has really had to stand up in his carry position and carry the entire NIP roster. But on the other side, BLG, I mean Bin, it really just once again depends on his form, because I think he can carry once he is given a counter matchup. Something like the Jax is going to get left up, because Bin is very comfortable on something like the Kennen or even the Gwen. So I think BLG just has a little bit more options when it does come to carry potential, as Yagal is more than happy to play something that is able to give resources to both sides.
Yeah, and look, we have seen quite a few curious bans coming out here right now. You can see the two top laners getting one each, but then heavy emphasis on bot lane for BLG, heavy emphasis on kind of like that jungle mid combination here for NIP. Yes, the Annie has been a little bit more in that bot lane, but would not put it against Yagao to be able to pick that one up for himself if he wanted to. So, and the Kindred being taken away from Shun as well. We kind of see Kindred kind of become the more Shun ban against him rather than the Nidalee. The Nidalee was kind of previously the thing that we would have seen against him, but definitely hasn't been performing as of late. I think the Nidalee has definitely lost a little bit of favor in that kind of setup. But the Aphelios locked in here for BLG, and they will, I was going to say, look to try and lock in their jungler as well. So it looks like we're at the very bog standard of the first 3 picks being never mind.
Yes.
I was just going to say, they got the Jax coming in here now. So Invincible, he's in a position there where he kind of is going to get banned out because they have to lock in the Lucian Nami together. Otherwise, they lose that combination.
Yeah, Bin's definitely thinking NMP, thank you for banning for a second, as he is just going to blind that Jax as Invincible. I mean, out of his entire champion pool, maybe something like the Kennen, which isn't as effective for him, is going to be a very big question mark in that top lane. But however, it is definitely an ego pick as the Jax gets locked in. Lucian Nami for the side of NIP. I haven't found too much success or seen too much success. Why am I failing to say this word? Up in the current patch where it is patch 13.4 into something like the Aphelios, which does have the extra range. I mean, with the BT and the Immortal Shield Bow and also Overheal combo, it's just way too impossible to shred through something that is 700 shielding when it does come to a later stage in the game.
Yeah, it does feel like you kind of wait to see how the kind of laning, as you say, laning phases kind of go. With the Aphelios, you tend to feel like they're, you know, happy to let things go for a while. We are going to see the Lulu, possibly even the Karma maybe banned away, or
we
something
see
that
Thresh sometimes nowadays. Actually, Thresh
it's
and
the old
Aphelios.
school. Thresh Aphelios was the old school combination. Used to have that back when Jinx was in the meta. Used to have a lot of Thresh kind of priority on both sides because it covers a lot of the weaknesses that Aphelios kind of has, especially with that Lantern.
I think NIP needs to look to ban out something like the Thresh here, as it is probably second best synergy alongside the Aphelios, and it also does relatively well into the Nami in terms of 2v2 matchup, especially when you do take the Glacial. But we already see all the counters for the top lane getting banned out as Renekton does get taken off the board, just in case Bin. I think it really depends on his matchup. Once he is in a winning matchup, he is very comfortable and very happy to carry, even in team fights. So I'm really excited to see how the later stage game goes. Nautilus does get taken off, so it does look like a Thresh pick for the side of BLG, and that just also allows the Aphelios to have so much more mobility up against someone that is Lucian, lacking that range as well.
We haven't seen any priority whatsoever coming in from either side for that, what we know as the mid lane, and this is feeling like a little bit of a moment here for Dream, because we were actually talking about it a little bit before we went live. The Dream has only really won on Ryze, and Ryze isn't exactly the greatest thing to be blinding right now, especially when things like Sylas exist, where he can just get dominated in those laning phases, really not have that big of an impact. So curious to see what NIP want to go for. The K'Sante would be a good nullifying, or the Scion, which I know you are a big fan of in terms of the big tank matchups. the Fridges up on the top lane, you would prefer the Scion, and that's going to be locked in against the Jack. So good nullifying factor in that solo lane. Now they've got to kind of blind in now towards Yagao. And I wouldn't mind seeing the Akali. I think it actually is a really good setup there to kind of cover their options if they can catch out this Aphelios. But now you got to make sure you're not just going to have a terrible laning phase and, you know, potentially be irrelevant for the entirety of the first 20 minutes.
Dream was really forced to make up for the AP damage, and he does blind the Akali, which I think is a bit dangerous as you up against someone like Yagao, where the Sylas is definitely going to get locked in here, as you just have so many wonderful ultimates, and it is going to be relatively easy laning up against someone like the Akali. I mean, Ahri is also a very viable option, as you do have a lot of synergy alongside the Vi. And you do have also a lot of skirmishing opportunities with this game as well. But both compositions, NIP going with something very standard, which is going to be front to back, but they are lacking that side lane pressure. If Bin does get his items online on this Jax, I think no one is going to be able to match up against him. But BLG, when it does come to those 5v5s, they are lacking a lot of those, I guess, AoE CCs compared to something like the Sion and Sejuani.
Well, we got the teams locked and loaded. It does feel like BLG kind of got everything they wanted right there. NIP very much going for your very standard front-to-back team fight. Engage with the Sejuani and the Sion. Look to make sure that this Lucian-Nami combination can get to that big one-item spike that we talk about every single damn time we see these two champions. On the other end of this one, though, you've got pretty decent scaling, good side lane threat with that Jax, and of course the Aphelios we know can do such extreme amounts of damage if left unchecked. So both teams now very respectfully set up to where they can maybe look to try and, you know, gain their advantages. But for the moment, it does look like Yagao is going to have a pretty easy day against Dream, just making sure he has that mid lane priority. So I'm curious to see where we see Shun and Shadow prioritize in this first few minutes.
Yeah, with Dream coming back in for this series up against BLG, it is going to have so much demand on him blinding something like the Akali, where he is a huge threat for the backline of BLG. Because I think Lucian, in the current meta, he isn't able to solo carry. I think he's much better off as just someone that is acting as a second carry, where you are depending on someone else to also step up in those major objective fights. So Dream, with his debut, and not debut, but return of the Akali, I'm really excited to see how the mid lane matchup goes as you're up against someone like Yaga.
I know we're supposed to look at the cool city skyline of Shenzhen. As oh, there's an early hook. It's onto the tank, and he gets charmed straight away. Knocked backwards, and Invincible is dead. Oh, it's a desperate start there, and all it cost was an ignite from the side of BLG.
The first blood goes into the hands of Shun on this Vi. I'm expecting a lot of aggressive plays, as he is just that player who does snowball once he gets the lead. I'm not too sure what NIP was trying to do there. You are lacking a bit of CC as you are up against someone like the Thresh, where blind walking into him with the Glacial available as well is definitely very risky. BLG only burning the ignite, and Ruby Crystal in the hands of Shun, so he is going to have so much more health when it does come to those 1v1s if he decides to take it.
Well, it's going to be an extra Ruby Crystal start here for Shun, as he's going to be pretty damn happy with that particular setup there. And look, yes, Yagao starts with Charm, not ideal in the most situations, but you're not really going to care level 1 against an Akali. Akali's not really a champion, to be perfectly honest, until she gets level 6. So, ooh, Elk. That's a hell of a lot of damage to be taking level 1 against the Lucian Nami combination. So they need to be very, very careful of where they're going forward now, because that's one misstep, and all of a sudden this bot lane can blow the hell open. They're looking for him. The ebb and flow is used.
Oh my lord.
Taking so
No
much
ignite.
damage. There's not, yeah, I was going to say no ignite, but also no real health bar to kind of push this. Does have the Calibrum, so is doing decent kind of range damage right now, and is going to try and just push that one up. And this bot lane's getting pretty hectic right now.
Very feisty for a level 1 trade, but once on missed that first hook as the initiation, NIP took advantage of this, and they really went for the trade on Elk. Elk is going to hit level 2 and chug those pots, as he is sitting on nothing right now other than a longsword, so no more bad trades, or BLG bot lane looking a little bit vulnerable in those ganks. But yeah, Thresh needs to play very carefully here, because your CC in that level 1 was the Q, not having it be available, so you can't guarantee the Glacial. Hooking a minion.
Good guy minion. Good guy minion. It was literally on his feet. That's why he didn't see him there. As we can now see Shun maybe going to run into Shadow here, and doesn't want anything to do with this, and realizes right now that yes, I have an extra Ruby Crystal, but I do not have priority of my bot laners. And this bot lane definitely not going as well as BLG may have hoped. Yes, they got the first blood onto their own jungler, but Shadow is now being very aggressive, moving down towards this blue buff, maybe seeing if he can get a bit of a sneaky steal, but it looks like On is already potentially covering it. Yagao in this mid lane should be able to just pop the W and walk away with level 4, and actually might have to flash himself and just make sure he does not die.
Yaga's wave was slightly more towards NIP side, so he unfortunately had to burn the flash. But like you've been saying, this bottom lane for BLG, as long as they live in the early stages of the game, I think the Aphelios is going to be more than happy to scale with those items, especially once you do get the lifesteal on board. Something like the Akali just isn't going to pop you, especially with someone like Thresh acting as that extra peel as well. So my main focus is really going to be about if Bin can get this top lane lead and get it snowballing, because I think once the Jax gets a significant amount of gold lead in terms of items, the Sion just isn't able to match up against him ever, and then he needs to look for those 5v5 skirmishes.
Well, nothing else to be really happening right now. The Sejuani did get the flash in mid, so it would love to see Shadow go back towards that mid lane. And Shadow's been an interesting kind of case study as well. Of course, was with the Mad Lions back in 2020, went to the World Championship with them, where unfortunately they did kind of have a little bit of a bad time in all things considered in that tournament. But then found his home on LGD, not really getting the most of successes there either. Last year was a pretty dire season. I believe they were bottom 3 of the table, but now we're coming here onto NIP, and NIP have shown glimpses of being a team that can maybe go against some of the bigger teams. They've taken some big scalps, but definitely lacking in terms of the big wins. And like I said, they're already on 8 losses, so the best they can do is go 50-50. They can't get a winning ratio, but they can definitely go even, and that's kind of where Shadow needs to be coming in and making sure that from now on they're just picking up dub after dub after dub. And now Invincible, he might not be picking up a dub. Flash for flash as he gets caught out. He doesn't have ultimate, and he is being taken out once more. One more auto attack will do it. He goes into zombie form and will have nothing to do with it. So good re-gank in this top side. Does cost both top laners their flashes, but Shun being the more proactive of the 2 junglers.
But exactly what I want to see, Oshin, getting Bin ahead on this Jax, which was a blind, and Invincible opted into the silent matchup. So hopefully he was hoping for a relatively calm state, but Shun noticed this, and there's going to be an engage from Dream in this middle lane. Gonna ult away from Yagal, and he should be fine. Very low in mana, however, so he does have to just come back to lane with barely any wave clear.
I was going to say, I actually really liked that Yagao showing his veterancy right there. Kind of didn't panic, knew that the level 6 had been hit by Dream. Dream flashes in, looks for the perfect execution, but Yagao doesn't panic, immediately goes, right, I just need to get level 6. I need like 1 or 2 minions, nothing too crazy, and he does get it. So it's a really nice kind of setup. And speaking of nice setups, Bin is kind of wailing on him.
With it.
Yeah, he's wailing on him right now, just absolutely putting in work. And this is the problem when you get something. Oh, I'm gonna stop myself here as we are gonna see the hook come out. That's gonna be the heal and the flash. Oh, losing both his summoners. Shadow is in this bot side, but is gonna be spotted out straight away. So they know that the jungler is here. And this is the thing, NIP's jungler just hasn't had any real opportunities to make anything happen outside that mid lane gank because he's been spotted every step of the way.
He's been getting read like a book, but Bin having that kill advantage in this lane and also a little bit up in CS. Also the wave in a terrible state as it is slow pushing towards BLG. I mean, Invincible, he needs some help in this top lane, but like he said, Shadow having a bit of a tough time in this early game as he is getting read by Shun and pretty much getting countered or at least diffused for every single gank. I don't think he's going to be able to steal this. There is no vision on it.
They have it now. He's looking for it. He gets it! Stolen away, and oh, that feels bad for BLG, but great for Shadow, keeping NIP in step. The game was kind of running away from them, but that dragon does do a hell of a lot of stalling.
How does Shadow just walk in and steal? I mean, to be fair, they did not spot Shadow planting over, so great things for NIP as they do have that first dragon in their pockets as Photic is pushing in this way. BLG spots this, and Photic is so overpushed right now with no backup.
Yeah, he's probably dead. He does have flash, he does have cleanse, but he's not going to use either of them because he knows there was no reason for him to be there. He gets killed off there. 0-3 in kills in favor of BLG, and I mean, this has kind of been the story of NIP. Little small moments there. Photic, a great AD carry in his own right, but just not really needing to kind of push that far ahead.
Yeah, NIP knew that the entirety of BLG was surrounding that dragon pit, and they still walked up a little bit. So I'm not too sure what Photic was thinking. Definitely should have been more aware in terms of the map state. We do get a replay of what I mean, this is just Photic going in a little bit too greedy. He wanted the play as well or something. He did get the wave in, however, so maybe it's not the worst news, but Elf gets that kill, and 3-0 now for the side of BLG as it comes back to top lane. 30 CS up where he only has that Shin advantage, but really see how much work it is putting in and how much it's affecting the lane state.
Yeah, and this is the thing is that, you know, we know Bin to do. Bin is one of, and it still is one of the best, you know, kind of top laner talents we've had in the LPL for a while. Definitely someone you need to be very, very, you know, afraid of. MSI champion, of course, with OMG, and this is a team that can do very well. You look at the pieces they've put together. Shun, one of the better pieces of IG from last year. Yagao, obviously, coming out of JDG. And this is a roster that can build very well, but it just feels like this split in particular, they've been very hit or miss with the way their kind of games have gone. So really good to see that they can kind of still pull out the kind of dominant kind of laning phases and prowess they need to do. And I just need to see a little bit more from them. You know, they're doing great so far. Definitely positives all around the board, but need to keep their foot on the gas. Need to keep putting pressure here on NIP.
Dream is walking into a bit of a sticky situation. Gonna get half his health chunked out. as Xun and Yago just having so much control over this bottom side jungle right now. I think I just see a bit of disconnect from Shadow and Dream already, where they aren't working together as a duo. We see Shadow often alone, and that's really affecting how he's able to play the map. Although having the Herald available in his pockets, I do want to see this being used for the Lucian, as if Lucian doesn't have that item's advantage up against someone like the Aphelios having that BT going first item, then it's going to be really tough for any of the carries to shut down this Aphelios in any of the team fights.
Speaking of the Aphelios, I'm noticing he's got a BF sword and a...
Nice
myself there for a second. They're going to get the hook down. There's going to be the ultimate again. That's going to be on picking up that kill. Elk gets himself the lantern. And Zhou is just dead. Now Shun on this bot side looking to kind of maybe fully dive here onto Photic, who does have cleanse and flash. Good flash there by On, but now you've no Glacial Prison to really turn this one around here. However, the wave is being pushed back. The health bar is not the healthiest. And Yagao and Shun, this is the combination we want to see for your mid jungle. We want to see these kind of, you know, two working almost in tandem, almost like a bot duo. As Dream might be having a bit of a nightmare. Ooh, he just about dodges everything and keeps himself alive within his own shroud.
I'm loving the proactiveness from BLG Xun and Yago just consistently hovering the bottom side as Shadow only just reconnects with his mid lane duo. But yeah, once again in this bottom lane matchup, once Thresh lands the hook onto Nami, he doesn't have flash from the early brawl. Well, it's just going to be a death every single time. And that's just what makes this matchup so hard, as you are blinding something like the Lucian and Nami when Thresh is available. You take off the Lulu. I think I would have preferred Lulu, but I guess if Dream wanted to blind Akali in this instance, the Lulu was more prioritized over than Thresh. But it does affect the bot lane 2v2 potential, and Duo is even Photic 0 and 2, so it's going to be kind of tough. So you have to play or position perfectly at least.
Shirley gets to get her head bopped down. I have confirmed that her name is Shirley, so I can say that with absolute confidence.
It's Shelly!
It's Shirley.
She has a shell.
Yeah, but it's surely not. You know, that's just how it is. You got to think of the big meta moments. You got to think of all these different ways of, you know, okay, why do things have a name? Why does, you know, the shopkeeper have a name, you know? Got to build into the lore of the League of Legends community.
My favorite League of Legends champion, Boris the shopkeeper.
You know who it is, even though he doesn't have an official name. He does have a... I think it is actually his official name now. I'm not quite sure. All I know is that LS called him Boris ages ago, and that just became his name. But second dragon of the game now going to be going over to the side of BLG. This time around, there is no Shadow to steal. No assassin smites to come out. I will say, Shun did not have smites, so that would have been a pretty easy kind of setup right there. But we will see now NIP kind of coming into this mid-game at 13 minutes, about 2,000 gold behind, and Elk and On are kind of scaling into monsters right now. Photic and Zhou have gone from owning this lane to really struggling to where it is. Here we go. That's going to be a smite in, and Shadow getting fully engaged in Pawn. He gets splashed away. One more auto attack, and that's going to be enough damage to put him into the ground. And already we're seeing NIP crushing under the pressure of BLG as they go forward again. They're going to force the flash and the cleanse. Whoa, a max range charm, but that's not going to be enough to catch out the kill. And again, we're seeing more advantages going over to BLG. NIP, they're struggling right now, Kitty.
It's a sad day to be the side of NIP, as your bottom lane is just suffering from the amount of pressure that Xun is able to apply on this Vi pick. But I think ultimately it's just because Yaga is able to obtain that lane priority when it is up against Dream on this Akali, and that just allows for so many gank opportunities. Really seen, this is like the 4th time that BLG has roamed towards his bottom lane. The white shurikens taking down all these tower plates just means he's going to get his mythic so early on, and that's just Immortal Shilbo for you in these team fights. And I don't know if Dream and Photic are able to deal with that when we do hit the later stage.
That is a lot of gold going over to Elk right there. You can even see Dream and Shadow. You got to do something. That is a 6,000 gold Elk right now coming into this one here. So now we see a 3v1 in this top side. Ben, how good are your hands? That's the question right now. Can you 1v3? He does have the ultimate. He's putting work down on the Invincible. He flashes, he dashes, and there's the perfect execution going down onto him. They haven't taken him down just yet. He does pop the W, gets the counter strike down, gets the lead strike off, the flash, but has he done enough to keep himself alive? Maybe get a trade back kill? No, it's only Shun. And in a 4v1 situation, there's nothing he can do. And that is going to be NIP getting themselves a kill, but it cost them a lot to try and secure that.
I genuinely choked. I thought Bin was out, but the final Akali Q finishes him off as so many ultimates, like you said, being burnt towards his top side where they are forced to back. BLG only a few seconds too late to the play. Unfortunately, Shun wasn't able to get his hands to help there, but Photic dead once again. Not having the flash available and being alone under tier 1 tower just means Elk taking another major tower down. This Aphelios is having the time of his life, Oshin.
It's just such an impossible situation to really find yourself in, especially against this Aphelios, who is just honestly free hitting. And I gotta give massive props to Shun. Rushes the Black Cleaver, knows he can be aggressive with that 3-0-2 start, and just making his presence felt across the map, knowing that he needs to be the big engage tool for his team. Because if you look across the map, it is kind of single target pick opportunities. It's looking to try and catch someone out isolated with a hook, with a a cease and desist, and then catch them out with the constant single target CC. So they're just extending this laning phase away from NIP, who don't want to be here. They want a team fight.
They don't want a team fight. With the Sun in particular, I mean, you're just not going to be able to match up against someone like the Jax that is 40 CS up. But do you really think that first blood going to the hands of Shun with that Ruby Crystal coming on early is the reason for this early game? Well, I don't really think so. I think it's just purely because Shadow wasn't as proactive. We did see him burning that flash out of Yagal, but we never saw a regank. And then ever since Ari hit level 6, well, you don't have the opportunity to really keep up with her mobility anymore. And it's just NIP being extremely hesitant, especially in the mid-jungle dirt, to make plays around the map, where on the opposite side, BLG showing up with a really good synergy for today, especially with Yagal and Shun, where I think it's just the result of the game state right now.
Speaking of the game state, 5,500 gold in favor of BLG. Dragon in a minute is only a Chem Soul, but a Chem Rift makes for some very curious interactions on the map. Of course, the added blast cones, you've got the extra healing and the shielding from the honey fruits, and even vision control, to be perfectly honest, of the Scryer's Bloom, giving you so much more control. As you can see there, it takes away 2 hits off of those wards once you hit it as well. So really curious to see what we can see happen here. And NIP, you've got an opportunity here. If you can get this dragon, this really puts this game on ice for another few minutes. This gives you a lot of time to build up some items onto your Lucian to get that Imperial Mandate. Because this is the thing. Normally at this point, you're looking at the Lucian Nami going perfect. Gale Force with the Serrated Dirk, you're doing great, but you don't have the Imperial Mandate right now. So you're not feeling super confident. And with a TP available for Yagao on that top side, he knows no one can test him right now. Invincible has to deal with bot side, and no one's going to be able to stop this push into the tower.
Yeah, the side lanes of BLG just getting that tier 1 top tower as well. You need to force something as they only have 3 people in this mid lane. Ulti onto On.
It's only onto On, who flashes away before the tidal wave can hit. There's 2 big, massive teamfight ultimates no longer available to you. And Yagao is still playing PvE. He's still happy as Larry to just take away these towers, and no one is going to be able to stop him right now. Dream will finally look to answer, but yeah, I mean, the only reason he's answering is because NIP know they can't fight.
Yeah, this second dragon is just going to go into the hands of BLG, as I just think there's too much side lane pressure from this BLG composition, as we already see been consistently pushing in Invincible in this bottom lane, where we didn't even see a silent. Have we seen a single silent ulti to force a team fight from the side of NIP? I don't think so. Just quite an 18-minute already, as Yagar has been just CSing in that top side, getting his items even further online. But we need to just talk about how NIP, this Akali and Lucian, you aren't going to scale as well up against something like the Aphelios and Ari, so you really need to force these mid-game skirmishes or you're out of time.
I mean, it just feels desperate right now for NIP. It doesn't feel like they're coming in as a cohesive unit. And look, I'm not going to give them, a lot of shtick for it, because you are bringing in a new jungler, you are trying to get rid, into a new system. But I'm going to stop myself. Already a cleanse has to be used there, as Photic saw a single target CC coming straight for his face. A death sentence should he have not cleansed away, but it is just BLG coming further and further ahead. 2 items now onto the Aphelios. He is happy as Larry's scaling into this mid to late game, knowing that even if a team fight breaks out, he is going to be monstrous to be able to deal with whatever's thrown at him. And again, we're just seeing more and more pressure being put out now. Shirley gets to drop down. She'll get to do her favorite thing of the game. Yeah, you know what? We can fight about this to the end. Like a bitter old couple. It's just miserable about it, fighting for the sake of it. But we're gonna see more and more pressure. They're getting the mid lane tier 2. It just opens up so much of the map.
Mid tower is already down at the 19-minute mark, where Elk has decided to opt into the Gale Force for his mythic of providing just so much more mobility. And the entirety of BLG for this composition, just so much mobility, as NIP really needs to land those Sejuani ultimates as that engage. Invincible, he is on something like the Sound, which has excellent follow-up, but when you are up against a team composition that is so slippery, it's going to be really hard to get his Q onto these major carries as well.
We come in now, Shadow. Oh, this is not the NIP debut he wanted. He misses there. Now already been on the backside, looking for a counter-strike. Everybody flashes away. Invincible is your tank, and even he is being left to be slaughtered right now. No way he can survive more than a couple of seconds. BLG still pushing forward, hunting, and at 20 minutes, 30 seconds, they've got the Baron in their sights.
They're starting the Baron as Aphelios has a blue and purple guns. This is when you know the game is pretty much over. I don't want to be a negative Nancy, but this game state is just so devastating for the side of NIP. We put them on that ticking time bomb. They have these mid-game skirmishing champions that excel at team fighting, but Shadow engaging everything, missing the Sejuani ultimate and the TPs out of BLG double, and just cutting off all escape routes for NIP. And these carries just get to do whatever they want, and they just don't have the damage to kill anyone.
No, and the funny thing is that yes, they all survive except for Invincible, but every single flash was burned. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all on the exact same cooldown, because they all had to get away from what was effectively going to be a 5-man counter-strike in the middle of that mid lane. So 9,000 gold is the lead. Everybody on NIP is just kind of scratching their heads, wondering what went wrong. And apart from literally a dragon and a kill, a dragon which they stole and a kill they overforced, they've just not been in this game whatsoever. But great from BLG. Look, we questioned a lot of what we wanted to see from these guys. We didn't know at 6 and 5, are they a good team? You know, would they be maybe a chance of maybe making a little bit of a run in the playoffs? This is the kind of performance we needed to see. A dominating game 1, and I want to see it again in game number 2, as long as they can take this victory in the current state that they're in.
Yeah, hopefully they can clean it out with this first game going into their hands, but BLG getting that stun onto On, a little follow-up for the support Thresh.
I mean, the Thresh, they're throwing everything at the wrong target right now, and Vin's not even here. Invincible. More like invisible right now, because he's been looking at the gray screen the entire time, just basically ignoring him, and now Bin pushing in that bot side, making sure that that wave is prepped and ready for the rest of his team. We're looking at a pretty damn quick game, but without any real engage, Shadow doesn't have his ultimate, doesn't really have a way of getting to these fights. He just can't make anything happen.
Yeah, your beefy top laner has died 4 times in this game, and they are looking to end the game by the 23-minute mark. All the ultimates used for this support Thresh, where he just killed himself and he walked away, not even burning anything. I mean, the guns on Elk as well, perfect to just create that space between the Lucian. It's going to be so tough. He does stop the Thresh Lantern, but they just don't have any follow-up damage to do anything about it.
No, they really, really don't. And not going to be the end of the game just yet. There is a dragon available if BLG so choose to take it. There is another hook. Oh my god! Someone check his color settings, because he's only seeing gray right now. Invincible 0 and 5. Not invincible, very invincible, as he is going to be taking another beating. And again, still no way of engaging on this. BLG might look to try and end the game right here, right now. They again engage on the Thresh. I get it. You don't like the Warden. You don't like the Thresher, but he's not your priority right now. An Elf flashing forward. He wants the end of the game, and he is going to get it. Him and BLG just rifling forward, knowing how strong they are. They're going to wait for the super minions to come in, but there's just nothing you can do here. Shadow on his new team, looking around as everyone is alone and afraid. Nowhere for them to really go. And in 24 minutes, this game is done in a dominating fashion.
Elk is just having the time of his life on this Aphelios as that blind pick. Then that's the reason why Aphelios has been finding so much success in these games in the LPL. He is just such a good laner and he's an amazing team fighter. But with how the early game went, I was not surprised at all that BLG finished the game by the 24-minute mark. And of course, Shadow is staring at his Nexus exploding. Definitely not the most ideal debut back into the LPL for 2023. So hopefully, when we go back to the drafting boards, Game 2 is going to look a lot more different.
I mean, you know, a lot of the issues that we talked about, you mentioned as well, like the synergy between Dream and Shadow just wasn't there. There wasn't really any kind of cohesion or cohesive kind of setup to make sure that they were getting stuff going. And honestly, once Invincible kind of lost that kill on the bot side, it felt like NIP were just very afraid. They were very scared to look to try and make any kind of plays happen. We got one flash mid for a very good gank from Shadow, and then nothing else really happened from there. You know, you need to be hitting that again. And yes, it does feel bad. You might fall behind in farm, but catch-up XP is broken anyway, so why not go for it? You know, you gotta try something. You play out standard, and things like this happen. And we saw that, especially going into that second phase with the Jacks already picked here for BLG and all the bans going on the top side. Invincible was left with a tank, and you do not want to be a tank into a Jacks matchup. That's all. It's just a bad time. It
is a very bad time. I'm very surprised that Invincible opted into the blind Jax pick with something like the Sun, which is not hard winning at all. I mean, you just get outscaled and laning phase goes fairly even as he doesn't have his items online just quite yet. I was expecting something like the Gwen or even Kennen. We've seen him play it, so definitely just play for the team fights, and let Photic and Dream carry. But look at the damage charts between the mid jungle. Just such a big difference. This Akali, he definitely
did nothing.
He did absolutely nothing. He was just farming mid lane, and it was really tough for Shadow to play the game because Shun and Yago were just best buddies, roaming towards the bottom side of the map, getting those tower plates onto Elk, and he became an absolute monster in these team fights.
And look, I feel bad for Dream right now because he came in, obviously, in 2022. He was a sub for NIP, which was V5 at the time. Underneath Rookie. Rookie didn't play before Chinese New Year. We saw him a bit of time on his Lissandras and stuff, and he looked great. He looked like a decent player. It was like, okay, you know, you've got Rookie, but you also got a guy coming up the ranks. This is a pretty good, you know, kind of setup to be in. This split, Dream has just been, I don't want to say exposed, but it really does feel like right now Dream is just having a horrible time and really not coming together at all with this NIP roster. But we'll wait and see if they can turn it around in game number 2. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we'll have picks and bans.
Absolutely can be. Hold off on the shenanigans for a bit. TSF's engaged.
He doesn't need the Mid Horizon anymore. He's just got the kill here, maybe on the Hacker. A lot of healing coming through there, though. Nicely done. And kited out. Toto coming huge, and Bitch One is down. It's a trade back and forth. UConn's got one of them. One bunk engaged on and flexing forward. And that's what Zeri does when you give some resources. As the entirety of FPX is just drawn down the line. And Fearless, you might be tanky, but that Event Horizon is coming for you nonetheless. And TT holistically destroy FPX.
The shy flow of lane.
Thought I might be caught out here. There's Sonic Wave going to connect, and Carson ready to go in. The burst from Xiao, who immense with the guy down the shy on a flank. Look at him go, the blinding assault. Bet he doesn't know where he's coming from. The pigeon in public, that did its dirty business on you. That's the feeling. You're embarrassed, you're distraught. Get this bird away from me. Well, Qing Tian, that ulti will come through straight away. You know that. The level 13 Ornn ready to fly in as Mark with the depth charge. Dread line, he finds his target Angel, and here we go front to back, but great damage in return. Angel able to knock up, but Mark able to get the kill. Free coming in the middle of everyone. Will he be able to find Mark? Yes, no, yes, no. What's the answer? Free
Rookie
can't do what he did before, while Rookie is just taking on the world, man. Don't give him a Kali ever again.
Talking about the play that happened previously, I thought it was a winning play for BLG because you have someone like the Talia that can just insert themselves in, but on roaming towards his top lane, having the flash available.
Yeah, jumps on forwards, pulls the Cassante back into the play. Oh, pulls better than that. No way to Shou pull that off. Arnold go down as well. Shou making his statement in the LPL. Double kill for him, surviving the damage from Yago.
if they choose. He goes golden. Leave is there. Oh, shock laser again. Hits Hung. Oh, look at that damage. Leave.
Oh my
what?
God, Leave.
What? Oh, he went into 3 people. Leave. Are you sure about that? Is he? Immortal Shield
he's
Blow?
fine.
Leave.
He's
Still alive. No way. No way Scout Flushes gets him, but the fact that Lee brought them all to their knees. This 80 carry, his name may be Leave, but EDG are gonna make him stay.
Don't care what they say. Yeah, the bruise on my face. Never thought I'd do this on my own. Yeah, I got something to say. Time to get out the way. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Guess you got what you wanted. You sold a lie, I bought it. This time I can't ignore it. I'm gonna run toward it. No time, you get no warning. I feel my head distorted. So I'll scream out right now. I won't lay down, lay down. So I'll scream out right now. I won't lay down. I'll never forget the way you
面对无敌哥的话，我就觉得我只要跟勋配合好，我们上也是可以打赢他们的，然后再把优势反馈为团队，我们之后打团也很好打。我觉得这个版本的赛恩是很强的一个上路英雄吧，因为他对线非常强，然后只要装备起来打团也非常的肉，而且容错率很高，所以不管是什么情况都是一个很不错的选择。如果自己状态不好的话，会去多去打打排位吧，然后多训练一下，然后就不要想那么多，只要朝着自己的努力的方向去前进就行了，不用去思前顾虑的，反正不要去思前顾后的，就是好好打自己的，然后反正自己是可以打得好的，要相信。
And we believe in you. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming into our second game after a dominating Game 1 performance from BLG. It all started from the get-go, Kitty. It was just from the jungle. Getting that first kill, Schwinn gets it. Is it Schwinn? Shun? I don't know. Shun? Shun. I would say Shun, but he gets himself MVP. Thoroughly deserved. It was just from the get-go, immediately, first blood, and then the game was basically over from there.
Yeah, Shun just got to do whatever he wanted on this vibe, but I love the proactiveness from BLG coming into this game 1. They were getting things done and not letting any opportunity go in the way of NIP for this first one. I mean, Shun getting the Ruby Crystal online, I don't think it was the major reason why they were so ahead in the early game, but it's how you utilize it, right? And he just got both sides of the map so ahead, even catching off Photic where he was just so overextended and not letting any mistake from NIP slip through.
Yeah, I mean, it just, I'm not saying that extra 150 health was the reason they won, but extra 150 health, you take whatever. Yeah, the morale boosting. It's the intangibles that became such a big thing. And again, I just feel like NIP just got to a point where, I mean, the only person who they maybe thought they could kill was on this Thresh, but it wasn't because of that he was out of position. It was because everyone else had a dash. Everyone else had some way of moving away from the fights. They had to all in on someone, and unfortunately for NIP, that was a pretty stark game against them, and it didn't really work out for them in the way they would have hoped. So coming into this game number 2, I need to see drastic changes in how they're approaching this game, because right now, if you're going to play standard front to back, it's not going to work.
It's definitely just going to be really hard coming into this game 2 from how game 1 went, but I swear those engages by the end of the game were a little bit personal against On. They were just chugging everything onto him. Hopefully my boy On has a better time in this game too, as he also did extremely well on the Thresh. And Thresh, I feel, is definitely seeking their way back into the meta, where I've been thoroughly enjoying all the Threshes I've seen in the LPL, as they just pilot the champions so well compared to other regions, where I don't think they remember that Thresh can sit in the back and press W, which is something that On did 24/7 up against Shadow.
Yeah, well, we're going to see pretty much the same bans for the moment. We'll see if NIP want to maybe ban away. Yeah, I was going to say maybe get rid of the Jax so it does not go through, but that might mean a Fiora is available here for Bin. We know how much he loves that champion, so we'll wait to see what this final ban is going to be. It's the Caitlyn as well. So Fiora's made it through in favor of the Jax, and Sejuani again, maybe for Shadow. It's not a bad champion. And again, he was able to do semi-decently in the first few minutes, but after that, I feel like BLG just had a much stronger game plan to want to go for. So they end up locking this one in. I need to see more priority around that mid kind of, mid-jungle duo. I need to not see the Akali, or at least if you are going to pick the Akali, I need to see a lot more priority put onto it. But no, they are going to swap it up just a little bit, get themselves the Aphelios. Such a strong pick right now in the meta.
And BLG here locks in Zeri, Lulu, and this is going to be a sleeper 40-minute game. Come on, Elk. I know you got it in you. But yeah, the Sejuani is going to get let open for the side of BLG, so they're more than happy to take it. I do, however, think once Vi is still open, and if BLG decides to opt in something like the Zeri, it's going to be a little bit more tough for Elk for this game too, but really depends on how he pilots this champion. Bin, yeah, the entire top lane pool is relatively open. We see the Jax getting banned off, which was still a blind one. Maybe Invincible just isn't confident on the champions like Kennen and Gwen when it does match up, so they are just taking that off straight away.
Taking it away. making sure that they are getting themselves a nice scaling matchup in that bot side. The Tristana blind. I'm normally okay with this when you're going for something a little bit aggressive into like a Cassidy, maybe even a Silas. We've seen so many champions kind of fall to the wayside of Tristana, but going in completely blind is just a bit of a strange one for me. We'll see what BLG want to try and respond with right now. The Maokai being locked in for NIP means they know they have a pretty decent setup in terms of that. And I was going to say, the Fiora is totally okay in this situation. Now you can ban things like the Renekton, get those off the board, and that's just going to give Bin, again, another very easy laning phase.
Give me Camille vs Fiora in top lane, or I don't know, Gnar, which is the more boring option. But Tristana being blinded here, definitely a very big ego pick as you are up against someone like Yaga. He has definitely chosen champion in the past, like the Gragas, where it's been flexed in both jungle and mid for BLG. I do think it's a relatively okay pick because you do diffuse a lot of those jumps from the Tristana mid lane, but we'll have to see what Yaga decides to opt into, as he was feeling himself in that game one.
Yeah, definitely had a lot more to say in game number one. We'll see in game number two is the same, as we do see some pretty decent counters being banned away. I do like the Syndra ban coming out here from NIP, something that can disengage and honestly just 100-0, something like the Tristana. Maybe even little Blanc as well. You want to try and get rid of those very powerful burst kind of mages away from this Tristana mid and make sure that they don't get the freedom to just be able to do whatever the hell they like. NIP are going to be struggling, though, to figure out what they want to put into this. And again, you're looking at the top lane bans. Maybe it's going to be a Camille, possibly a Gnar. I do not want to see a Cassante or a Sion into this, but NIP, they finish off their bans, and they do get rid of the Rakan to make sure that Xayah-Rakan combination does not get to full fruition.
Yeah, we already have the Maokai being locked in for NIP and an aggressive mid-jungle duo, so I'm really excited to see what BLG is going to synergize up with this Sejuani, as you do have so much damage with Yaga also locking in something like the Victor. Not a pick that I specifically enjoy because you are so vulnerable in the early stage, and that's exactly where Tristana shines, so you really need to play your laning phase carefully. But I'm not doubting Yaga, as we have seen great things from him even in this split, where BLG, you don't know which BLG you're gonna get on show day, either heads or tail, and today I guess it's going to be heads, as they dominated NIP in that game one. And you're gonna get locked in here, where a lot of CC for the side of NIP, and I do like the addition, or I guess the flexibility of Annie's support coming into 2023. We haven't seen this champion at all in professional play for like the past 5 years, where with her Shirelia build on the E, it's going to give Aphelios a little bit more mobility up against something like the Sejuani.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the all-in potential as well gives you that good engage tool to set up yourself up with the alongside the Maokai, maybe even the Cassante, and straight away we already get pretty much everybody locked in, excuse me, as the Nautilus gets brought in here for On, and he just looks the most comfortable on these hard engage hook champions, things that can just catch them out. And again, yes, the Annie has been exceptionally powerful in both mid and support throughout all of the regions of League of Legends, but it is still very, very squishy. You get caught out by a hook, you get hit by a Sejuani Arctic Assault, you are going to die. That's just as simple as it is.
Yeah, most definitely, and we saw how good On was with his hooks in that game one, and Dro definitely on the receiving end and struggling a little bit. This dog emoji is so cute. I think that's is it Pumperin? I think from Sanrio with the little thumbs up.
No idea.
I'm not too sure. My friend is a
idea.
big fan of that dog. It's just a pudding dog made out of pudding, so little cute reference for the teams of tonight. But yeah, talking about both drafts, BLG coming with so much scaling and a good teamfight setup with the Nautilus and Sejuani, of course, where this Sejuani ultimate could most definitely follow up as that CC. But on the other side, NIP locking in Cassante up against Fiora, where Cassante will slowly lose the side lane 1v1 depending on how he plays that. I think it really depends on the parry from the Fiora, but in the very end, I think Fiora still comes out on top. However, with this Aphelios in the hands of Photic, they do have a lot more gank setup for Shadow to work with.
Yeah, definitely a lot more to kind of point and click CC. I think something especially on the low mobility of something like a Victor as well can be very, very powerful. But we'll have to wait and see. NIP, a little bit of a slapping on that last game, need to find themselves back in. Already on a 2-series loss streak here in the LPL. Do not want to turn that into 3, but for BLG, They want to turn that 1 into 2. They want to get onto a streak. They want to try and start building momentum before they hit those next few games. Of course, we only have 2 and a bit weeks left of gameplay. Actually, I believe this is our final Super Sunday. After this, there's only 3 series on Saturdays. Sundays go back to 2. So that's how you know the end of the split is around the horizon. It's going to be so quick and so crazy to have our Sundays only be 2 series.
Yeah, we're gonna be being chilling after today as this week, as Super Sundays are gonna leave us until the next split, I suppose, since playoffs is 2 weeks away. Are you excited for playoffs? This is going to be the first time I'll be witnessing the LPL playoff format, and it's very intense for the lower tier teams for at least the 10th to 6th position, I believe.
Yeah, it's at 6th to 10th. I think 6th plays 10th. No, sorry, 7th. Sorry, 7th plays 10th, and then 8th plays 9th. And it's best of 5 single elimination until you get to the top 4, and then it's a double elimination bracket. So we will see fair bit of games. And look, we have seen LNG run the gauntlet in the past. WWE 2021 summer as well. They were a team that were able to almost make it all the way. And even LNG last split went all the way from the lower end of the bracket and then ended up being, I think they played the most series or something like that and still didn't qualify for Worlds. They played a ridiculous amount of best of 5s. It was insane, but I think someone did the math. I think it was I Will Dominate did the math or something like that. It's like they played more games than an LEC split at the time than you would have seen from any average team just to play in playoffs and, of course, the regional gauntlet. So lots to be playing for. Of course, 2 spots at MSI. Top 2 is, I believe, going to be our 2 teams. So if you get to finals, you're in there. So that's why position actually matters. You get a top 2 in the regular split. You're already against a top 4 in the playoffs, and you get double elim. So plenty to be coming out with here for any side that can make it up there. And you got to put in the work. You know, there is no easy matchups in the LPL.
I've been telling you, Oshin, as long as you get into playoffs with that top 10 position, then there's always a chance. And sometimes we can pray that there is going to be a miracle run for one of these bottom tier teams. But really see how the matchup for this bottom lane is going to go as NIP decide to opt into the Ghost and Heal for this laning phase, where they don't have too much kill threat, but that's exactly what you want to look for with the Aphelios for this game too. Relatively scaling with these double ADCs as they do major objectives and take down turrets extremely fast.
Well, there's the stats for LPL 2023. 100% win rate for Tristana in the bot lane. Only has been played once, but 77.7% in the mid lane. 7-2. Interestingly set up here to see if Dream can continue that winning wave here for the Tristana. No
Did he get
vision
spotted?
on... I don't know. He will now as he goes over this ward, but definitely could have been a moment or two. Maybe he could have gone for something, but just wants the Scuttle to move forward. Shadow is here. May look to try and fully engage onto this. Need to be very careful with how they want to try and approach this one here. Dream is the first one to kind of move forward. On is just going to accept his fate. As you can see, he did a very valiant effort to move forward to make sure he was not getting caught out or getting the rest of his team caught out and doesn't lose any more of his summoners.
NIP is still using all their all their resources on for this game too, but you gotta remember you're up against Photic, who did have the Graviton available, and of course Dro holding on to stun for the first 4 minutes of this laning phase, so it was just double CZ decked onto him, and On didn't even have to burn the flash because he knew he was dead. But this top lane matchup, blinding the Fiora and then opting into something like Cassante, Invincible is just never in a hard winning counter matchup when he is given that position, and I'm really wondering why you even give Invincible something like this when you could just be blinding the Cassante in the top first 3 picks.
Yeah, well, they're going to look for something more. Flash in with the Arctic Assault. There's going to be the Ghost popped in. W landed. Can he get one more Vital Proc? He cannot. Does not get the RNG on that, and that is going to be Invincible. Losing his Ghost, but Bin lost his as well, and they lost the Flash off of Shun as well. So, BLG happy to get those summoners and back themselves away. NIP going to be resetting themselves onto the map, making sure they're not losing anything else out of that gank.
Yeah, most definitely. And Invincible forced to TP back into the lane where it is once again slow pushing into Bin's side as BLG's bottom lane clears out this Tribush pink ward. But my main focus is going to be this Maokai pick for this game too, as it is going to be acting as that solo AP where you definitely need those items online ASAP, as if Shun decides to opt into just full tank army, he is going to opt into full tank and build that armor. I mean, it's all up to Shadow and playing around those saplings for these major objectives. So it's going to be really tough, and a lot of eyes on Shadow for this game too, where we didn't see the best performance in game 1, and that was because of OMG from the mid jungle duo of NIP. And we were talking about this in break, where it's really questionable to say the least to bring in a completely new mid-jungle duo when you are this late into the split, because you do break the synergy that the previous duo was already creating from just how many series they played together. And with Dream and Shadow not working together in the past, this is quite literally their first stage game together, and we definitely see that working in the favor of BLG for the series.
Yeah, well, full-on engage coming out here on the bot side. On did know that Shadow was there. Now he might be in a little bit of trouble. Insta-cleanse. They bring the feathers back as well. Shadow doing a lot there. On needs to flash away, but the grab on him is good. One more auto attack from Zhuo is just enough. And that was a very interesting setup there from BLG. They saw Shadow. He was clearing a ward, and he still thought they could go for the fight.
I mean, maybe On thought with the flash available, he was definitely not gonna die, burning Zhuo's flash as well. The kill did go into the Annie support's hands, however, so it's not the most terrible thing, but this early game is looking a lot better for the side of NIP for this game too, as they also secure the first dragon. Xun just hovering around. I don't think he's gonna be here in time as he watches the dragon fall into the hands of NIP.
He's gonna force a
he also
flash.
has to he has to burn a flash.
Is he? Not sure yet. They're still going. Now he burns it. Well, they maybe think that they were going to try and get it there. So, Dragon for a flash, 2 kills to the good. And IP with a much stronger early game this time around than they did in game number 1. BLG on themselves 1,000 gold down. And again, like, look at this. Like, you see Shadow. You know Shadow is there. Why are you looking for this fight?
My man, with the Glacial as well, significantly less tanky. Elk didn't get too many people with that route, but very questionable play from the support of BLG. The kill does go into Zhuo's hand in the very end, but you burn so many summoners like the Xayah Cleanse and the flash from Nautilus. However, with the Hex Slash, it's not the most terrible mistake, but definitely not mistakes that you want to be making for the team of BLG. And we've been talking about this, how BLG, they're very inconsistent, and I think their early game is definitely where you expose it the most, where sometimes they just opt into mistakes.
Yeah, I love the way you... Oh, speaking of opting into mistakes. Oh, we didn't have vision of where Elk and On were. No level 6, though, on the Nautilus or the Xayah, so it will be difficult enough to try and really burn down Dream, but... I like how you phrase it as well, opt into mistakes, because it's exactly how it feels right there. It's almost like they have the information, they know what's going to happen, and they still kind of go, sure, look, we'll go for it. Well, speaking of opting into something, Shadow without a flash, Shadow see if he can make something. The all-out goes out, as Dream is the next one to kind of come into this one here. You don't have Yagao in position, and that's a really, again, poor mistake coming out here from the BLG jungler. Just not having the same level of setup as Elk. Lost about 90% of his health bar. They flash forward, not gonna land the Calibrum Q, and everyone just resets here. But this is NIP. It looks like if you showed me the first game and the next game without any kind of team names, I would assume it was 2 completely separate teams, because this does not feel like the same teams who fought in game number 1.
Remember when I said BLG, they act like a coin where you don't know if you're gonna get heads or tails? It doesn't matter which series. It also matters between games for this series. Game 1, you might see an excellent performance from BLG where they make literally no mistakes, but this game 2, and especially how it's starting, I mean, this is not the same BLG that we saw from game 1, and just... we didn't see Yagal rotating early because you are in that Tristana matchup where she is able to get pushed in first, so very greedy skirmish to opt into at the least for BLG, as Bin was just doing extremely well from just purely laning up against this Cassante, as he is naturally up 20 CS and burning that flash or ghost early from Xun ganking. You didn't need to go for that, just give the Herald over, you didn't have position for it.
I don't know, BLG, you're just not having the same level of impact as I expected from game number 1, as Xun... I'm going to try and clear out some of this vision before he backs himself away. It is only Shadow and Show, so he should be just fine to do that, just that. Minute 45 to the next dragon spawns. Herald is available to Shadow whenever he decides to use it, and it's gonna... I feel like we are already getting to a point where we are looking towards what Bin can do on this Fiora. He's up 20 or so CS on this top lane pick. He's doing exceptionally well for himself, even though an assist did go over to Invincible. We should see him be able to do a lot more, and you do have plenty of wave clear and farming options here on BLG. Good scaling as well, but just not what I expect to be seeing from them, considering how dominant game 1 was for them. And like you said, this is kind of the story of BLG. So all this split, it's that one game they're doing amazing, the next game they just decide, you know what, we're going to completely lose all map awareness and an idea of how to play this game.
Yeah, BLG, to be fair, they did opt to a completely different type of playstyle for this game too, with this Victor, Fiora being their solo laners, where they have immense scaling once we do reach those 3 item spikes. So there's no reason for BLG to make or go into any of these skirmishes thinking that they need to fight, as you are just comfortably scaling in this early game, just getting some CS under your tower, where we see both Victor and Fiora up a little bit in terms of CS, where I think Victor into Tristana should be more dominant in terms of the 1v1, and she should be up a tiny bit more with that kill threat available. But Yaga, he's chilling.
Yeah, he is. He's just having a fine time of it, really. As we wait to see now, 10 seconds till the next dragon spawns. It's only 1,000 gold lead, and Elk gets caught again. I'm not quite sure what else can really happen here, apart from the rest of his team finally coming in. They will try and burst out Photic. Elk gets taken out first, though. Yagao finally here with the Chaos Storm, but the resets coming out for Dream is he gets another move, and they're just dancing so perfectly with their health bars. It's a triple kill coming out for Dream, as he's having a Dream quadra kill for the Tristana. And NIP 7-0 to the goods, and BLG, I don't even know what to say anymore. This is a joke of a game number 2 after game number 1.
Icon Oshin, BLG is just giving Dream these kills served on a silver platter, as this Herald gets dropped for Photic, and he picks up all 5 plates, and a Dream coming out with a quadra kill at the second dragon. BLG, what are you doing? You have a Victor, you have been on his Fiora. You don't need to be opting into these 4v4s, where BLG's bottom lane caught extremely out of position. This Annie definitely putting in a lot of work. You see NIP's mid jungle moving first. That's exactly what I want to see from NIP, as they lack that synergy in game 1. All focusing in on Photic, and he didn't even die. You're a Victor in the first 20 minutes. You don't have those items online just quite yet, compared to something like the Tristana, just the pure damage from her autos. And Dream just played it extremely patiently, where he was just picking these up one by one.
I mean, the juggling of the health bars was honestly exceptional from NIP. Regardless of how BLG actually took that fight, the fact that you saw so many health bars go so low, yet nobody died on NIP, was actually exceptional gameplay. So really well done by them. We will see Elk picking up a couple of plates on the back end of this just to make sure he doesn't lose everything in this, but it's a 4,000 gold lead, and look, they might be looking for a dive here. I don't agree that you can get a dive here, because you don't have an ult really at all, so they're gonna look for something. Oh, the whiff. Oh no. Oh, Kitty, it
Close your
hurts.
eyes, Oshin,
It hurts.
Yago's here as well. Surely this is a kill for Yago. Surely they have the damage. They can tank this, right? They can't tank this. Yago doesn't have the flash. He's dead.
What is happening, BLG? What are you doing? Why are you doing this? I don't understand. It is upsetting right now to see how it all goes, but it's just, oh my lord, Kitty. Oh man, this is the LPL. Welcome. How are you enjoying your first
BLG
split?
in the LPL. They are definitely shaky with this game too, as that dive was just very sad to watch, to say the least. I think all the skill shots missed, and Yagal ended up tanking without that tower. It was so strong as well. I think 4 autos onto Elk and on together, and Elk dropped the tower aggro, and it went onto Yagal. Oh, that's another.
I mean, it's just so difficult to deal with any of this engage, and you're just losing people left, right, and center. I mean, we were talking about it earlier. It's like, oh, we actually, fun fact, we actually turned around to our on chat and break saying, wow, this is going to be a really quick series. And our director came immediately into our mic going, don't say that. Don't you dare say that. And we're sorry, Damien. We cast a curse.
I'm sorry.
It is
I was the one that
unfortunate.
said, hey guys, this is going to be an early night for us as BLG, they are looking so good. Clueless, surely. I mean, Invincible, I don't know if he dodged it or Shun missed it. On hits the tower with that hook as well. And Yago comes in. Why doesn't Shun just tank this? On is still tanking. 2 hits. L tanks 1. And Yago is in the meat of everything. And he can't walk out. Oh, so sad.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate setup. But now it's 5,500 gold, nearly 6,000 in the lead for NIP. You're hurtling towards second items. BT Rush there for Dream, Gale Force for Photic. And I actually like this as well. I actually had a little chat with Raz in the break there. We were talking about BT Rush, as we saw BT Rush from Elk on the Aphelios in game number 1. This time around, it's Photic on game number 2. I actually kind of like this because he's got himself the Ghost. He's going to have a lot of CC that's kind of pushing onto him. Having that extra little bit of mobility in the rush is very, very good just to be able to kind of make sure he doesn't die straight away. But you know, it is kind of an adaptation that we are seeing here from a lot of different AD carries with the new BT changes and, of course, the changes to some of the runes and masteries. So it is a curious one to keep an eye out, as Photic is pretty damn big. He's going to have his BT pretty soon anyway, regardless of what he rushes first. So it doesn't really make a difference in the grand scheme of the world. And Shelley just gets to do her favorite thing in the world. Here we go. There's going to be a full-on engage. Good flash. Shadow flashes again. Try and get away from this. But you have a Maokai with ultimate. So difficult to make that stick. He can just put down his ultimate. Make sure he can get away. But Bin's on the backside here. Speaking of on the backside, Invincible's looking for something. He actually gets away with the all-out. Very nicely done to dodge away from the Feathers. If he gets caught by that, he's probably dead. But it's still 1 for 1. It's still a good situation for BLG, but NIP get the tower as well.
NIP is in such a wonderful state as the Dragon is going to be spawning in 5 seconds. Bin just trying to get rid of this tier 1 tower in mid lane as they know they don't have the fighting power up against NIP right now. I believe Tristana sitting on 6-0 with that BT in hand as well, 11-2 in terms of scoreline. Not even going to get this tower as Invincible just scares him off. But yeah, talking about the BT build, I think it's just so valuable to have that thick shield coming into these team fights, as Shun and On, they do have that single target lockdown. So if in case Dream mispositions, he doesn't have the flash available anymore, that shield is definitely going to save him, as this Dragon goes into BLG for some reason.
Somehow, some way, they find a way. That's going to be the Dragon. That gives them 5 more minutes. You got a Victor, Xayah, Fiora, you've got scaling. Don't know how much else you can gonna go for it. And look, in all honesty, and I mean this genuinely, we have seen bigger leads thrown in the LPL. We have seen teams not be able to come out. And look, NIP are a team that are, you know, on the bottom end of the standings. They are a team that are not exactly, you know, playoff contenders for the moment. So if you're able to do it for BLG, this is a good kind of test for you right now to say, look, yes, you can win from ahead. A lot of great teams can, but the best teams can win from behind, and that's where we're going to see now BLG trying to test their mettle right now. Kraken Slayer finished up for the Tristana, means that she's on a massive 2-item spike alongside that Aphelios, so BT's doubled up alongside those hide and quiver items. And we're going to see more and more pressure coming out.
I'm so confused on how BLG picked up that 3rd Dragon. We saw that NIP, they had the entire control around this. Oh my god, I saw his life flash before his eyes. He was looking into danger. I was so scared. My man's already 0-5. I'm sure that he'll go 0-6 at some point in this game, as there's just so much tower taking ability from this Tristana and Aphelios coming into game 2. But yeah, 3rd Dragon going to the hands of BLG means that NIP is still definitely not a perfect game from them, as you have that giant lead, 6k gold or 7k gold lead, and these tiny mistakes do allow teams to come back, as that is just the first step for BLG, and hopefully they start doing something more than just getting caught.
Yeah, I mean, A good way. And look, you do have positives. Bin will own the side lane against Invincible. He just needs to make sure he does not get caught after the fact. As we can see, there's the Maokai ultimate coming out here to try and catch out Yagao, and he will get caught out in the end of it all. There's the Glacial Prison coming out, though, and that's Shadow going down. Joe was tanking turret for some reason, and now you can see the 280 carries we talked about having so much. Dream, one more auto attack, and all of a sudden the money's turning green. The numbers are going up for BLG. They knew they hadn't got any kind of real engage, so Photic's in a lot of trouble. He's going to have to be forced to flash away, and there's going to be one more auto attack. He finally gets him over with the dredge line, gets from the depths as well, and they're taking them down one by one, bit by bit. Is that Baron, Kitty?
That's Baron. Invincible checks the tab and his entire team is dead. NIP going for that tower dive onto Yago, burning so much and even flashing forward. But you need to remember, you're up against the Zai and Victor, where you're just playing into their hands. And with all the abilities hitting, they just had no way out. As the tower finishes off, I believe Dro? Someone died here to the tower. It was Dro. And Shadow got focused down from Shun's ultimate landing. And this is a big turnaround for BLG. We were just saying how the Dragon is the first step for a comeback. I mean, with all this gold into their hands, this is definitely a winnable game again.
First, you get the Dragon. Then you get the team fight. Then you get the Baron power play. It's all part of the plan here for BLG, as they've turned a 7,000 gold deficit into a that's a 5,000 gold swing in the space of about 90 seconds. That is unheard of. It's still a 2,000 gold lead in the mid lane, so Yagao definitely not having the best of times. Elk going to be forced to cleanse away. Does have the feathers to fly. Good ultimate there to stop anyone from really pushing forward. As I say that, Invincible looking to try and do it. They will trade back 80 carries, though. The turret doing significant work on this backside. A flash away from Shadow is not going to save you. Oh, no, Kitty. Oh, no. They must be a quarterback playing American football, because they are throwing this 80 yards down the field.
They're throwing so hard, Oshin. I can't. That was a 4v5 Dream. One of your main DPS just wasn't in the fight. And Shadow catching all these Sejuani ultimates. No way out either. Even burning the flash, but it doesn't matter. The Victor, the Zaya, and the Fiora, they're all online now with this Baron, taking down these major tower objectives. And even the Dragon is spawning in 40 seconds. What is happening in this game? Is BLG really going to come back?
I don't know. It's going to be pretty much equal gold now in a minute or two with the way these fights are going, because they're picking up towers, they're picking up objectives, farm, kills. The advantage in that mid lane is great, but it's not going to mean squat if you was able to get its 2 items out of nowhere. 20 seconds to this Dragon. You know what the great thing is as well for the side of BLG? They don't even have to fight this if they don't want to. They are in such a great position now because of that first Dragon take that they're just saying, look, we don't have to care about this if it ends up going in a bit of a skewy way that's not going to work out for us. So really, really bad times. And you know, NIP, no flashes on anyone except Dream. No real aggressive summoners either. Shadow is being shadowed, and someone's after being caught out. It's Dream, who lost his flash. One more auto attack flash, hook, and they're looking to try and secure him down. The ignite is good enough as On gets revenge. And oh my lord, NIP, your season is flashing before your eyes, but BLG, this is what we wanted to see from them. Yes, you can play from ahead, but can you play from behind? The answer is a resounding yes if they get given so many opportunities, so many chances to be able to do it.
Dream was the last standing hope for NIP, and even he dies, burning the flash as well, no longer having that escape ability. Second Dragon going to the hands of BLG. This game is no longer in the hands of NIP. He's been just in the side lane doing absolutely just CSing. He's been watching all these fights happen, and this is great news because the Victor now picking up his Zhonya's very soon. He's no longer going to see the threat of NIP chucking every single ultimate onto his head, as Zaya does have that ultimate. Oh, Duo not in the same spot.
No, he did not learn from his Tristana's mistakes, and he ends up losing his flash. So no flash Tibbers, no Tibbers to be perfectly honest at all. So
just
more and more pressure. It's just so difficult right now for NIP because you look at all the engage options. Apart from the Annie Tibbers, which has just been taken away because the flash doesn't exist, it's all on BLG. They have the Nautilus, they have the Sejuani, they have ways of kiting back from these fights because of the Victor and the Zaya. So right now, you're just trying your very best. Look, it's a 3-item Aphelios. You're doing great on that front, but who deals with Bin? No one, because they're going to have to deal with him. I mean, They're gonna look to try and
4v5.
make. They're gonna try 4v5, but again, look at the kiting back. They can't do it. Shadow gets hooked up here. They drop down the gravity well to make sure they can catch out Invincible, who gets hooked up, stunned up, and cannot move for the remainder of this fight. Finn's like, oh, will I join you guys? Nah, you got this. I'm gonna go back to mid lane. Don't worry about it. And now Photic, though, feeling confident, pushing forward with the Infernum. Has got Ghost available. Goes he flash forward. He's gonna look for one. He's gonna look for another. 2 kills over to Photic. He is grabbing NIP by the scruff of their necks and saying, we are not losing this game. He does have flash, and he should be able to kill off Yagao. As I say that, he's going really far, and now Bin joins the party. Immediately, he has been pushed back and away. Now Bin needs to run for his life. As the Tibbers gets dropped down immediately, it is a game of catch as both teams are desperate to get rid of this game and throw it to the other team, but we settle down, we come back in. It's less than 1,000 gold lead. It's 2 dragons each. It's basically an equal game in all senses of the word.
Look, Bin is really regretting not coming into the play that first time where he just turned his head as he was like, yo team, are you guys winning? Okay, I'm gonna go back to pushing mid lane, because they did get that pick onto Invincible where the play should have just died, but with Photic activating that Ghost, they just couldn't escape the speed from this. Healers also having to flash online extremely soon. So it was just a bit of an overplay from BLG, getting a little bit too greedy. But credits to Photic bursting down L, totally unexpected. And with that lethal tempo available, he is just chasing these guys down. Has been rotating back on the mini-map, but is a little bit too late as you didn't get that tower in mid lane either.
And Kitty feels like NIP are not going to be able to escape this one here. He goes all out over the wall. To get actually riposted on that, so Bin did not go with him. I actually feel like Bin maybe wanted to go with him on that particular journey, but not to be. Baron spawning in a second is live. 2 minutes to the next Dragon. Dream, level 14. Has got his 3rd item, I believe it was the Phantom Dancer, so doing exceptionally well in that regard, but the game is getting harder and harder for NIP and BLG. They just need to keep themselves going forward. Look to try and catch people out on the side lanes like this, where Dream is a little bit isolated. But 380 carries means that if you get a couple of significant death timers on the side of BLG, you will just lose your base.
You also need to remember, with these 80 carries in your hand, you can't let this vision, not let this Baron have no vision, because it will get shredded by the matter of seconds. So they have to act extremely fast with planting down or regaining that vision control in this top side. Jor, I think, is kind of flying under our radar. 1-1 and 11 assists. He is having an exceptional game, other than getting caught in that bottom lane, having to burn the flash. But it doesn't matter as long as you don't die, as they are just denying so much vision from BLG.
Oh, Shadow! Not where you need to be. He flashes in, tries to get himself away, but he has been caught and killed. TP comes in from Invincible. He already wants to try and back himself away from the situation. Does not want anything to do with where this jungle and top lane of BLG are bringing him. Plenty of damage on the Shun. Flash forward. The Dreadfly does not land. Photic getting great use out of that Gale Force to keep himself alive. This time around, though, it lands onto Invincible, and that's going to be your tank going down. He's confirmed dead. Photic doing decent work to make sure that Yagao can't move forward. That Tibbers is acting as a bouncer, a pseudo frontline, if you will. 20 seconds till the next dragon spawns. You would imagine BLG, they're going to look for that potentially. They are moving themselves away from it. Yagao is very low on mana and in health. He would love to get a reset in before they go for any kind of objective.
Yep, Shadow is getting baited with his Radiant Virtue, as you need to remember that Malphite is that fake tank, only health, no resistance. Is NIP gonna sneak Baron, as they think BLG is gonna go for that 3rd dragon? Bin is gonna solo it, but BLG catching onto this as Shun is making his way up there.
Yeah, Bin's actually got a TP in. They know they can go for this one here. 5,000 HP. They've got Baron vision as well. It would have been a little bit of sneak, but there was great forward vision here for BLG that made sure they did not lose it. But good from NIP, to be perfectly honest. They don't lose anything. They gain enough time for Invincible to respawn. And with those Hex Gates, he gets himself back into the position to potentially look for a bit of a 5v5. This could be a kitty. It is equal on gold for the first time since we've talked about it.
On back.
Now we're going to see a bit of a reset. Don't forget, On had to go for a reset himself, but he's got the Hex Gates to maybe make something work. There's going to be the ultimate coming out there from the Maokai to see if he can keep this Baron down, secure it. Now will the fight happen afterwards? There's going to be a Ghost used. The Glacial Prison just whips on the ankles of Shadow as now there's a little bit of a stun going down the pit. He just gets him deleted. caught out and nowhere to go, but the Chaos Storm is decent. They're trying to let the feathers fly and everyone's trying to jump in. Dream, though, jumps a little bit too far forward, has got the stopwatch and will have to use it almost immediately. There's going to be more movement going forward as they flash in. Yagao is now the target. He flashes away. No way really for Invincible to get over the wall, and they're going to have to try and reset this fight. Yagao does have TP should he need it. They're looking for him. They don't know exactly where he is. 3, 2, no, not going to have it. There's going to be Invincible popping the ghost, and it's almost certain that Yagao is going to die here now. Probably should have TP'd out, got a little greedy with wanting to try and keep that summoner spell, but it's still soul point to BLG.
Soul point to BLG, but at what cost? Your solo laners die and the Baron's going to the hands of NIP where they come back once. How many times have we said come back in this game? Because we mentioned this double ADC in the composition of NIP. They can just sneak the Baron. Everyone focuses down this Fiora as she is so split off from the rest of the team. And that's thanks to the Maokai ultimate planted from earlier as they were doing Baron. But you need to focus on Dream on the Tristana as she pushes Elk away from this team fight, and that's your ADC gone. All up to Yago, but Yago is getting focused down by Invincible where he doesn't have the damage to deal with something like this Sante. But there's going to be more fighting in the mid lane as they are looking to open up the base.
I mean, this Baron buff is so powerful with a double AD carry composition. You can do so much with this. They'll break open the base with ease. No real defense to be coming out here from BLG, and they've got top lane pushing in as well. This could be it. You've got another minute or a little bit more than a minute with this Baron buff. You need to make the most of it.
They are just going to look to get this top tier, top inhibitor as Invincible is also buffing up the minions. Sorry, I'm losing my mind over this game too. I believe NIP had one of the longest games in the spring split so far. 53 minutes. Very messy for both sides, but this is looking just as messy as BLG, giving them angles to come back. 2 items for both the Victor and Fiora. Ooh, an ultimate from Xun, not going to do too much.
No, they're not going to get a lot out of that one. They're trying to put down damage on the Photic, as you can see, not quite getting burst out. Gale Force forward means that the feathers must fly, and now Invincible is dead. Not as invincible as his namesake says, and Shadow dies as well. Double kill coming out here for Elk and the rest of their team. You don't really have a lot of protection available to you. And everyone backs themselves away. NIP just biting off a little bit too much more than they can chew. And they all kind of move forward. And interesting as well, actually, Billy have the higher of the average game durations, 32-34 versus Ninjas in Pajamas, 31-55. So they both roughly like to get to this point, but the later this game goes on, you do tend to feel like it becomes less and less about gold, less and less about these champions, and more about the execution, summoner spells, things that are going to make the difference in these games.
I think my eyes are definitely on both ADCs. We saw Photic playing extremely aggressive, even Elk playing forward as Azaya with that Gale Force available and catches Shadow off guard. GA gonna get collected from the side of Dream as he is going to have a second line for these team fights. The Victor and the Fiora are coming online, however, and that silent pressure is really going to start suffocating the side of NIP. Even having the mid inhibitor taken down, I think the Victor and Zaya is gonna deal with it more than fine.
We wait and see who will make it. Level 16, 17s, nearly 18s. Actually, I was actually just noticing Elk is 2 levels ahead of Photic. That is a significant amount of stats being going over. He's full build now on this Zaya. He is fully online. GA available to Dream. No flash, though, for him. That could be huge coming into this next fight. Baron up in 2 minutes. There's no real objective. Shadow gets caught off. An immediate teleport gets used here on trying to be the one to initiate. They do kind of get caught out there by the Roots. Is a little bit bin on the backside here. They've isolated Invincible. He pops his ghost. And his teleport now gone, so he's losing 2 summoners out of this fight. BLG know they need to get back in towards that mid lane if they need to try and stop this push, but they don't want to lose control over this Baron pit. Photic playing away from the side of the lane, and everyone should be able to reset. They shouldn't be able to gain anything else from this.
NIP does gain that mid lane priority, however, pushing in the base now, pressuring Bin to TP back and respond to this play. But Bin doesn't care. He's a Giga Chad. He is calling your bluff and getting that T2 tower down.
Giga Chad or a solo queue split pusher? I don't know.
He's a Giga Chad. Bin, okay? He's already attacking the inhibitor tower, forcing NIP now to back and respond to this Fiora, as the dragon is going to be spawning in 40 seconds alongside the Baron, so that's going to allow BLG to regain their vision for both of these major objectives. But I think if I were the side of BLG, I would pretend to do dragon and then just sneak the Baron under NIP's noses.
I don't know, it's a soul though right now. This is such a huge buff. 4 Hex Dragons? That is so much ability haste and attack speed. It is so much to be able to kind of build from your team. It's kind of insane right there. You could almost honestly justify getting rid of the rapid fire cannon on Elk and trading it out just straight up for, like, I don't know, a Storm Razor or something like that, because you wouldn't need the attack speed. It's insane the amount of power that kind of a dragon can give you. But now, already we see Photic going gold invincible, trying to play keep away. He gets a shielding coming out as well. The Maokai ult is used to disengage. His Bin is on the backside with a GA. Plenty to be working for, but yeah, lots burned there from the side of NIP.
Yeah. All the engage from NIP, but Maokai and the ultimate gone, so it's going to be really tough trying to opt into a winning fight now, as BLG, however, loses this control over Dragon. It is soul point for them, so if NIP gets this and BLG plays for the 5v5 and ace them, it might be game.
Here we go, Dragon going down, secured by the side of NIP, but they're being pushed into like fish in a barrel. Bing going forward, they're trying to just soak up as much damage. Shun doing the exact same thing. The Chaos Storm is good. Elf flashes away. They're losing it a little bit. Dream goes forward. Immediately after the flash away, they're trying to get on the Photic, who flashes back, and they've left Invincible alone. Can he get over the wall? He cannot. You gained the Dragon, but you may have lost the Baron. You won the battle, but did you lose the war? That is the question right now. BLG versus NIP, 3 dragons apiece, 16 kills apiece. 1 tower to the good, as we can see Dream going forward. He wants that damage onto Elk. We'll get a significant amount of it, but he won't be able to kill off the AD carry.
But now with Invincible dead, Bin is just going to pressure the bottom lane as the Baron is unavailable. So if BLG wants to delay this, I think Fiora could just back them. They have back.
They have, and Shro's dead. That's 2 people dead now. You're in a 3v5. Shadow hasn't been able to find himself a safe space either, so he's going to get caught out. And now you can see Photic. He looks for Yagao, but they've killed the jungler. Even if Yagao dies here, which he doesn't, they're going to be able to take the Baron without contest.
Photic's out. No, he's not.
Oh, yes!
Where is he going?
He's able to run away, but Bin is chasing him. I don't know if Bin's going to be able to find him. He doesn't land the riposte. He's going to lose his GA. Photic keeps himself alive, but they've lost the Baron now. BLG getting more and more out of this game the longer it goes on. It does feel like NIP have the damage, but the execution's just not quite there.
The execution isn't there. Bin also TPs in and makes that numbers advantage, as NIP's entire team fight was so split. Photic barely getting out the tiniest bit of HP, dodging the parry by like a millimeter. But that is going to be this major objective in the hands of BLG, and they're in the driver's seat once again. We see Dream desperately trying to make these engages happen, but I think the Maokai ultimates just aren't getting used correctly, where they are lacking that engage.
Oh, Kitty, it's getting so scary right now. A couple more gold for Yagao would give him his Void Staff, which would be one-shot territory for someone like Dro. Has gone for Morel Namakon. Honestly, I would have preferred to see him go with the...
No, Ushi, don't say the Chem... Oh, Mikhail's?
No, Mikhail's. I don't care about Chem. I don't give a damn about the Chem. More so, I need you to save my AD carries. I need you to make sure that Photic and Dream aren't getting CC'd and dying.
Look, Photic isn't the one dying. It's Shadow that's the one dying, but he shouldn't be getting instantly one-shot where it makes it a 4v5. Now we see the 4-1 pressure coming out of BLG. Shadow using the ultimate.
Yeah, they're looking to try and burn out Shun. He's very tanky, but not that tanky. The gravity well is good to try and disengage, so it's a 1 for none. Bin was trying to make something work on the backside, but the base has been cracked open again. No inhibitors available for either side. Baron for Bin means that he can put down some significant pressure. Draw back NIP. This game, Kitty, is cresting upon 40 minutes, and we are still no closer to finding ourselves a winner. I will be honest with you, we're probably not going to see another big fight for at least another minute 45 seconds.
And we see full builds coming online for both ADCs. Shun got instantly deleted, as both ADCs do have that armor pen as we come into this game at 40 minutes. But Bin on this Fiora, this is where this pick gets so annoying, because you have to force those 4v5s as Bin doesn't have that TP available just quite yet. So NIP needs to take every single chance they can get and kill one by one with these straggling ultimates from Shadow.
I mean, we've already seen a boot sell by Elk. Got himself a GA and more damage. So he's not compromising on any of his damage right now. He is just happy to keep pushing forward with what he's got for the moment. So gonna be a little bit slower than you would anticipate, but has plenty of survivability on this Xayah. Still no flash on him. Actually, we'll have it roughly around the same time as Photic, so both AD carries probably really aware of when they're going to be getting that. And 18's pretty much across the board now. Even the supports are nearing towards having level 16 on their ultimates. Oh, there's going to be a catch on the Shadow. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, that's not what you need to be doing. 35 seconds. This is a 50-second dead timer. That's Soul. You can't contest this.
You can't contest this, and Bin having that TP up very soon. That's your jungler dead. No vision for this dragon whatsoever. They can just take 2 inhibitors, dip out, get that Hextech Soul, and focus on the bottom lane now.
It's just little small mistakes. NIP going from 3-8 maybe to 3-9. They threw everything at this game. They had it. Remember, at one point it was a 7,000 gold lead. They are now behind by 4. Gold doesn't really make that big of a difference right now, but such a desperate attempt there for Shadow. And you can see what he wanted to do. He wanted to put down saplings. He wanted to put down vision to make sure they get something out of this. But now Shuo might be in a little bit of trouble. Already seeing him taking a fair bit of damage, but the ghost has been burned by Bin.
Invincible is making his way back with the Hextech Gate, so it realistically can still be winnable if NIP plays with... Oh, it's gone! I mean, Elvis does so much damage with the 6 offensive items. Yagal needs to get out, however, he's out of position.
The solo laners versus the world. BLG looking to try and make this one work, but the rest of their team shall not let them die in vain. Dream has to flash away as Elk doing so much here on the backside. Has to cleanse as the roots of the tree do land onto him. Bin is still off the backside, but that is Hex Soul now. We've had a full plate of Drake, 7 elementals, and we are still 5.5 minutes away from even seeing an Elder Drake in this game. I will say, though, with the death on Yagao, which should slow down any kind of push right now, but 2 inhibitors down make this so difficult. I will say, though, yes, you 2 inhibitors down. Ninja's Pajamas have 280 carries, though, so they should be able to burn these waves pretty easily.
Yep, hopefully Shadow doesn't get caught before this major objective, which is going to be spawning in 1 minute on this Baron. As Yago did get caught, he didn't want to burn his flash. A little bit greedy there, but it doesn't matter too much as the Baron is still a little bit further away. But NIP going to get the Skull Crab and Vision onto this. However, with the inhibitors gone, Bin is going to pressure this 3rd inhibitor, and Invincible can't deal with that, so they have to force a 4v4 in this mid lane.
Oh. It is getting harder and harder to see where you kind of go from here as NIP. You don't really have the greatest of engages. You're looking to try and catch them out, maybe get Invincible to get on top of Elf, bring him out of the fight, and then just survive while you take out the rest of the team. But full items being picked up by top laners, mid laners, 80 carries, everyone. We're almost there for its supports as well. This is where this game has gone. 4 Hex Dragons is just so much right now for both these teams.
And you need to know that even if NIP gets a good engage off, you're playing into a Victor and Xayah, which is exactly what they want. They want you to play into them, walk forward as the Xayah feathers CC the enemy team. But Bin, once again in this bottom lane, Invincible definitely feeling the pressure. You might need one more person, but that might just be Baron for BLG.
Might well be it. You've got the Hextech prowess giving you 36 ability haste, 36%. That's bonus attack speed. Baron's dead. Can they look for a fight? They're looking to try and push this one there using the Maokai ultimate, but Bin might be ending the game. They get Sean, who doesn't do anything less than he can. Sho is dead. Maokai is gone. The base is crumbling, and I feel like we've hit critical mass. Dream gets caught out. A triple kill for Elk to end it all. And Bin has been ending the game. A split pushing Fiora is a happy Fiora. Quadra kill actually coming out for Elk at the end of it all. But it is going to be the end. He wants the Penta. Elk is hunting for it. He doesn't have a flash. Invincible. Can he run away? He has Ghost. He doesn't want it. He's so slow. He doesn't have boots, Kitty. Oh, he's going to try and maybe give it to him. No. Ghost's away. And the game is over. BLG 2-0 NIP. They tried everything, but they are not able to make it happen. BLG come back in game number 2, but my God, was it scrappy.
It was so scrappy, but in the end, BLG secures this game 2, and they really need to vote review on what went wrong in that game. From a 7k gold lead in the hands of NIP, they turn it around, and this game just felt so messy from both teams. I mean, it was one of the longest games that we've had in the LPL. However, Elk on the Zaya standing up for these later on team fights as he got a quadra kill to finish off the night.
Great games there. Fantastic game 1 from BLG. A game that we kind of remind ourselves, like, yes, been exceptional. The combination of Shun and Yuga working really well, but then game number 2 comes out, and in the first 15-20 minutes, it fell apart, Kitty. It was not what we expect from one of our playoff teams against one of our, lower of the table standing teams, and that's a big question mark for me now, kind of moving forward with BLG. Yes, they come out with the win. They move to 7-5. They're on the likes of with, Weibo, OMG, IGTT, but how much further up there can you go? Because it just feel like they are very hot and cold. I say that about a couple of these teams, but it does feel like specifically for BLG, like you said, they flip a coin before every game.
They flipped probably like 60 coins in that game, as all these objectives was just, we never knew who was going to come out on top. But like you said, On definitely getting caught out a lot in that game too, where it affected the entirety of the rest of the team, as Shun didn't have the best time on the Sejuani. But Bin on this Fiora, he was relatively stable and always knowing what his role was in that entire game too. And it definitely helped them to come back in terms of macro a lot more. If Bin was on something like, it's just something else, I don't think BLG would have gotten that win just from how this game went, man. I don't know what to say anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it is an unfortunate loss there for NIP, and for BLG, great to see them kind of bounce back. They, of course, get themselves up to the 2-0. But for me, I've got a lot of questions. A lot of questions for BLG before we get kind of things to it. But you know what? Win's a win. Gets them up to 7-5 with 4 games left to play, excuse me, and that is not a bad situation to be in. Get on to roughly 8 wins is generally the kind of cutoff point to where you kind of say, look, you're probably going to make it to playoffs. So they've done most of the hard work. They're almost there, and they're kind of separating themselves away from the chasing pack of RNG, WE, RA, and the likes. But for NIP 3-9, they are plummeting down, and it does start to feel like with only 4 games left for them to play, it's going to take 1 or 2 wins from other teams. Their fate's out of their hands. They need other teams to lose before they can really start to, take those wins with the credence that they would love to have with them.
This was NIP's game, but unfortunately, when you do reach the 40-minute mark up against someone like the Victor and Fiora, the game gets so much harder. And we see the damage graphs, Yaga end up doing 1,000 or 10,000 more damage in this Tristana, as it just doesn't work as well when you do want to be going for those split pushing things. But I want to look at the gold difference. It's such a big dip as we see little W's around the mid game as well, the 25-minute mark. It was an extremely messy game, and I think BLG, although they are getting slowly further up in the playoff standings, if we just compare them to any other team that is currently in the playoffs range, they are definitely one of the teams that we don't have too much expectation for, because they're too messy. Elk is just, don't worry guys, I got this. But oh my god,
40%,
what it took to get to there.
I know, 40% of your team's damage though, even for an 80 carry, that is crazy amounts. Nearly 50% of all of your damage coming in from one particular source. And it kind of just puts into perspective of that. If he doesn't pop off, nobody's going to, and nobody's going to have a good time with it. So Elk really putting on his carry pants today and making sure he gets himself and his team within those couple of wins before they are confirmed for playoffs. They are running out of series to kind of prove themselves as we move forward throughout the split. And look, they come out the end of week 8 now. They're not going to have any games this weekend. They're going to feel, okay, we got TT and Top Esports, 2 playoff hopefuls, 2 playoff, honestly, almost guarantees in the week number 9. They have to be big games. I want to see more, specifically against TT, because guess what? TT could be a team you play in the first round of playoffs in that best of 5. So you have to come out and show that you have got the advantage.
Yeah, most definitely. TT, one of the more stable teams. I mean, even up against JDG. I think it was game 2, JDG did slap them, but do want to give credit to Shun for this specific series. We didn't mention this, but he had 96% KP on that Sejuani. Even with his performance in game 1, he just had so much impact, as we saw the Sejuani ultimates consistently catching out Shadow in these later on stages, and it just really makes me hopeful for BLG, at least, as Shun has been improving over the weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that for me, BLG are showing very high ceilings, unfortunately a very low floor. So it's kind of, the variance is very wide between these two teams. For NIP, I mean, you're kind of getting exact what you thought would happen when you're considering that this team is bringing a brand new jungler right at the end of the split. If I was to make a stab on it, it does feel like they are kind of moving away from saying like, okay, we're going for spring playoffs. It looks like they're moving towards kind of thinking what's more happening in summer. And honestly, I don't really blame them at this late stage in the thing. You're kind of looking at their last like kind of 4 matches to come out now. It's IG playoff hopeful, Weibo playoff hopeful, RNG playoff hopeful, WE, not actually WE are up there as well. So like these are all teams that are going to be very, very difficult. Maybe RNG and WE, you could argue they could come up with 2 wins from there, but 5 wins in a season isn't going to be able to get you to playoffs. So unless the playoffs has really gone awry, and I don't know how that would happen. But again, it's something that I feel like for NIP, it is the smarter of the 2 decisions to kind of say, look, if this is the partnership we want to try and build for summer, get some game time in now, and that's kind of what we want to see from them. But got to talk about our MVP from game number 2. It is Elk, who realistically wasn't going to be anybody else. 40% of your team's damage share is going to do that for you. And 87 kill participation as well.
Yeah, 87 kill participation, but this Zai was just such a perfect pick into the Emmy team, with the Maokai and the Annie all needing to play forwards, even with Tristana in the hands of Dream. But I think still, I was going to mention how Bin on this Fiora, he definitely played a huge part in why they won, although NIP just giving chances over to BLG as they were in the driving seat. And this was the fight that turned the entire 7k gold lead around, as Elk was able to pick up so many bounty golds from that one single fight. And from here, we just see cracks from NIP and their composition with the Tristana. They do want to be playing towards those sides, but Bin just got so huge from laning phase, where Dream never opted into the side and consistently look for these 5v5s. And it doesn't really help when your Maokai is the one dying first as your solo AP in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, it is just unfortunate that K'Sante, I will say invincible, wasn't invincible for a lot of this, as just kind of kept getting caught out. And honestly, it's kind of the kind of setup we're seeing with a lot of these AD carries. Like, yes, we are seeing super tanks come in, but super tanks and hyperscaling AD carries, there's only usually one winner from that. It is generally the AD carry from that NF setup. You need to get an advantage from the mid-game team fights. Didn't really see it happen coming out here for NRP. In fact, they lost a lot of them, but we are going to see how they end up going with the rest of the split. We're not done with today just yet, though, Kitty. We have another series, as we're going to be flying from Shenzhen to Shanghai. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we'll have our second series of the day.
He doesn't know which path to take. Well, make it in unseen for the time being. The knockback again from Shanji. 369, he's over exit, and now Aki follows the flash with the twisted advance. It's going to be a kill for Shanji. No, it's a flash actually from Aki. Wait, 369's walking away. How the hell has he got away with that?
Okay, LNG and JDG, I know what you're thinking. You've lost a couple of games, and you're embarrassed because Twitch chat is laughing at you. So what? Twitch chat will laugh at anything. For example, last pick Renekton. See? I bet they're laughing right now. So don't worry. You still have some of the greatest names to ever touch the game. Keep your head up, stay focused, and keep your eyes on the prize.
The LPL are kings again.
Right, as flash away. Okay, we get an action. We are Tarzan Glacier Prison. Oh, it doesn't get dodged away. Scouts ready to go all in. The flash, the fate is sealed, and we just need a bit of a mortal coil to come through as JJ gets knocked up. First blood, is it there? It is indeed. Over to LNG.
But for now, Steve might not be so lucky.
Okay, against the corner, the Wild Growth is there. He's trying, but LP will take him down first with the help of Tarzan.
Cream, Twain with the chickens, flash forward, comes out for PP God, and everybody just trying to escape. 9 finds a kill on the PP God, as Cream is there, but 369 waiting on the flick back. No summoners from Cream from the previous play, and 369 reading him like a book. This one, 2 okay, on fire, Sonic Wave is in, and Konami just robs it away from them. Knight is over the wall, looking for that miracle play, and there it is. The fear across the team, the solo laners just take them apart. JDG with a masterclass of how to play the map, how to win a team fight, how to dominate.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Didn't even know what happy means till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna
gonna stop to give in. Never gonna try to reach up for the stars. You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh my. You better run now, run before you hit the end of your life. No, 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 no. Your life, so what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh no, no, no. You know you're ready for something, but that something don't come easy. Getting ready to take that chance, but just understand and just hold that feeling. Now it's gonna make you chase your dreams. Are gonna keep on slipping away. So get up and get that station. Never gonna stop to fail. Don't you ever stop giving. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. No, no, no. You're never gonna stop to fail, and don't you ever stop to give in. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your
跟阿 K 选手打了很多次嘛，然后他算是一个比较全面的选手吧，然后跟他打的话就自己也去小心一点就好了。我觉得野区对决的话，感觉碰撞可能会蛮激烈的。我想对阿 K 说，如果你们能进季后赛的话，再给我们拿一分吧。
If you're gonna make playoffs anyway, please let me win. I like that. Just like,
Begging.
do me a solid, bro. Do me a solid. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. I am still just Oshin. I am still joined by the absolutely fantastic Kitty, as we are going to be jumping into our second series of the day. We are moving from Shenzhen to Shanghai, as it is going to be FPX versus OMG. And honestly, OMG, we need to see a lot from them. They're having a bit of a moment now. They're 7-4, but they, you know, they played to the level of their opposition. They almost dropped to AL earlier this week. They need to have more consistent performances if we're going to see them as a true dark horse in the playoffs.
Yep, I've been saying this for the past week, where OMG definitely my dark horses as we approach playoffs, but they're up against FPX today, and we saw from that interview with Hacker where he was pretty good bros with Aki, saying, hey, just give me this one if you guys are gonna make it into playoffs. But you need to remember, you need to fight for that better seeding, as seeding means everything for that double elimination as well. But talking about jungle matchup, I'm really excited to see Aki play against Hacker because I think they work relatively opposite, where Hacker is all about the early game and Aki gets amazing engages in those team fights.
Yeah, I think it's definitely something that we can look forward to. Of course, the jungle matchup between Hacker and Aki, just definitely. And of course, Phoenix coming in as well. So we're seeing what they can do on that top side. FPX, a long time it has been since the days of 2019 World Championship glory, and they are a little bit on a rebuild. They're kind of building around LWX. Everyone except LWX is off this roster now from that World Championship winning team, and again, they're a team that I feel like, you know, a loss here today puts them down on 2-10 alongside AL. You got 4 games left. 6-10 is just not going to be enough. So they are going to be one of the first 2 teams knocked out. Because I believe actually RNG play tomorrow. And if RNG win tomorrow, that means that you're actually guaranteed to not be able to make it. So there's actually quite a bit on the line right now for FPX. They need to keep their season going for at least 1 more week if they want to try and, you know, if they don't pick up the win, they could be out before the end of the week.
Yeah, definitely putting in my prayers for FPX because OMG has been looking pretty good in their wins. Obviously, they did drop a game up against AL, but I think that was just a bit of a draft difference as we didn't see too much from Abel and PP God as they locked in Delusion Nami. But I think if we give Abel something that he is allowed to super carry on, then it's looking very good for the side of OMG. But up against LWX, he is the superstar for FPX. He is the shining carry. He needs that winning matchup in the ball lane 2v2, and he needs all those resources because I think FPX, when it comes to their top sides, they are definitely one of the more shaky ones.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that a little shaky, definitely not looking the most positive, but a massive opportunity here for OMG to kind of bring themselves up to 8 wins. And like we said, 8-8 is generally the setup that we see for people to kind of say 8-8, you're pretty safe. Yes, you're going to be starting at the bottom of the gauntlet, but you are going to be in playoffs, and that's all that matters. And after this as well, we always talk about the schedule coming up because you've only got 2 weeks left of play. Week 9, it's Weibo, EDG, 2 very tough opponents for them. Weibo game is actually huge for OMG as well because if they can take that, they would leapfrog Weibo as well, who they are tied at the moment on game score and series score. And then in week number 10, they go up against Top Esports and BLG. So this is your final time to play a non-playoff caliber team. Everyone after this is all playoff teams that you are probably going to fight in this best of 5s.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough, but we need to remember and tell the audience that OMG took a series away from JDG. And with JDG's form last night, they are not shaky team. I don't know, JDG, they look so good, but they just randomly drop games to teams below them. And OMG was one of those teams to get that lucky win in the series. So definitely they do have shining performances and they can beat some of the best. So when it does come to week 9 up against Weibo, I still believe in them as they are currently tied in that 6th position. Oshin? Are you
I
okay
muted
there,
myself.
Oshin?
I
World
muted
to
myself.
Oshin. Okay.
I
knew
muted
it.
myself. It always happens. It's always when I gotta take a drink or sneeze or something like that. Because despite the snow this morning, my allergies are still at me because nature wants to kill me. But yeah, again, like OMG are a team that can, you know, take big wins, and it was a hard-fought win against JDG, and I think that that kind of momentum, bringing them up to 4 wins off the trot, they are like, you know, only just behind, I believe, EDG in terms of win streaks. EDG on a 5-win streak, they're on a 4-win streak, so the momentum is very real, and they need to try and keep that going as long as possible and to get as high up in the standings as they possibly can.
Yeah, they are currently on a 4-series win streak, so it's going to be really nice to get that form check onto OMG up against FPX, as most of them have gone to 3, which is a little bit worrying because you are still dropping a single game against these lower end teams like NIP, like AL. So I'm really curious on how if they are able to clean their play for this final match of week 8. But my main focus is definitely going to be Cream and Aki. As we mentioned before, Aki, he is that MVP when it comes to the setting up for plays and the early game. We saw his Wukong, he did extremely well on that as well. Paired with Cream, where if he's given something like the Yone that has the side lane pressure, OMG, they are going to be very happy with the team identity that they have developed.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love that you bring in the team identities because OMG have proven throughout most of the series they've played so far this year is that they are more than happy to take in winning solo lanes. And a lot of people playing through bot lane, can't really blame them. The hyper carries are back in kind of setup and meta, but it is starting to slowly sort of show that OMG aren't afraid to really kind of go for that. They aren't afraid to make those harder decisions to kind of say, look, we'll take the Rumble, we'll take things like the Yone, and we'll make it work for our team. FPX, gonna be banning away the Wukong. That spells to me like they want to go for a Sejuani first pick. Aki has had that banned away against him for so many games because they know how much he loves to have that champion. On the other side, Aurelion Sol finally getting himself taken off the board, and the Fiora away from Fearless.
I'm surprised that Acel gets taken off the board as he isn't the strongest early game champion. I'm sure that Cream has a lot of counters in his champion pool. Felix isn't going to get banned out from Abel. But like you've been saying, Wukong away from Aki does mean he has to explore his other options, where he did exceptionally well in that series up against AL with this monkey. So the question here is Aki good on the Wukong specifically, or is he just in a really good form where he can pilot everything?
We'll see what he's able to do. He does tend to like that first kind of engage. I was going to say FPX. You're taking the Sejuani. Let's not beat around the bush right now and pretend that you're not going to be taking up this pick. They do lock that one in there for themselves. And OMG, did they just go Samira Nautilus? Did they just lock it in, go straight for the jugular and look to try and make this one work for their team? That's the question that we kind of have to see for ourselves. But I will be honest, Abel hasn't had the greatest of forms on the Samira so far this split. So very much appreciate that he's maybe moving back towards something like the Varus, get that priority in that bot side, use that early to mid-game power spike to gain dragon control and maybe earn the game, win the game from there.
Yes, lock it in, Cream. Another Yone game into OMG's pockets where Cream has been really enjoying this champion in patch 13.4, but I need to mention that the Ashe is still currently open, so FPX, they either need to deny it or they're up against something like the Varus and Ashe where you need to have that sustain or all-in potential when it comes to the 2v2 in bottom lane, as you are opting into banning something like the Wukong and Aphelios out in this first banning phase. So it really depends on how FPX is going to maneuver this. I would much prefer the Ashe getting taken away, but LWX, he calls your bluff and he does not care, opting into bad matchups as he is one of the more exciting players, to say the least, when it comes to the variety of ADCs that he enjoys.
Absolutely. We'll see what he ends up going for here. The Vayne would be almost impossible to pilot, I feel, into a Varus. So yeah, that makes a lot more sense in my eyes. Get the Renekton, get yourself a fairly solid top lane gang. And this is the thing as well, obviously the big meme with the Renekton is like, you know, oh, he's not a late game champion and that. I don't believe that at all. I actually think you take the Renekton because not only is he very few bad matchups in that top lane, but also all he takes is one good flash, one flash stun onto someone like the Varus. Now Varus is dead. That stun takes so long and does so much damage, especially if it's empowered. So a lot of power available to FPX if they're able to get one going. But the Bomba, as you said, has been locked and loaded here. That's a little bit of a flex as well. That could be into the Renekton. It could technically be into the jungle as well. We could see where they want to kind of go for that one there. Could see it mid, maybe the Yone top. Lots of moving parts here. OMG, I would not put it past them to be the kind of team that would be willing to try something a little bit different as we go into the second ban phase.
Yep, that's the best thing about Gragas in this current patch. So much flexibility. Even in terms of build where we see Dark Harvest and sometimes Aurora, the Ashe does get taken off here. I'm pretty surprised that OMG didn't opt into this Ashe pick. It has been slightly nerfed because of the Umbral Glaive change, but it's still a wonderful matchup. But I like to call FPX's top side the Holy Trinity. You have Sejuani, and I genuinely think two of the best solo laners that pair well with the Sejuani is the Sylas, is the Renekton. They have so much mid-game skirmishing power, and when it does come to the 2v2, they also have that damage that Sejuani lacks so much in the early game. So what is FPX going to pick for their bottom lane? Well, they can either opt into all-in, but you do need to know that they are lacking a bit of range, so maybe something like the... Jerry's been taken off. Ooh. Caitlyn?
Yeah.
Caitlyn Lux? Caitlyn Lux. Come on,
Caitlyn's already banned.
We saw his date. Oh.
Yeah, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but it's looking like it's probably a Xayah Rakan maybe, but even then. But I was gonna say you could probably take the Rakan here as OMG, so you can go with the Xayah, but you're not gonna have the most optimal of matchups.
You hear the disappointment in my voice as the Caitlyn got banned out. Yes, LWX, he doesn't care. Or he kind of cares with the Xayah hover, but Rakan has already been taken off the board. Something like the Lulu where it provides a bit of peel, or at least backline stability for FPX would work wonderfully, or even maybe something like the Nautilus as you are up against something, as you are up against Varus, which doesn't have that mobility available. But Yes, we have the Kai'Sa Nautilus.
Kai'Sa Nautilus looking like it's going to be the lock-in here. So they're going for full dive on the side of FPX. They are extremely short range. I love this if it gets into a kind of an even setup and they're able to get the team fights. However, if this ends up being locked in, they are going to have such a hard time if they get put behind. A Varus and a Gragas just poking you out constantly means that these team fights are going to be horrendous if you get put behind. So FPX, they got to be aggressive, and they got to be aggressive early.
Oshin, I want 20 kills by 20 minutes. LWX and Chocho locking in this Kai'Sa Nautilus means we are going to get so much action for this early game, especially with that Renekton and Sylas in their pockets as well. But like you said, the lack of range, definitely a huge point to worry about for FPX as they are up against something like the Varus and Yone. So if you get poked out too much, well, that's just a team fight over for you as you don't have that sustain. Kai'Sa can't go the BT build. It just doesn't work as well on her. So for the side of OMG, I mean, they're going relatively standard. Something that has been working for them for the previous weeks is that Yone, they blind it. And it isn't a decent matchup where the Sylas doesn't do too well into you. And they are looking for those mid-game skirmishes. But Yone does have that ability to scale into late game and apply that side lane pressure as we approach like the 30-minute mark.
Our team's locked and loaded here now. We obviously see that crazy amount of shotgun dive potential from FPX, but OMG, they get a decent bit of poke out. If they're able to find out this Kai'Sa with a fate sealed, this is going to be a fairly difficult game for FPX to kind of come out with. OMG, though, they're not a team that love to skirmish. They've been looking at them throughout the whole split. They are a team that enjoys just gaining their advantages through the laning phase. This is what's going to get them, you know, kind of those mid-game power spikes. And honestly, it's kind of what they are expecting to have. The Cassante should be able to go even with the Renekton. The Yone and the Varus should be able to win and get CS leads. So curious to see how it all pans out. And I want to see exactly where Aki and Hacker go. These junglers are going to be pivotal to see where these advantages land.
Yep, I do like what FPX is bringing onto the table, however, just pure early game fighting, absolute chaos. They're expecting so many kills into the pockets of this Kai'Sa, as I think when it does come to these bottom tier teams, or leaning more towards the bottom of the standings, they should not play standard. They should play what they're comfortable with, force things to happen in the early game, disrupt the tempo of what teams are most used to nowadays, which is scaling and getting those items online. And they have so much lockdown with the Sejuani and Tutu on this Nautilus, where I think these picks that they're looking for will be very easy to execute.
You hear the crowd in Shanghai very enthusiastic of seeing where they could go, but for the moment, FPX and OMG very happy to do a very standard start. No one going to be doing too crazy or too ridiculous. It's actually going to be the on-hit Varus rather than the lethality, as he has got the lethal tempo. So already knowing that he's not going to be in any real danger of dying in his bot lane, or rather unless he makes a mistake. So he's going with that Cole. So he's going to have a little bit more of an item spike available to him earlier on than the LWX, who has had to go a little bit more defensive. We might see a hook. It's just going to be a little bit of trade back damage here. PP God should be fine though, has got the heal. Should be grand in the grand scheme of things to be able to kind of keep this one going in his favor.
I'm gonna be real with you, Oshin. I think this cold start level 1 is extremely disrespectful as PP God gets hooked a second time, burning the flash, as OMG is getting forced out of lane. He just doesn't have the stats compared to a Kai'Sa for these level 1 trades. And OMG bottom lane already suffering the consequences, as Hacker did start his red buff, so he realistically could look towards his bottom lane, as Chuchu has been landing all of these.
Pretty well right now, as all lanes going in favor of FPX for the moment. Level 2 going to be hit as well, so you're not really going to be able to go for any kind of setup. Another hook lands, and that's going to be more damage. Flash forward, and he's just dead. LWX being aggressive was being aggressive, flashing with an instant Betty's bop, and that's Shanji picking up the kill in top side. So not to be outdone, despite OMG's very shaky bot side, the top lane and jungler answer back.
Yes, 2 kills at 2 minutes. Can we get 10 by the 10-minute mark is my question, Oshin. But Tutu playing this Nautilus extremely well, landing all of his hooks onto PP God in that level 1. Able having the cleanse available. Hacker is around, however.
Oh, here we go, LWX! He drops the PP God who had got the ignite now. Hacker looking for something.
Just
Able though, putting down
Hacker,
more. He does get the kill, but it's PP God picking up 2 for himself. Now Chocho Where are you going? Aki knows that you have nowhere to be, nowhere to go. The red buff tick, tick. One more auto attack would be enough. One more barrel would be it. He has flash. He's got the dredge line, and he keeps himself alive. Not the worst of situations for FPX, but they just went a little bit too far too soon.
Oh, LWX really wanted Abel dead there. He did not want this Varus catching that 2-wave stacked under tower, as Hacker even committing after his ADC has died to the tower. But this is going to be the first blood on how PP Code died and gave first blood over, with LWX following up with a nice flash. But that first blood went into the hands of a Nautilus, and Fearness, with his wave being in this current state, Aki notices that the Sejuani is towards that bottom side, so he just forces this without any problem.
We are coming to a very aggressive game. I said that OMG, another team that like to skirmish, that like to kind of build their advantages just from laning prowess, but they're not being allowed to right now. I think the bot lane is playing exactly as it should for FPX. They need to be aggressive. They need to be the ones pushing forward and making sure they are gaining off of these, you know, very aggressive bot lane kind of setups. But for the moment, we are going to see Hacker make his way up towards this top side as he wants to maybe catch out Shanji. Very difficult to really see how this one could work. As I say, he's just got a double kind of set up, and he's going to move straight in. There's going to be the W, no flash, because he's got Ghost. And there's going to be able to pop him off pretty damn easily. Fearness picks up that kill, and we are got ourselves 3-3 in kills.
Beautiful gameplay from the LPL. This is the LPL that I wanted. 6 kills at 4 minutes and 30 seconds. But I remember the last time PP God was on this Rakan, he had all the kills, might I add. I believe we casted that together, and it was quite the fun game to witness, to say the least, as the top lane is an extremely volatile state right now, as Shanzi had to burn that Ghost earlier, and he was just trying to get his wave in, and Hacker caught onto this and gets the kill onto the Cassante. Not going to matter too much, however. I think when it does come to a later game, the Renekton is going to just join in on the 5v5s, as the Cassante is unkillable in the side lane. So the most vulnerable state is still going to be the bot lane 2v2.
Volatile indeed. Are we going to have a Hex Flash? We are. I think he avoids vision by doing that, because he wasn't caught out, so they don't know that he's in that brush. And Abel is kind of by himself, so I would love for them to be able to push this wave. If you're an OMG fan, oh, Chocho thinks he's on vision, so he's just going to walk away from that one. But that could have been a very, very unique little kind of setup there for Chocho to make sure that he got the kill.
This wave is huge. I'm sure FPX considered diving this, but they don't know any intel onto Aki, as they tried to look for it to gank on this mid lane. It's not going to do too much, however, as he is just pushing in the wave. But once again, kills onto LWX. He is the Kai'Sa compared to like the Sylas and Renekton, where they won't scale as well. PP got engaging onto LWX, needing to dip out. Both junglers hovering, living in the walls, as a Hacker starts this dragon on vision.
He is on vision. Will have the priority of his bot laner. No TP on Cream either, so it's going to be a 4v3 at best for OMG. So maybe they look for something now. They just got to let it go. They know they don't really have an opportunity. They just back everybody away. So first dragon of the game goes over to FPX. That's going to be a nice little bit of tenacity for them as they get that Chem Dragon for themselves. And FPX kind of happy with the start of the game, you would imagine.
But you need to remember that it is 3-3 in FPX. They do have all the the early game champions, but you won't scale as well into something like the Yone and Cassante when it does come to these 5v5 skirmishes. But FPX, I mean, probably not the most ideal due to that dive happening early on in the game. A 2-for-1 trade as Chuchu barely gets out with his life. The wave is once again stacking towards the side of Abel. With that cold start, he is lacking a bit in terms of DPS, so they don't win a straight up 2v2 just quite yet.
Plates over to Stranji. Doing fairly well in this lane. And this is kind of what we come to expect for OMG. They're very, very solid at just making sure they kind of have those advantages for themselves. Aki now recognizing he has been spotted. Isn't level 6 on the Gragas just yet. We got going to be hit up here by a hook, but with plenty of ways of trading back here. This is kind of what we expected to see as LWX throws out the Void Seeker.
Hacker's back with level 6. Cleanse available, however.
I was going to say this wave also crashing means that we should see Abel getting level 6 as well. So not quite actually getting it off it. So not able to make most of that as Cream to soul unbound and immediately going to have to use his Fate Seal. Care a little bit too early there on a Viscond abduct to try and catch him before he went back, so not able to lock him up. And there everyone backs themselves away. It's not going to mean much more than just the Herald priority, as everyone is very happy for FPX to have this early priority. The OMG know that they're not really going to be able to contest it.
Yeah, relatively good start as all the major objectives are falling to the hands of Hacker. Aki is going to spot them as they already lost all that priority from the solo lanes being pushed in, so that's going to be Herald for the side of FPX. Hopefully we get to see this Herald dropped to LWX as he's already having a relatively good start to the lane. Walking very far forward, having that cleanse available, so maybe he was just kind of calling Abel's bluff. He's like, you won't ult me.
Not a chance. I'm going to call your bluff. No, absolutely no way they're going to go for it, but after a very hectic start, it is pretty much even across the board. Still a Herald and a Dragon to the good here, though, for FPX, so they're going to be pretty happy with the way things are currently standing. Predator, actually, I didn't actually notice there for Aki on this Gragas, so he's going to be looking to be a bit more aggressive now that he has those soft shoes finished up, as more slaps are exchanged in that mid lane. I will say Care isn't really going to be able to come out on top of those skirmishes just because you've got the Vampiric Scepter here built up for Cream, and he doesn't have mana, so he's just relying on cooldown.
My favorite thing about Gragas being in the jungle position is that he goes full AP. He explodes people around the map. A barrel and his ultimate and the ADC is gone. Especially with LWX not being able to go that Immortal Shield, but on Kai'Sa, usually something like the Kraken or the Gale Force for a more offensive option. Aki, I mean, if you go into the wrong zone, he is going to be extremely scary as Mr. Bomber.
See what they want to try and make here. First item, Sunfire Cape, though, built up for Hacker, means that he's a fairly tanky man at this point in time in the game. Chocho roaming around with him. Gonna drop a ward over this wall. See that there are two people waiting for him over the brush. Hacker gets spotted by one just the same. So more and more priority kind of given over to OMG as they are kind of keeping tabs on where the Sejuani should be going. And I will say that Fearness on this Renekton, yes, he has a kill, but he is falling significantly behind there. And you can even see with the plates as well. Nearly 3 taken by Shanji completely on his own. So this is the Cassante that will have, I think right now, has the Iceborne Gauntlet. So, or a Frostborn Gauntlet, and it's just going to be able to do so much more now with this priority that he's garnered, honestly, by himself.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen an OMG game without Shanti proxying the enemy top laner. He's just always between the tier 1 and tier 2 tower. Not scared at all. The Herald is going to get dropped for Care, however, trying to open up the map and give Care that extra bit of gold to get his Roa on and available. But look at the gold grab. Shanti's sitting pretty on top. Even though he died first, he just came back with all the tower plates going to his hands and getting that frozen... what is... Iceborne Gold? I was going to call it Frozen Heart for some reason.
Yeah, it's very blue, and it does look like it's kind of almost the kind of same setup. Yeah, it's harder to tell, harder to tell, but it definitely feels a lot more less diverse as it kind of becomes the same thing to build up. But OMG now off their resets, back out onto the map, got priority in bot, priority in mid. Do FPX want to go for a bit of a fight? It would be dangerous, but LWX on the spot side would be able to maybe join in as he get his ultimate available. Yeah, has got the Kraken available to him. There's extra 2 assists and a little bit of extra CS kind of helping him towards that first item. But second Dragon goes to OMG, and we have an Ocean Rift as the nature of the world takes form, and everyone just trying to enjoys the fruits that have got a little bit more available across the rift and more brushes.
Yep, more brushes and more fruits and more veggies. Eat your veggie, kids, but I'm pretty surprised the second dragon did go into the hands of OMG, as you had the Kai'Sa with the Kraken, so they just were too scared with PP God setting up that vision early on compared to Choo, which is something that we are lacking from the side of FPX, as the mid support duo aren't working together, or at least I don't see that synergy just quite yet, as Fearness is getting chunked out by a full tank Cassante, but this is just how the matchup goes. If Renekton isn't able to bully Cassante out in the first, I would say 6 levels, once items come online, you're never going to win him in a 1v1 because he's just so tanky with that armor.
Small might see a little bit of a move here. They're trying to hold everything, and they will. Cream does get the
Buffeted
feet
it.
sealed to buffer everything, and they can turn this one back as well, as Kerr was tanking up that turret. Now they're just trying to make sure that there's no real damage to come back in. On top of this, Aki with the Predator, looking to maybe get for a flash belly bot, but nothing else to happen from here. I will say it did cost the flash of Cream. Nobody flashed on the side of FPX. Both supports losing their ignites, but good little turn back around there from OMG as FPX look to be aggressive.
Something I really like when Cream is on this Yone is that he never gets caught out easily. He diffuses the play perfectly. Juju having flash available, Abel's a little bit caught out, so if LWX wants to fly onto him, I think that was a very viable angle. He didn't take it though. Definitely one of the more easy options to opt into, as Varus is alone in this bottom lane because BB God was caught clearing out some vision. But yeah, once again, this Yone on Cream, he is diffusing all of these plays where FPX is looking a little bit desperate with no action happening in the past 10 minutes.
Okay, it's been thought we were gonna have a lot more happening after we had 6 kills in 4 minutes or so, but not to be. Both teams very happy just to scale up, get their first items under their belt up to level 11 and become scaling monsters, and would still love to see Cream maybe pick up his first item before he looks for any kind of real engagement. We really do want that Immortal Shield Bow to come out. And everyone is kind of working towards what looks like setting up for this Rift Herald. So, with the priority you've garnered in mid and bot, it looks like Kais is going to have the first roam, but you can't leave this Varus alone to his own devices in that bot side. That tower will fall. It's already below half, so you can't really just let that one go if you're going to be on the side of FPX, because you don't really gain that much more of this Rift Herald take either.
It does seem like LWX is also rotating towards this Herald just to make sure it falls into the hands of FPX. Kerr a little bit caught out engaging with Tutu.
He is engaging. They're going to look to try and burst him out. The Fate Seal catches them. Chocho has to flash away, and they bring LWX right back into the fight, who flashes away to make sure he can stay safe. While it's been happening, Hacker's trying to take away this Rift Herald, but he might actually have to try and turn and burn. He needs to use the ultimate defensively to make sure he can secure it. Now Hacker's in a bad position because he doesn't know where to go. He needs to figure out an escape plan, but he's being corralled. Flashes over. Maybe gets himself the blast code. No, they're going to follow him over. You have nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. And you will be sacrificed to OMG on their masquerading crusade to taking this series. FPX, they were doing everything so right. They were dotting their I's, they were crossing their T's, and then they let it all go to damn.
Oshin, it upsets me to think that FPX, they had that Herald guaranteed for Hacker. He was soloing it, but Kerr, he decided to opt into a 3v4 where they were lacking in, oh well, a 3v3, but Kerr just got instantly one-shot by this Dragon's ultimate with the Yone ult connecting as well. Just let Hacker get that Herald. You had the Varus picking up CS in the bottom lane, but it doesn't matter. This was going to be a good play out of FPX, but they just forced into a losing fight. Hacker does manage to get that Herald. This is going to be the coaches. Yes, opt into that bad play. Go for it, FPX. I can't.
You must. It's not about can or cannot. You must. It's just how it is.
I can't. Why is it we? Why isn't it we can't, Oshin?
Yeah. Because we must trudge on and see how this game ends. That is our job. That is our solemn duty to the LPL community. Now 6-3, 4,000 gold out of nowhere. Yes, you got the Rift Herald, but can you use it? Kerr, seeing if he can maybe make a bit of a dent, but only getting his Rod of Ages stacking now. Speaking of stacking, these Drakes are going to be stacking as Aki picks up the second one of for his team, third of the game. As FPX did stop that first one from going over. Here we go, all out, as we're going to have Fearness taking a fair chunk now, as Shanji wants to try and kite this out a little bit better. Will not get the knockback. Does get the Dominus out. Does use that Rift Herald in mid lane for FPX to make sure they guarantee themselves the mid turret. And everything kind of resets once more.
OMG is going to pick up this third dragon, which is the second one for them, but with everything happening in that mid lane, Abel was getting that tier 1 tower, which has fallen now. FPX now changing their attention to this top side. Shandy caught out.
Yeah, no ult from him either. He does buffer a fair bit of the CC, but he will fall as he ends up getting taken out by Fearless. That was just really smart play there by FPX, recognizing, look, Shanji went all out. He does not have any way of making this one back into the lane or making the turnaround play. So he is going to have to TP to make sure he does not lose the wave, and they capitalized perfectly on it.
Yeah, Cream was just sitting in this bottom lane while Shanzi could have just TP'd to the tower. He didn't expect the entire crew of FPX to be hovering this top side, and he unfortunately fell as a result. But we need to do an item checkup as OMG has most of their mythics online now, other than Chocho in the entire game. But this Yone is slowly getting out of control as he is already applying that side lane pressure. We already see it in the bottom lane as Fearness, he is that Renekton, but he isn't able to 100-0 someone with that Immortal Shield Bow.
Yeah, the Immortal Shield Bow for Cream and Abel means that it'll be difficult for the big crocodile to really get any purchase with his kills. But maybe it's not about him getting the kill. Maybe it's about just doing enough damage to maybe proc the Immortal Shield Bow, just putting enough pressure to burn summoners. Plenty that he can still be doing, as we see the Guinzoo's Raised Blade now being finished up here by Abel, so we've got that on hit there. But a Phantom Dancer for LWX, so LWX is not to be outdone right now. He is still very significant in terms of his carry potential as this Kai'Sa. And with 45 seconds or so till Baron, looks like everyone's kind of hovering up towards this top side. Both teams would take it fairly quickly, but it's still a risky thing to be going for unless you can get 2 or 3 kills very much around this pit.
I believe they're just trying to gain that vision for this Baron as the Cassante is bottom. However, I think when it does come to these 5v5 aspects, the Kraken Kai'Sa is going to be a huge point for FPX's victory, or at least coming out on top, because she is kind of acting as that sole DPS for these teamfights so far. Fearness, he is on a Renekton. Unless he gets his hands and flashes onto someone like Abel, I only see him acting as that front to back or front line for this Kai'Sa. But OMG, if they're able to create space for Abel, who is going the on-hit build, and they're able to kind of diffuse FPX's initial engage, it could look pretty good as Cream can find extra kills into his pockets. Ooh.
Yeah, he stalled them on the outline of the sweeper, so backs himself away immediately as OMG get themselves the third and final outer turret of this particular game. We are going to slow down once more. No one wants to be making too much of a move. And I will say OMG, kind of more teams in our league, third slowest average game time. You know, FPX, not too much quicker than them, but are you all right?
I spy with my little eyes. Abel is going Zhonya's on Varus.
He is going Zhonya's. He even picked up a Dark Seal as well, so... Sorry, you scared the absolute bejesus out of me because I didn't know what
That is scary. What do you mean? I mean, I'm not scared. Abel is scared, building that Zhonya's as he does notice the all-in potential from FPX. I do believe Varus has AP scaling, so it's not the worst, but it does make his damage a little bit more questionable. I don't think I've ever seen this just quite yet. Could have perhaps been done in another league, which I have to check up on, but I'm excited to see what this offers in this game.
Yeah, I mean, his Blighted Quiver does end up stacking with magic damage, so it is an interesting kind of setup here, as we can see, you know, kind of looking forwards more getting 3 autos off and then or 3 Blighted Quivers off, but there's no vision here. Like, zero vision right now for FPX. They have no idea. And then you look at the Christmas tree that is red wards here for OMG. They are just saying, you sneeze in this top half of the map and we're going to know about it.
Okay, I sneeze and I still don't see any vision being planted for the side of FPX. Care walking up. If he, I mean, he knows that dragon is going to be spawning, so most of OMG is going to be around that bottom side, just picking up extra CS. But 2 dragons in the hands of OMG, potentially even giving this soul point to them, definitely something that you don't want to be doing as that early to mid skirmishing team composition. Can they stop Baron here? They're just giving up this bowling priority.
I don't think they can. Like, yes, they'll do it fairly decently, but I don't think they can really just give it up completely. There's going to be a hook, and Chocho misses. Would have been a stopwatch available for Aki, so he knows he would have been relatively safe. And yeah, I mean, this is feeling like regular FPX. Why they're a 2-9 team at the bottom of the standings, because they are not really a team that knows what to do with that mid game. Coming in, they've just been kind of losing bit by bit. It's now a 4,000 kind of setup. Actually, that was a chain of corruption, as we can see now. Chocho Going for a hook on the PP God, who gets the knock up as well. They haven't fully committed to this one here yet. They're just going to get the flash here out of the Nautilus. And now, with the Dragon live, you can see FPX have turned their attention to the much bigger objective. There's actually no need to take those plants here for OMG, because they're so healthy. They don't really mind what's going on here. There's no damage right now from FPX. Here we go. They're going to go for the ult. They're going to immediately burn down PP God. He doesn't even get a chance to use his quickness or his flash. Ghost has been popped here by Shanji as Cream is moving them away from the side of the mid lane and trying to push them forward. Already getting the Fate Seal. That means that we are not going to have a contest around this Dragon. And PP God just goes a little bit too close to the sun, gets punished, and that's going to be Dragon for FPX.
OMG, however, they want to respond with something like the Baron Force, as they're expecting FPX to reset with Care showing in that bottom lane. TP available, however.
TP is available. Haven't pulled the trigger on it just yet. Cho moving forward, and they are now knowing that the Baron is being taken. Down to about half HP, down to about 4,000 HP. There's a TP. Do they look to try and finish this one off? No, they do not. Abel trying to see if he can get away from this one here, but he's just not able to run away. He will be shut down, taken out. FPX have called OMG's bluff, but it's not over yet. Aki over the side here, maybe looking for a little bit of a steal. They have vision on it. 2,000, maybe down to 4,000. They're going to try and jump in. Aki gets over the wall. He can steal it, and he gets himself the objective. They'll lose everybody else except for Cream, but they will get the Baron. I don't think Care wants that fight, because he is very, very low. But FPX, they thought they were handed a golden opportunity, but Aki saves it for OMG at the last second.
OMG starts the Baron, and we thought this Baron was going to go into the hands of FPX by getting that pick here. As I was just going to say, thanks for the leash, OMG, but Aki comes back and says, hey, this is still a 50-50, and he flashes in and secures it here. It was a bit of a risky play, as you do know the Gragas is still across the wall. They also spot this. I'm surprised that Care didn't jump over just to stop us alongside Fearness, as Aki just comes in, flashes, and smites it away. And OMG, another breather, but definitely a lifesaver from Aki.
Yeah, I mean, even PP God getting in there, putting in one last auto attack to bring it down to just under 1,200 HP. So the Baron is secured, but it is only on one member of OMG. It is only going to be going on to Cream and that side lane, which isn't the worst in the world, I gotta admit. Definitely seen it on worse people, but now we come back into live. It is still a 3,000. Well, that's really about 2,500 gold lead in favor of OMG. They are 2 dragons apiece, and FPX found themselves plenty of gold to be working at. 3 items here onto LWX. He's got himself the Lord Dominic's regard, so he's going to be shredding through someone like Cassante, someone like the Gragas, as the rest of the team now push themselves in this bot lane. Fearness has got a stopwatch, so it would be difficult for them to really make this one stick. But he knows he doesn't want to take the fight at all. Top lane turret gets traded, but still definitely trading up here if you're OMG.
It's definitely very concerning that FPX is sitting on that 9 kills, but they are 3k gold down just from pure towers falling around the map. And with this Baron also in the hands of OMG, they are going to start pressuring the side lanes. Care, we haven't seen too much. I believe he was 1 KP until that Baron fight. But when you are up against someone like Yone in the hands of Cream, I think you definitely want to be forcing a lot more, especially with the ultimates available, the Rakan or the Varus, or even something like the Gragas that can disposition the enemy team. You have to be more proactive, and that's something we see from the bottom tier teams, where they are very hesitant in engaging, and we see how scared they are in making mistakes, where a lot of these top tier teams, they do just catch on people's mistakes and they never let the enemy team breathe.
It's kind of coming back to what we were talking about OMG. They're a team that level up or down depending on your expectations to the team they are playing against. It's still a minute 40 until the next dragon spawns, so not really in a position to be seeing them go for a full fight. Maybe it's just a full defense as PP God and the rest of his team trying to shadow on Shanji to make sure he does not get engaged upon. But again, OMG, they can beat down kings like JDG in the same week that they may lose to AL. It's just the dichotomy of this team and how they end up playing. They either overestimate, underestimate either side of their kind of setup. So OMG is just going to be a team that needs to try and find consistency. They are a good team. They've got great potential if they can just get that consistency going for themselves. Getting 157 gold in the Baron power play. Honestly, it could have been a lot worse. I take that as an absolute win.
Most definitely. I mean, just with how this game one is going, a lot of worrying signs for the side of OMG because this is FPX. They're currently in that 15th position, I believe. So it's going to be really tough trying to come back, but with that Baron going to their pockets is going to save them a little bit. But I believe LWX with these 3 items picking up, maybe even a GA for that 4th just to secure these team fight wins and make sure he doesn't get popped by something like Aki's combo. Dragon spawning in 20, a lot of flashes available, so if FPX gets their hands onto the carries of OMG, Zhonya's is gonna get popped, but I think they can just kill him since he's stabilized.
Yeah, I will say that I think if you're going to go either GA or Zhonya's, especially with the kind of, you're going to get dived upon, I actually kind of prefer Zhonya's, to be perfectly honest. You can pick and choose when you go into stasis, rather than waiting for yourself to die and then not having the kind of setup. But now Chocho, he doesn't get over the wall! And they get the blast as well! Oh, he's Mr. Bombastic. Everything's fantastic, and that's going to be Aki picking himself up the dragon. The TP comes up top lane to make sure Care does not get a trade back of a kill. And this is just going fantastically for OMG. They find an opportunity, they pull the trigger, and they get everything.
And they get everything. 2-2 flashing into the wall as Cream also stops the top lane push that Care was pressuring on the side. But OMG, they're slowly coming back into this game after throwing from mid lane. A lot of tiny mistakes coming out of this Nautilus, a bit disappointing as Chuchu was trying to get vision by himself, and that goes back to my point about we don't see the same jungle support synergy out of FPX, and it's really affecting the vision control that they're able to get onto the map. Also getting ulted back in this position from the Dragon's ultimate means this 3rd dragon, putting them on soul point for OMG at the 30-minute mark.
Soul point, 2 kills went over as well, and a couple of stacks on that Dark Seal as we did get 2 of those kills going straight over to Abel. So already building up towards the AP. I wonder if he'll go Nashor's Tooth next just to see if he can, get the on-hit / AP build going completely. It would be an interesting kind of setup. Actually is going towards a needlessly large, so definitely embracing the AP element of this particular style of build. Everyone kind of resets himself back out, but again, it's little moments like this where you're getting caught out, where you're forcing them into moments where the chain of corruption can come out, they can get the bomb down. Hacker trying to run away as fast as he can, but you cannot run away from fate as your fate has been sealed. Another kill going over as the Nautilus has fallen. There's Kaisa going down, and out of nowhere, FPX have been routed, destroyed completely and utterly decimated, and OMG decided this game needs to be over.
Oshi, name me a more iconic duo. FPX's bottom lane and flashing into walls. Even LWX, he got ulted away by the Cassante. Having that flash available, he just face bumped into one. And now OMG gonna open up the base with that 4-for-0 trade. All started with Hacker getting called for another bit of vision, and this Baron also just getting started. I mean, this game state, the Yone is online, the Cassante is extra thick at this state. It's gonna look so hard for FPX to come back.
I mean, it's almost impossible at this stage of the game, but Inhibitor gets taken, Baron goes down, everyone gets a reset. Let's have a look at the replay here, because again, it's just Hacker going a little bit too far forward. He has kind of got support, but not really.
Yeah, Hacker was still holding onto his flash here, so he could have just gone out here. He was a little bit too greedy, connected by the Barret's ultimate, and then all of the spells used onto the Sejuani, and then Cream just follows up with that ultimate as well as Renekton didn't expect this fight to go as long. Look at LWX, he flashed into the wall as you are Kaiser up against a full of, I believe, 3-item Cassante, so you're never going to win that duel. Oh, it's so tough because these team fights, it's just FPX getting slowly caught out one by one, and they scatter as a result of it.
We come back into live, 8,000 gold lead, 3 dragons to the good of 2. OMG very much on course to take this win, and look, it took a while. Definitely some shaky moments from OMG as FPX were able to kind of find opportunities. Actually a death cap from Abel as a 4th item right now. He's gonna probably turn that Dark Seal into a Medjai's, considering it already has 9 stacks, so that is a disgusting amount of damage is going to be able to come out. If he can get his ultimate down and straight into the piercing arrow, that's just going to be you dead, especially if you're someone like Care or LWX. You do not have any resistance. Actually, look, straight up, nobody has any magic resistance whatsoever. That's like insane. Gragas and Varus will destroy you.
they got totally baited out by this Varus and Yone. They were like, yeah, I'll just build armor, but in reality, Abel picking up that Rabadons and Yone naturally doing 40 or 30% AP from just his kit. His top side inhibitor is going to get threatened. Huge damage out of the AP Varus.
What is that? They already get the GA. Your fate is sealed. The Nautilus and Renekton should go into Valhalla together. Kaisa will be shortly following them, and this game is done, Kitty. A clean 5-0 ace. It took a while to get the gears going, but once they got going, this was a freight train into FPX's face, and OMG will not be denied a Game 1 victory.
Game 1 goes into the hands of OMG, and all I'm going to say is let Abel cook on this Varus as he starts it off with the Zhonyas and Rabadons for tonight. Definitely did a lot of damage when we saw the later team fights as Renekton got popped from the Varus W getting sacked up. Never doubted them for a second. That's cap if I say that, because the Baron was getting flipped, but Aki coming in as that hero, smiting it away from that 50-50 flip, brought them back.
I mean, it really did. It feels like OMG went for a Baron that they really had no real right to go for right there. You got the TPs, you should have backed away, but they decided to fully commit to it. And Aki, the hero that keeps the Baron in their favor, means the gold doesn't take a massive swing against them. FPX aren't able to get all that standing gold. And then little by little, bit by bit, OMG just found themselves in a much more positive position. And I gotta say, this Yone for Cream, I'm adding it to the list right now, Kitty. It's Akali, it's Silas, and it's Yone. This guy is building up more and more champions, and I'm like, I don't think you can let this guy have it, because he's showing such a high level of proficiency on these champions that, and because of the nature of how it is, it opens up so many cool and diverse ways you can play the game.
I wrote it down on an imaginary note, Oshin, to the FPX
keep
coach.
it there. I'll come back for that later.
Don't let Cream get Yone, I think, guys.
Yeah, it's that simple. It really is. But FPX, there were some positives from them, but again, we're seeing a lot of this same issues we've always kind of seen from them, where it's like they have these little sparks of greatness or sparks of really positive play, and it just doesn't really formulate into anything. Come the mid game, they don't really know what to do. They're left standing there, you know, like John Travolta, looking around, just kind of, what's going on? Like, what do we do now? So, yeah, as you can see there was a moment or two where they may have been able to bring it back, but just too much damage coming out from Cream.
Way too much damage, and we set FPX's entire team composition to be that early to mid-game skirmishing team comp, but they never looked for more kills other than out of laning phase. And we saw, I believe, mentioning in a specific instance where Abel was alone in that bottom lane, Chuchu flash ulti, and LWS could have just flown over, but we never saw that compo coming out of the bottom lane of FPX, and that kind of describes it perfectly with how hesitant they were when they opted into these team fights. I mean, the only hard-winning one for them was that Baron flip, but that's because the Varus was already half HP tanking the Baron, and you just kind of cleaned it up. Even cleaning up the fight, the Baron smite, went over to the hands of Aki, and he ends up 3, 1, and 10 on this Gragas.
Yeah, I'd love to get a breakdown of like the damage in terms of like physical and magic. I find those still very, very curious. It's like, did you end up taking a load of magic damage? Did you end up taking not that much at all? Didn't really matter. Either way, it is still a victory for OMG. FPX, they got to try something a little bit different now, as we're going to send it to a quick break. And when we return, we're going to have Game 2 picks and bans.
작살이 나요. 그래서 그러면 여기서 한번 승부수 결단을 내린 건가요? 상대방의 마음은 상대가 쳐주면 넘어와 밑으로. 바꿔놓고 캐리야. 아니 방금 캐리야 이 책이 너 뭐예요? 캐리야가.
But on roaming towards his top lane, having the flash available.
Yeah, jumps on forwards, pulls the Cassante back into the play. All out, pulls better. No way to Xiaoshu pull that off. Odell go down as well. Xiaoshu making his statement in the LPL. Double kill for him, surviving the damage from Yaka.
Puede ser la opción de Infinity de quedarse con la teamfight.
Igual no están tanto en problemas, aunque ahora sí Kobe muerto.
No, se va a salvar de milagro. Atención con esto. Cerito contra la pared y Samini. El Rarito se mete en el medio de todos. Sacrificar al débil. Se muere Cerito. No lo puede matar. Doble asesinato para el top laner coreano de la escuadra de Six. Es una locura. Tenemos Penta, me vuela. Penta, me vuela. Pentakill para Mining. Y esto que se termina. mi querido Diego.
Y con esta jugada preciosa por parte de Sixcamp.
앞에서 싸우겠다. 일단 수양이라도 한번 걸어보자. 근데 술통이 돌았고요. 든든히 잘 맞았어요. 앞에서. 그리고 바로 들어. 라스칼 황스칼. 아니 라스칼이. 와. 아니 라스칼의 발목에 무슨 저게 뭐예요?
というところまでつながっていくので、できればやりたくないんですよね。ですからこういう風にして、ミッドレーンだったりボットレーンでいくと。さあボディスラムフラッシュイン、さあレベル6タイミング、帰国収集、しかしショックウェーブでメグミン返していきます。あっとタワーのアグロがワンスに入って、そこを狙ってメグミンが抑える。さあイグナイトをつけましたが、自身にシールド展開。さらにはポーションでギリギリ死なず。
Love this from EG. Jojo gonna stick around in range as well, but here goes initiation.
Oh, Buki wanted to go for the Q flash, but he does not connect to the FBI, and he had to use the ulti immediately after, but Chime is already about to die, and Jojo gets him. Now Turtle's gonna try to kite it out. TSM have been absolutely crushed. Holy hell!
Disgusting from evil geniuses, and a quadra kill for Jojo.
Shining as we go nowhere. There is something missing.
下把对战 FunPlus 战队的话，就感觉首先我自己就下路注意好对线吧，然后跟他们就拼打架吧，他们也比较喜欢打架的队伍。下场对战林伟翔和球球的组合，我个人是没有什么压力的，打他们就注意好对线情况就行了。这版本利亚塔的强度感觉就一般般吧，他对线打很多软辅都不好打，然后这个英雄就后出比较好，看到对面短手比较多的阵容就可以选出来。
There was plenty of short-range champions in that particular game. Did not go with the Renata in the end of it all. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL, where we might be looking at our final game of the day. A rare opportunity to get 2 2-0s in a row, but we'll have to wait and see how this next one unfolds. We got to talk about how OMG were able to take that game one just a little bit more as Aki picks up MVP, and it really was honestly thoroughly deserved. The Baron steal was the reason that OMG were able to stabilize and continue to go through this game.
Yeah, pretty messy early game from both sides of this first game, but of course, OMG came out on top with this Gragas flexing to the jungle as he built full AP and was able to steal that Baron away, as quite literally stole the way for FPX to sneak back into the game, but with Cream on this Yona, I mean, they were just put on a ticking time bomb as Aki getting this gank onto Fierce just allowed Shenji to have a much more free time in this top side, and this was probably the most questionable play out of FPX, where once again, Hacker on that Herald didn't need to fight, but they opted into it, and the final Giga Chad play of just flashing in and smiting it before he dies.
Yeah, I mean, that is... It's just in conversation as well, because Aki, when you're in a league with the likes of Karsa, you know, Tarzan, Kanavi, Tien, even Shun, in my opinion, you know, like these massive names in terms of jungle prowess, and you're getting someone like Aki, he kind of goes a little bit away from your peripheral view. You don't really think about him in the same kind of vein as those big junglers, but really he's having such an amazing breakout split. He's actually got himself up to 7 MVPs now, which puts him, I think, tied fourth with Rookie. So this is a guy that is very much a catalyst for the side of OMG, especially when they're looking to pick up wins. So really great to see him kind of, you know, not panicking in those situations, especially around the Baron, and getting the big clutch steals that you are going to need against the bigger teams.
Aki definitely has a very clear understanding of the game, and you see it through his gameplay where he leads OMG with no problem at all, and he always goes for those winning fights specifically that does allow them to come back even from losing situations. And like you said, under our radar, definitely a dark horse in terms of the jungle role coming to playoffs. I think he's been having a spectacular few recent weeks where definitely just farming MVPs like it's nothing. But to be fair, it is just him performing extremely well, and all of them are very well deserved.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta win to get the MVP, so still OMG picking up wins wherever they can and need, but it is going to be FPX trying to bounce back in this particular game. OMG, though, are on the blue, so it's a little bit harder to try and deny Aki one of his favorite champions. And again, OMG very flexible in the draft and very, you know, flexible in the way they build things as well. Able going for that more AP kind of hybrid damage build in the bot lane with that Varus in that last game. Very much took the FPX team by surprise. You can see they look a bit dejected right now. They're not feeling as super comfortable coming into this one here. No big smiles, no happiness, you know, radiating from them. They know they have a job to do, because if they lose this, they're very much looking at summer.
Yeah, as you get to this stage in the regular split and you've dropped so many games, it does become a little bit demotivating as we approach the second game of this series. The Fury is going to get taken off as well with the Aurelion Soul. I don't see the urgency to ban off Aurelion Soul because I think he gets countered relatively easily if you do lock in something that is very aggressive in the early stage. But Yone, it's been banned, Oshin. We've done it. We banned the Yone.
Yes, it has been taken and it has been stricken from the records as something that you're not going to be able to have anymore. OMG will have first priority. They're not going to go with the Sejuani this time around. Again, kind of saying, look, Aki's got a bigger champion pool than you, Hacker. We also know Hacker loves to go for things like the Xin Zhao and the Lee Sin, so maybe wants to make sure he can go toe-to-toe with an equally skirmishing jungler. And everything kind of goes the wayside of that, but we'll see what they want to go for. So Zeri locked in here for Abel, getting a much more standard bot lane in this one compared to the last. And this time around, FPX are going to say, look, we'll take the Xayah. They're probably going to take the Rakan as well for Chocho and stop that combination being denied once more. But the Wukong this time around, so maybe OMG just go for the Sejuani anyway.
Yeah, most likely going to be a Sejuani for the side of Aki, where he has been looking very comfortable on a range of different junglers. So I'm not too worried about which side of the matchup he is on for this game too. But Zeri for the side of Abel this time around, I mean, I've been enjoying Zeri a lot in the current patch where a lot of these ADCs, yes, you do have similar scaling, but once you have something like the Lulu, then you are just so much stronger, I guess, when it comes to these team fights with that peeling ability as well. But Shandy gonna lock into K'Sante blind a second game in a row where, please, Fearness, you have this counter position where you can opt into a hard winning matchup, which is something that FPX desperately needs.
Yeah, desperately needs, as we see. Why do they want to try and maybe move this draft right now? They have got themselves a pretty decent top lane here for OMG, as Shanji's going to be pretty much able to ban anything he wants. I honestly don't even think they'll ban the Renekton, even though it did do fairly decently in those mid-game skirmishes. It doesn't really have that great of a setup. And already the Gragas being banned away by FPX, saying, look, we're going to get rid of the Yone, we're going to get rid of the Gragas, we're going to get rid of anything that could maybe deal with what we have going for us right now. And honestly, I like this style of drafting when you come into a game 2 like this, where it's like, look, you lost against this first time. You don't need to go up against it one more time. You need to just make sure you deal with it and move on with your life.
Yeah, hopefully we do see a Sejuani ban coming out of FPX as well, as we don't want to see Sylas, K'Sante, Sejuani in that top side. I think the synergies are just way too good. Poppy gets taken off, so FPX very willing to hand over the Sejuani into the hands of Aki. A bit surprising, as OMG is going to focus down on Care's champion pool, but I think even if Care is in a winning matchup, we don't see him being as proactive compared to Cream. And the one time I believe on that Sylas he engaged in the middle lane, it turned out to be a losing fight for FPX. So just something that is a lot more laid back for Care, where he is able to comfortably scale into the late game, is the direction that FPX should go for here.
It should be the direction they should go for, but we'll see what way they end up kind of making that one work for themselves, as I'm just kind of setting up themselves for a bit of a late game team fight setup. You've got the Sion, the K'Sante, you've got the Xayah, the Zeri. These are big carries that can help you later on in the game if you're able to get to that very late game stage. And I like that Care is getting priority pick into the side of Cream, but I think Cream is very happy to go with the Sylas here. And again, you know, this is something that's kind of one of those trifecta: the Akali, the Yone, and now the Sylas. Cream is exceptionally proficient on this champion. So what have you got, FPX? What have you got, Care, to deal with this?
Care. I don't care. Slam the Kassadin. Yes! We have Kassadin up against the blind Sylas for finally Oshin. FPX have 2 winning solo lanes and they have an even bottom lane. Let's go!
They've got themselves all the pickups right now as they look to try and make this one a very late game affair. Both teams very happy with their scaling AD carries. Both teams very happy with the way things are going, and this is going to be a very curious setup now for both these teams as we kind of wait to see a bit of a long... Honestly, I don't even expect to see any fighting until about 20-25 minutes, because both these teams are very happy getting Roas, getting, you know, first 2-3 items on their AD carries. Nothing's going to happen.
Yeah, nothing's gonna happen, but maybe that is exactly what FPX wants as they slam the Kassadin for this game too. I've also paired alongside Sound so many scaling opportunities for this second game, as I voiced this before, I prefer the Sound much more over the K'Sante once we do reach 5v5 territory, as he just offers a lot more in terms of that front line. As K'Sante, he has received a slight nerf, so once he pops the ultimate, the resistance go to 85, so he is just extra killable once that has been done. But talking about all the lane matchup, I mean, Zeri Lulu into something like the Xayah and Rakan, as long as Abel is going to safely survive the early stage, I think that shouldn't be a big problem. But the junglers are going to impact the game so much, as Hacker for this game around, he needs to babysit Kassadin so he's allowed to scale to that level 16 mark.
Yeah, I think a lot of eyes are going to be on Hacker to try and mitigate and deal with what OMG will be putting out, specifically Aki. Like you said, Aki is kind of quietly becoming one of our more top performing junglers, to be perfectly honest, in the league. Hasn't been picked up as a player of the week just yet, but definitely has been doing a significant amount of work for OMG in their wins. It's the Jayo's role. And OMG are building back themselves. Remember, it's been a while since we've seen OMG towards the top of the standings. quite a few years. I think it was back in 2013, 2014 Worlds was the last time we really saw them in an international event. They've gone through many different iterations, been building up, getting rid of, you know, the likes of Cold and even the likes of Icon and such, trying to move into a new era of OMG. And it has been a relatively successful move, but you always want to be pushing for that next big thing. And I think the next big thing for them is getting further and further into that playoffs, being a bit more of a threat later on in the season.
I miss Icon, but I believe that he challenged someone to a wrestling match and he lost it. Is that the T? I need to fact check on that, but he was having some.
Is that the T?
I don't know, some beef on stream, but it was very interesting for Icon as he was one of my favorite players in LPL. But relatively safe start from both sides as OMG does have Zeri safe wanting to scale onto those items. I'm wondering if he's just gonna opt into the Immortal Shield Bow with BT once again so he doesn't get hopped by Kassadin later on in the game.
We'll wait and see. As priority does tend to go over to the Lulu, as she has a point-and-click ability that does unholy and untold amounts of damage. And again, I don't really think much else is going to be happening from this laning phase, apart from just people farming up, not really going for anything exceptional or crazy. Hacker walking already on top of a ward, so they know exactly where he is. So if he was going to try and maybe get a sneaky move up onto Shanji in that top side, definitely not going to happen now. Shanji already kind of putting down the hurt here onto the Scion. This is actually the ultimate. I didn't even realize this. I should have mentioned this earlier. This is the ultimate moment for you. Which fridge is thicker? You know, like which fridge has more beef inside? Because right now it's Shanji versus on the Cassante versus Fearless's Scion. You get to see which one is the better tank.
Yeah, Cassante will have a much better laning phase compared to something like a Scion, because if you pilot your CC well enough, then the Scion can't land a Q.
Oh, Cream! No! He has to flash, and already you can see him, he's dead. That's just an unfortunate situation. Aki not quite able to get something traded back, but oh, that's so unfortunate there for Cream. And look, I understand the idea, but the execution was very much lacking.
And the first blood goes into the hands of Care. He will very happily take that as very unfortunate turn of events for the Silas as he tanked a tower shot in a winning matchup. We're gonna take another look at this. I mean, it's just a misplay out of Cream as the chains didn't land and connected to a minion. This melee minion is the 6th member of FPX, and I'm convinced.
The jury's out. We already have a verdict. We don't need to talk about this anymore. But yeah, that is a rough situation. Giving an early kill to the Kassadin. I like that Aki tried to help out his friend there. Hacker got taken very low, but Aki, once he's done his combo, just has no way of really killing anyone after that. So really unfortunate there as I say, the 6th member of FPX comes in clutch. Have to check the rule books on that one.
Yep, definitely have to check, but we're gonna go back to reality from an insane 1v1 in the middle lane. Silas is, however, still supposed to hard counter this Kassadin. I mean, sorry, the Kassadin is going to hard counter the Silas, so putting himself behind by giving first blood definitely not working in the favors of OMG, but hopefully Aki can do some magic on the Sejuani pick and bring them back, because that's kind of been the situation of OMG's early game every single game. Hacker is behind enemy lines looking for a gank onto this bottom lane.
Yeah, he's going to look for a gank. Abel should be able to get himself over the wall, so it just costs a flash of PP God. Good awareness there from the OMG support to recognize if I get caught up by this, probably get the feathers down, probably more CC, and I'm probably going to die, so it doesn't even let the first bit hit. As Aki really is trying to help out Cream right now. I think this is very much a survive kind of setup here. I need to get the reset. He does get fair bit of chunk back onto him, but you can see this is why the Kassadin does so well into something like the Silas, because you just have such priority of being able to trade back with that magic damage shield and knowing that he can't really do much about it.
Yeah, no mana, no TP, so Cream is forced to back here. I mean, we do desperately see Aki trying to help out Cream in this mid matchup, but once Care hits level 6, Aki went for the gank and bursted Care's flash from that, so that's pretty good, but Care is still slowly reaching that level 6 mark as once he gains that mobility, he isn't going to be too vulnerable up against something like the Silas and Sejuani. So for a start, FPX is looking relatively happy with how this early game has went.
Absolutely, definitely feeling a little bit stronger. comparatively, considering we talked about how both these teams are very, very happy to go to 2, 3, 4 items before really anything happens there. A nice little sidestep from Abel. That was cheeky. I like that. As, make sure he doesn't in any kind of crazy zone. They are hard dogpiling now in this mid lane because they want to make sure they can maybe kill off this Cassidy. Get back this laning phase. Aki will pick up the kill. They would have loved to give it over to Cream, but look, a kill's a kill. And OMG making sure this Cassidy doesn't have free reign.
Kayle was just a little bit too overstepped in this lane, as you do have information of PP God missing from the bottom lane 2v2, and really good stuff from Aki as he regains this flashless Cassidy before he hits level 6. So that's going to be a kill going to the hands of Aki. Nothing into Cream just quite yet, so not ideal, but definitely stopping this Cassidy from becoming an absolute monster later into the game.
Absolutely, and you already see a 10 CS lead now. In fairness, Aki has lived in this mid lane, and honestly, doing it before level 6 makes a lot of sense because you just want to make sure that Care, who just hit it there, by the way, does not have a free and easy gank escape. Now having that Rift Walk means that he's going to be stacking up that tier ever so quickly. It's going to be very difficult to really kind of, catch him out anymore. So you got your one opportunity, you took it. Good job for you, Cream, Aki, and PP God. Now we got to wait to see where the rest of the map kind of unfolds. And already we're seeing kind of Abel being jumped on here. Doesn't get over the wall. Ignite comes down. The lightning crash, though, because he hits level 6 first, and he's putting in work here. LWX and Chocho not going to get more than just the ghost out of him. And Care moving down towards this bot side, seeing if he could be a bit of a nuisance. With Vengeance, indeed, but the healing coming out from that red buff take is going to be in a lot. Care gets caught up. Care's in a lot of trouble, and he needs to be so careful. They're going to try to put the shield down, maybe try and stop the rest of FPX from helping out. Care being very aggressive, but a good ward setup here by the OMG bot side means they knew exactly what reinforcements were coming.
I can't believe Care just went so deep into the enemy jungle and he got out alive. We saw Hacker around the Dragon Pit. They were one member down while OMG was gathering reinforcements, but once this Cassidy hits level 6, I mean, he just has so much escape options as you don't have that hard CC. Sejuani had to burn it just in case of dying. PP God. Oh, Choo-Choo, I mean.
I was going to say, I was like, PP God is
chucking out some orders. What do you mean?
It's breathtaking stuff. I'm going to go back up towards this top side, which has just been the wettest of noodles. As OMG very happy to let Shanji just kind of have his own free time up at this top side. And he gets his own advantages, 10 CS up, a turret plate, able to kind of bring down himself now and make sure that he's able positioned to take away this Rift Herald with his teammate. They do not get vision of Hacker. So they do not know he's here, and he knows he's not on vision, so they're going to look for it here. No crash down available just yet. They're going to look to try and make this one work. Good little dash over the wall. They can get the Cyclone. The flash is good. LWX was tanking the turret. Hacker now as well. LWX flashes. Hacker has no decoy, and OMG have turned this 3v2 around. It's why junglers don't want to overcommit. It's why they struggle to take down bot lanes like Lulu Zeri. They have too much utility. They have too many things to go, and PP God gets the supportal combat. LWX should be able to execute. And that's going to be a 2-for-0 in the bot side. Disaster for FPX.
It's so sad to watch FPX shoot themselves in their own foot. That was not a play that you should have went for. I mean, it's a Zeri Lulu where your first CC didn't hit the Zeri, and Zai had to force her ultimate as well because she was the one tinking tower. A very messy fight. And a dive from FPX resulting in 2 kills going to the hands of OMG. We're going to see this again. Choo-Choo's initial engage didn't hit onto Zeri. The polymorph out of Hacker means the cycling was delayed just by a little bit. No root from the Zai either, and she had to tank tower where she's barely 300 HP now. I mean, such a messy fight once again, and the Wukong of FPX falls over while Sejuani gets the Herald on the other side.
Yeah, I love this as well. Chocho kind of saying, like, I'm not going to give you the kill, Abel. So Abel goes, all right, whatever, take it, Lulu. And then LWX, recognizing he had nowhere to go, might have actually been able to recall had he not had any vision in that top side or bottom side jungle. Yeah, Cream gave up, but he didn't have information that Cream had given up, so he needed to make sure he denied any kind of advantage. In fairness, no one gets experience, nobody gains any. Oh, all out. Maybe going to come out here in a second. No, not quite. Able to get all the damage here. As we do see Hacker now up on this top side. Shanji's in a lot of trouble. A flash has been used there by Fearness, and Ghost by Shanji should keep him alive and safe. So Fearness already starting to feel the pressure now of this Cassante and really starting to lose out on a lot of these skirmishes. And now that you know Hacker's on top side, you can go for this easy push.
Yeah, Hacker has done 2 ganks in this game so far. None of them are going to the ways of FPX, and Aki dropped his Herald down for Abel, meaning he's collecting so much more gold into the hands of this bottom lane. I don't like saying this, but the difference in jungle impact in this early game, we can already see it with how the gold is for OMG. They're 2k gold up. Dragon is also going to go into the hands of the Sejuani, where I just don't feel the same pressure from this Wukong.
Yeah, it does feel like despite the early pressure kind of coming out from the mid lane, of the mistake, I should say, from the mid laner of OMG, it does feel like it's been all OMG all the time. Hacker hasn't really found a way of impacting this game, and even when he tried, it really didn't go well. The Lulu is just so difficult to dive when, and that was pre-level 6, by the way. PPGod didn't even have access to that before, you know, that fight really kind of happened, so it really does feel like you're just not going to be able to win that kind of a setup. And now, looking even further down the line, this is going to be an Immortal Shield Bow here for Abel. You're losing in top side. Mid lane's 20 CS down. I thought this was a hard counter here.
It is a hard counter, but with the support in jungle coming in for that clutch kill onto Ke, it has saved the lane just a little bit, which, once again, I'm going to say this 2 billion times, we don't see the same support jungle duo synergy coming out of FPX, where this Rakan has never left lane. We haven't seen him be proactive, helping out Care in this mid lane, where even the Lulu is roaming up here. Look at him, he's here again. However, this time it is going to get a response from Chocho, as he is currently 20 CS down. But if you are able to get to that 35-minute mark once items come online and levels are in the hands of FPX, it is winnable, but can you get there is the question.
Yeah, can you get there is the big question. And even when you get there, still a Zeri, still a Cassante, still plenty of late game setup here for your team as Immortal Shield Bow does get picked up here. That should be the first mythic of the game for OMG's bot laner Abel. And this is getting tougher and tougher as you actually got a 2-item spike now effectively on the bot side. The Shrelia's Revelry alongside that Immortal Shield Bow, almost nigh impossible to make anything else happen. Stealing away the quickness, seeing maybe if they can get a summoner or something out of Chocho. And Cream, despite the very low mana bar, he is just dominating in this mid lane. He does not care about what's happening right now.
I'm gonna be real though, Sheen. I feel like with Chocho roaming towards that mid and giving over the Rakan ultimate into the hands of Cream, it's definitely going to bite them in the next upcoming team fight, which is going to be 1 minute for this Herald spawning towards that top side, where Shenji already has that lane party in this matchup. Aki is going to look for a dive on this, however. LWS with the ultimate in his hands, not going to happen too much. Abel has been really good with dodging these Rakan Ws.
Exceptional. Exceptional right now. As you can see, Hacker getting jumped on here. He's going to lose his Cyclone just before this Rift Herald spawns, and that is not ideal by any stretch of the imagination. So 3,000 gold is the lead, and little by little, bit by bit, FPX are just losing advantages, losing things that could maybe turn the tide of this game, and they're just not able to find anything in return.
Abel is going to pick up 4 plates in this bottom side, as Chushu has already given up as in rotating towards his Herald play, but hopefully they can get something on the other side of the map. We already see the Immortal Shield coming online for the bottom lane of OMG. Fairness in the Sion matchup, he's tanky enough, I suppose. You don't have the damage just quite yet from OMG to kill this Sion, which I don't think later on to the game Zeri has enough going BT and Immortal Shield Bow, depending on what she decides to build for that 4th item. So it could be good, but Chuchu once again in this bottom side. What are you doing? The Herald's up. He doesn't care.
I don't think they can fight it, to be perfectly honest. I think they're kind of taking their wins wherever they can get them. Feathers will fly. That's just more of an escape than anything else for Cream. You can't really use them aggressively, but it means a Care. Ooh, needs to be very careful because he is very low. 2 or 3 more auto attacks with that help picks is definitely going to lead to a little bit less desirable situation. So he's going to have to go back. He has TP, but he's not level 11 just yet. So will he TP to the lane just to try and save it? I don't even think he can. So I'm going to see maybe they look for some kind of an engage. Hacker without the Cyclone means that he is not really much of a threat. TP comes out, bot lane rotated up, but FPX, they gain bot lane turret. You were kind of already guaranteed to get that, and Rift Herald goes down. this is still OMG's game. They're still kind of coming out on top in every single circumstance.
45 seconds to the next dragon, but I was expecting FPX to utilize this bot lane priority to get that dragon control, but they rotated mid, but look at the vision. It's still all OMG as Cream gets his bottom wave pushed into Care, but you can realistically give this over to OMG since you don't have your items online and you're more than fine with a 3-1 kill scoreline and safely scale even further as you want to play for that late game. But how many are you going to give over? Because, like you said, the Zeri Lulu is going to become a very big problem. And even though Cassidy, he is in a winning matchup, if you don't play carefully in those team fights where, let's say, PP God gets a polymorph onto you, well, you're dead.
Yeah, I mean, it's as simple as that. Look, we're coming in and seeing more and more just kind of slow, methodical play. This is the OMG we've been talking about all split. They are very good at just building advantages through the laning phase. Look, 20 CS in top lane, 20 CS in mid lane, you know, equal in terms of parity in bot lane, but there's a kill there. So this is the kind of OMG play that they live in, they strive for, because they know how powerful they can be once they fight on their own terms. When they're dictating the pace of the game, they take it nice, slow, easy breezy, because they know they don't have any pressure on them.
Cream definitely felt the pressure in that early 1v1 where we need to remind the audience, very unfortunate chains onto the minions. Hopefully we get to see the minion of FPX standing up once more for a play in the future. But Care desperately trying to get... We need that 6th person for FPX. They desperately need it because I think Hacker as a jungler, we haven't seen a single KP or at least a successful game from this Wukong where he's really just depending on getting those ultimates into the chokes. Bit of aggressive play from Care as we do have the hovering of the jungler nearby.
How aggressive? Not just the jungler, he's got everybody kind of coming out with this one here. Even a TP, they're looking to make this 2 quick kills. Cream will fall down. Can they pick up Aki? No, they cannot. Look, Care is taken very, very low. And actually, speaking of very low, PP got forced to flash over the side as well. Both TPs from both top laners were used as OMG do lose a kill on that little skirmish.
Should have ARAM in this top lane. We have 5v5, but Cream unfortunately getting the shorter end of the stick as he stole the Cassidy ultimate, so only used once. Probably one of the worst ults in this game, so unfortunate about that. And it does allow FPX to breathe once again for this game state. We're going to see how it happens. So Cream has that Cassidy ult, misses the chains as well, and he gets extremely poked out from the initial trade. But FPX, Chocho just also committing the flash to connect to this was really good call from the bottom lane of FPX. And they're able to get 1 kill, but is it enough for them to come back from the game state with all these major objectives still in the hands of OMG?
Well, that's a start. Plenty of summoners were burned, so it's definitely a good place to be in rather than not. He'll take it. As everything from the flashes and the TPs were kind of burnt down there by the side of OMG. Next Rift Herald. Is he not going to spawn? He needs to use it, like, now. I was just looking at the Herald timing. Like, Gaki's going to have to drop this just behind top lane turret because he really isn't in a position to try and make a force in mid or bot. He's going to hope for that one, but FPX are in positions. This Shelly is not going to do a lot. And speaking of not doing a lot, Shanji, surprise on you. He goes over the wall. Nicely done there to buffer it by Fearness, but Shelly will not be able to do anything else. But LPX has been left on his own here, so he needs to be a bit more careful about where he's kind of positioning himself. Has to use the ultimate just for wave clear.
No cleanse either, so this tower is just gonna get kind of poked down by OMG, even taken. FPX so slow and rotating as LWX, the only member sitting in this mid lane. The macro decisions from FPX, they got nothing by trying to gank a Cassante, and you don't have the damage just quite yet, so a bit questionable as they do also lose that second tier tower.
Fearness gets caught, flashes away, still fine to live on in this particular setup. But yeah, I mean, it looked like FPX were kind of going, look, we know the timer on the Rift Herald, we know he's got to use it soon. The only place you can really get the most out of it is top. Let's overload top and make that one work. But then you're in a situation where, speaking of which, I'm in a situation, Shanji, he's tanky, but he ain't that tanky. And Kara picks up his 3rd kill of the game. But yeah, FPX, they get a kill. They finally get their man. They did lose the tier 2 in that mid lane, though. So priorities definitely a little bit weird and skewed right now as Hacker wants to find himself away from the oncoming Cream. Silas very, very scary, and all that vision they just controlled is now taken away.
Poor Shanzi. I like how OMG is just like, yeah, I know there's 4 people living in your lane, but just deal with it. Shanzi did deal with it the first time he ulted away, getting a lot of these ultimates burnt onto him as well. But a second time, he doesn't have that escape ability, so unfortunately he did fall 3-3 in that scoreline now. Very even. But with the tower states, I mean, 2 towers gone in this mid, we already see how much control that OMG has of the jungle, where Abel is just gonna steal the red buff away from FPX.
I mean, Abel is still scaling into a monster, and Cream gonna let all these minions die before he takes that turret. 1 minion shall survive to tell the others what he saw. And that is more and more priority coming over. Still only about a 4,000 gold lead, 4.5. So OMG definitely not out of the woods just yet. This next dragon could be pivotal, though. They can see they want to try and get maybe a second item here onto Cream before they look to try and fully engage on that bot side. But at the moment, everyone's getting a reset in. Nobody's in position for the moment to really make a claim on this dragon. It is an Ocean Soul, and for something like a Cassante or a Sejuani, that could be huge.
It looks like FPX is just going to give it away as Care is CSing in that top, hopefully getting that top tower as a exchange. But with the 2 towers falling in the mid lane for FPX, they just never had priority over any of these major objectives, so they're face checking into no vision at all. And someone like Hacker on the Wukong, they're going to engage, however, TP from Care.
Yeah, they're going to get the full engage coming in. Dragon is still procced, and already they're taking away the tankiest member. Here we go, PP God. Maybe they'll look to try and get his ultimate out, trying to keep himself and the team alive. They get a great ultimate out. They're trying to just keep pushing forward. Everything's getting all scrappy. They don't know exactly where they are, but Abel knows what he needs to do. He needs to put out the damage as he keeps putting in these little sparks all the way in the back of FPX. Fearness shall fall as he will not be able to tank anymore. And that's OMG with the team fight. Abel just did not get touched after the initial fight, and that's going to be Dragon Soul point here for OMG.
And that is going to be the 3rd dragon in the hands of OMG, and 2 kills for Abel. This Zeri is going to get out of control before Care can even smell level 16 for this game state. We see FPX hard forcing on this as they don't want to give away this Dragon Soul point, but like I've been saying, this Cassian was just farming in that top lane, and you shouldn't really opt into this because the Zeri, just no one killed her, as your carries don't have the damage to burst someone like Zeri with the Lulu healing, as well as the Immortal Shield Blow just allowed him to get back to full HP. But like again, this team fight was so messy. Cream dies, but no one on the AD carry of OMG because they are so short ranged. And this entire team fight goes into the hands of OMG, and I don't know if the Cassian can get to that stage anymore.
I mean, you've got the Navori Quick Blades now picked up here for Abel. He was picking in 2 kills, but just doing so much work. He would love to have a Lord Dominic's regard, because you can see how long it took him to burn through Fearless's health bar, even right at the end, with Fearless prosed no threat. But again, want to quickly call out in that fight as well. Shanji got a 3-man knockback right at the end of that fight when it was over by the Tribe Rush on the FPX side. So really was pivotal to keeping his team in it, and honestly just doing such a great job of making sure that everyone was just not doing, everyone was just like locked up and not doing the best they could. So is another advantage. 6,000 gold here for OMG. Soul point as they wait for another 3 minutes 40 for that Dragon Soul to spawn. And they might honestly look for this Baron as well. They're in a very strong position.
Most definitely, and Aki working alongside PP God once again, just getting that vision control down. Care now level 14, 2 levels away from 16, but 3 minutes away from that Ocean Soul Dragon is definitely going to be a lot of pressure for this Kassadin. How is Cream a level up? I mean, he does have both the rowers in the mid lane. It's kind of scary to think that Silas came out on top in this hard kind of matchup. Yeah, 50 CS. I don't know what happened in terms of CS, but LWX on the Zai, he needs to pull up a miracle before Kassadin can be relied on in these team fights, because for some reason, winning lanes turned out to be losing.
Winning lanes turn out to be losing, losing lanes turn out to be winning, and I think I'm still waiting to see what really can happen. Aki with his support, not even going to lose a shield there from his Moth Stomper or the Lulu, so More and more pressure around this Baron put. And this is the thing as well. Like, you're looking at with a Sejuani and a Lulu, you can start the Baron whenever you want and back off of it if you don't like the idea of the fight, because it's just so difficult to make that stick. So that damage is just not going to be that relevant coming out later in the fight. So we'll wait to see. Looks like Care is going to be Shanji's dance partner for the moment, as everyone else kind of finds himself up on this top side. They're just corralling them away, pushing them back off of this vision and saying, look, we're not going to fight you just yet, but we're going to make sure you have no idea what is happening. But they have full idea of what Care's doing, so they know Care's nowhere near here. Oh,
yeah, the ultimate thrown out, no follow-ups from OMG, just a bit of a scare, but something that scares me is FPX is so dependent on this Cassidy carrying the late game, but PP God, he's been doing pretty well in this Lulu, and his polymorphs have been good, so if this Lulu gets his hands onto the Cassidy and stops him for that 3 seconds, I mean, Abel, 3 items already working towards that 4th, could just kill him straight away. So it's not a reliable source of carry just quite yet, depending on how the enemy Lulu plays, as they have no control of their own jungle right now.
Yeah, it's tough. It is very, very tough, but I don't know. It's just going to be difficult to see how you kind of look for this fight. You need Fearness and Hacker to get in here, but Baron's on the table, 1 minute to go. So paint me a word picture here, Kitty. How are you approaching this fight as FPX?
I want Care to get his ultimate stacked up to 4, and he one-shots Abel. Without PP God, Abel is definitely going to E in randomly, because that's just the Zeri syndrome of LPL, and you play off OMG's mistakes. You see the TP coming out of Care as he is level 15. I believe he's going to hit 16 right here with the stopwatch as well, so you have to be very scared of him, as he does have a bit of magic pen in his pockets as well. Dragon spawning in 20 seconds, all summoners available. If Care can find a flank onto the back line of OMG, I think that's where you get a winning team fight.
All right, I'm keeping my eyes on Care, who has hit level 16. Not quite on 3 items, but still has a stopwatch. Very important to recognize that. No stopwatches available for OMG, but all summoners across the board are there. At least the combat ones. TP is not going to be needed because everyone's already made their way to this dragon. Immediately started up, lives to fight. As soon as he's born, he has to fight for his life. FPX moving in. They're going to try and isolate, actually. Cassante and Sion having a little bit of a go at each other. The quickness has been stolen away. We'll see if Cream wants to go in for it. They're going to put down the Baron down. Dragon almost there. And it's been confirmed here by FPX. They took it back after the fight, but now Abel seeing if he can put in the work. The silence has gone down. Abel's on the back side of this. He looks like he's 1v4 and really putting in work, but he's been isolated away. Fearness can now play away as Cassidy has gone down. That's your damage. Abel, though, not able to keep himself alive. And a triple kill to LWX secures the Dragon and the fight.
9,000 damage from the Zai, also securing that final dragon. This game now in the hands of FPX, working towards that Baron now. This is exactly what they needed, and they're playing towards this Cassidy, doing so much in these team fights. Aki still alive, however. With that smite available, I don't think he can go for the steal.
No, I don't think he can. I think he's just going to be happy to clear out this minion wave in mid lane, make sure he doesn't lose out any more pressure. He's going to maybe poke his head in, say hi, maybe look for something here. Could actually look for it. 7,000 total kills for FPX. Aki just makes a bit of a show and a bit of a dance, but no real bite to his bark, and that is FPX firmly back in this game. Still behind on goal, but it is a much stronger position now.
We see the Sion cutting off escape routes from OMG as FPX is desperately trying to focus this 4th dragon away from OMG, as LWX secures this, but my main focus was how Abel played his team fight, as the Zeri did E across the wall trying to get his hands onto the backline, but he did no damage, was just consistently hitting the Sion. But by then, all of your members are already dead and you are becoming the next focus. Abel dashing twice, but he's just dashing further away from his falling teammates. And in the end, the Zeri didn't do as much damage as desired because she popped off. LWX is angry.
The scariest thing about that, though, is that if Abel's able to dodge that decimating smash from the Sion, he probably is able to kill off more people, because he had the lightning crash stacking up, he had everything going, but we're not done just yet. Everyone kind of pushing themselves near this wall right now. The decimating smash not doing a hell of a lot. They throw over the ultimate. Chocho Gets himself away. He had some decent tenacity. Hacker goes out the decoy and immediately jump back onto Abel. Abel trying to do the damage on the LWX, but LWX pulls back the feathers and he'll pick up all the kills. You didn't have PP God in position. You couldn't go for that fight. They may be able to end the game. It's going to be tough though.
OMG knows that the game is over. Hard forcing before their towers get bursted down by this Baron buff. But it's not enough as you are up against the Xayah. 3 items down with that LDR available. So 1 caster minion, 1 shot the inhibitor tower as well. And they are going to round up the minions
20
for
seconds.
This game.
You can see Aki, he's trying to stop the minions, but you cannot. Now you don't have Aki. This is going to be the game, and we're going to a 3. FPX not to be outdone. OMG needed to end this game before this Cassidy and Xayah got online. And the front-to-back team fight is just too damn strong from FPX. They'll bring us to a 1-1 scoreline. And this best of 3 is not done yet.
Roshin, another case of Zeri syndrome. I am Dr. Kitty and I'm diagnosing all these ADCs as they just E forward and die instantly into something like a Xayah. You have to play with your space. You have to play by kiting the enemy team. But 2 fights in a row, Abel got 1 shot, and that is your main damage. Gone from the team fight. You have a Silas mid, you have that Cassante top lane. They're all depending on you to toss out that damage, but unfortunately, getting 1 shot means you have no reliable DPS anymore. And LWX really standing up after that 4th dragon and the Xayah pick, putting in the work.
I mean, you saw the idea of what Abel was trying to do. If he kills off the Xayah, maybe there's a chance they don't lose the game there, but just great kiting, honestly, from LWX on this pick. And it shows the power of this, late game carry is that, yes, you're not going to get many opportunities to get a kill in the laning phase, but when you get later and later into the game, you don't need your AD or your support to be on your side, on your hip to make sure you don't die, because you have so much innate, kind of ability to keep yourself alive in those fights. So really well played by LWX. Really good to see FPX not getting too discouraged and punching back, even though they were very far, fairly behind in this game.
Very far behind, but that's kind of what you expect out of a Cassidy and Sion. But we did reach that stage. We reached level 16 for Care, I believe, having 2 deaths. So it's not the most terrible early game because you just couldn't abuse it with the Sejuani and Silas in your hands. Just not enough lockdown to kill the Cassidy on repeat. So it's really nice to see FPX locking in all these winning lanes and they having a scaling option as well. And it definitely did show up for that final dragon. Even though they contested the 3rd one and they hard lost, it doesn't matter because it's not Dragon Soul, right?
Yeah, it is all about the Dragon Soul, and you can see there, look at that plummet skydiving from probably 27 minutes onwards, and then it just becomes all about FPX. Abel did the most damage of the game, funny enough, but it doesn't matter because if it's not on the right carries, it does not matter. You saw him a lot of his time, he was putting in those Qs and his auto attacks into Fearness. It wasn't into anyone of relevance, and that's the big difference here. Care and LWX were burning out people like Cream, people like PP God, before they even had a chance to really kind of come back into this fight. But great win from FPX and OMG. Again, I have a lot of questions about this team. I like this team a lot. I never wanted to be kind of changed, but I needed them to be beating AL and FPX this week, our bottom 2 teams in the standings, in a 2-0. Neither are going to go that way, if even either of them as well, because yes, they won 2-1 against AL, but now they've got 1 more best of 1 against FPX to try and bring this series home.
Well, O'Shane, we're talking about OMG, and they have gone 2-1 in their last 3 series, with this one 4th in a row now, so it was to be expected, and you know this. But hopefully they can turn it around with that game 3, which is something that they've been doing for the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, they're comfortable in game 3 situations. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we will have picks and bans for that elusive game 3.
这是一个快问快答的环节，请在30秒内说出至少5个峡谷里面4只脚走路的英雄。
4只脚走路的英雄
，4只脚，那得是个动物啊，4只脚，
就是本身4只脚也可以是吧？
对，
好，
多一只脚走路都不行，就正好4只脚。是的，就说是5个，
至少5个。
5个有那么多吗？打野位会偏多一点。
打野位偏多吗
？4只脚着地的是吧？
对。
OK， 那我懂了。
OK， 开始吧。
猪妹，蜘蛛有几只脚？好像挺多的，蜘蛛应该不算。完蛋了，完蛋了！我现在说几个？2个。狼人算吗？靠，太难了吧！4只脚走路怎么这么难？还有吗？还有这种英雄吗？
龙女、狗熊、挖掘机、狼人。挖掘机是吧？它是爬那正常走路4只脚。
挖掘机不止
4只脚。龙龟，那完了呀，那只有3个，本来4个的，肯定是大部分都是打野英雄。大虫子好像不是。 豹女、挖掘机、蜘蛛。
蜘蛛不止4只脚。
这4只脚以上的不算是吧？狗熊、狼人、杀4边豹女行吗？杀4边豹女都不行。投降。
蜘蛛豹女，纳尔变大的时候，蜘蛛也是那个吧？哦，行，还有谁呢？我想一下，有点难。动物类的，狗熊放 Q 的时候算吗？算，想不到的。
蜘蛛、豹女、熊，还有什么？完了，猫是吗？
豹女、蜘蛛算吧？蜘蛛不算，蜘蛛8个脚。人马、纳尔，想不起来，不知道。 莉莉娅、人马、豹女、蜘蛛算吗？
蜘蛛不算。
螃蟹
也不是4个脚。
鳄鱼是4个脚。
鳄鱼2只脚。
鳄鱼2只脚。还有什么4只脚？上野会多一点。
人马、莉莉娅、猪妹、
豹女、狗熊。完了，我真不知道。鳄鱼不算，4只脚的是个动物，我玩过那么多动物吗？雷克赛、人马，雷克赛绝对有，它变身时候4个啊，还是6个？啊，6个。啊？那我想不到了呀，有那么多吗？不会只有5个吧？
豹女、蜘蛛、猪妹，感觉都是打野英雄。克加斯、
豹形态豹女、人马、提莫算吧？哦，提莫没有脚。动物。莉迪亚、
厄加特，然后豹女，厄加特不对吧？它不4只脚吗？哦哦，那豹女，然后人马，太难想了，我只记得这2个，我想不到了，我投降了，投降出一半了。
OK。
然后雷克赛豹女是只狗，还有狗熊算不算？狗熊它 Q 技能趴地上是4只脚的，蜘蛛，小蜘蛛6只脚。哦，
蜘蛛、人马算吗？8只脚不算吗？豹女算吗？不知道哎。
纳尔猪女，然后还有狼人，
人马、挖掘机、螃蟹
不止4只脚。
变形的也算，豹女、蜘蛛，其他猜不出来了，有点难啊，这个4只脚。
豹女，然后鳄鱼不是吧？完了，我玩的英雄太少了。啊，牛，牛是吗？牛不是啊，没有啊。好，算了，放弃。哪有啊？哪有变形之后是4只脚的？就没变形的也算吗？
没变形的也算。
可是我还是猜不出来，放弃了。
豹女、人马、莉迪亚、龙女、猪妹。
豹女、纳尔、人马、瑞尔、瑟中尼。
恭喜，全部
4只脚，我想想看，纳尔、大纳尔、豹女、狗熊、狼人、图奇移速快的时候4只脚，真的，图奇加速的时候他是这样跑的，背着那个是在跑的，你可以去看视频，我记得很清楚。
OK。我们这里就有一个小小的失败挑战，就是要模仿一下你刚刚说错的英雄语，模仿一下他放技能的样子。
放技能的样子。
对，
这边射一个，看射吧。
蝎子 Q 就这样。
蝎子 Q 就是这样震一下，
帮你的那个
身体射出去，下面一个网。
是这个来 Q 技能，这样砸一下。
插飞镖啊，直接丢飞镖。先是他 Q 好像就是打这样打一下。龙龟，我 Q 就这么一丢啊。
一技能就直接向前放一个波。
唰，救！两手术，这样吧。当。
Now I know how it feels, all pure solid gold. Sleep in the arms of my only minute tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay till you can find your own way. Oh my son, stay curious my boy. Always.
我觉得 OMG 最近状态很好，还赢了强队京东嘛。然后他们的话，我觉得风格很偏向于打架，然后属于那种打不赢也要打，打不赢也要打的那一种。所以我觉得跟他们的话，我们需要跟他们多操作吧，多正面碰撞就行了。
Show our mechanics take more fights against them and also win more fights, which is exactly what they did. Welcome back, one and all, as we're coming into our final game of the day. But game 2 had an MVP, and it was always going to be LWX. The way he piloted that Xayah, he was keeping himself safe, kept himself irrelevant, kept himself relevant, and also kept himself putting out DPS.
Yo, isn't there a player called Irrelevant? Maybe he was in that game, but your boy on that Xayah was definitely extremely relevant in this game towards the later stage in those team fights, and he was tossing out so much damage on the Xayah with that LDR in his pockets as well, where I think just the overall team composition that OMG has decided to opt into, it kind of just played into the hands of Xayah as they are all short-ranged, and he was able to get a route onto every single member on the opposing team, especially around those major objectives where you are in certain chokes. The CC is just so ever more, I guess, dangerous.
Yeah, definitely a little bit more dangerous, as we can see here. Just kiting it so well. Look at him, just untouched in 90% of these fights. Finally gets like a little bit of damage, but as soon as they even have an inkling that they can get on top of him, he's already able to put down damage onto Cream and make sure he is no longer a threat. And it just kind of kept going down, kept happening around these ramps where he just put himself in such smart positions to put out as much DPS as he possibly could.
If only Abel didn't E over and continued hitting, I think that could have been a winning play for him. But it's okay, we always have game 3 to go into, although this was very much a coin flip for both teams. But Kassadin did hit level 16, and it became a huge problem, as if you compare the two, well, Abel, he has to deal with the Kassadin and Xayah doing that damage on the enemy team, while OMG Cream, he had the Roa and Zhonya's and even Banshee, so he's not doing as much damage compared to a level 16 Kassadin. So it's just extra pressure for the ADC, where I think for OMG, you desperately need a second carry when it does come to the later stage of the game.
Yeah, well, we're jumping straight into picks and bans. The Irrelevant Sol and the Fiora shall not be taken off of OMG's ban list, but the Yone and the Kale have found themselves onto FPXs. So, pretty much going to be getting very similar drafts right now. And honestly, I want to maybe see OMG go for something a little bit more aggressive this time around. Maybe get the Rumble into something like Shanji's hand, because that feels like where they're the strongest in these games.
I want to see Cream on a champion where he's able to do a lot of DPS. The style is probably not fitting in that position in particular for game 2, but something like the Victor where you're able to just comfortably scale into a late game and also have that range is ideal, as the Varus is going to be the response for this game 3 up against the Xayah. I'm surprised that LWX blinded the Xayah first over the Varus. Usually Xayah works 10 times better when she is a counter pick, so maybe he's just feeling extra confident after game 2's performance.
Well, Xayah for LWX going back onto something that's very comfortable, but the Varus here for OMG's Able, definitely something that can cause a little bit of a rupture. You got to get to that late game before you become that late game prowess on the Xayah. So Wukong going to be the pickup here for Aki. Maybe the Sejuani here for Hacker, just to kind of give themselves that, you know, standard front to back engaged team fight.
We really need to take the Rakan in this first 3 picks for FPX, but it's okay. I mean, hopefully we see OMG not opting into a bad matchup into Xayah Rakan once again for this game 3. Something with longer range. I want to see Cream on a Mage where he is able to create that space alongside the Varus. Maybe even a Jace. Honestly, we haven't seen Jace in this series so far, but I think he does synergize extremely well with the Varus. However, that does mean Shandy needs to make up for that lack of AP. What if we see a Rumble?
I mean, it definitely is possible. It could go with the Rumble. I doubt we would ever see the AP Shyvana, but I hold out and pray that we're ever going to get it back into this one here. But PP God was talking about the Renata in his interview, and he's going to be locking that one in alongside the Vi. So we're back into the Vi Wukong kind of trade-off here, the big kind of point-and-click ultimates, but definitely a bigger kind of threat, kind of all-inning here for FPX. You get that Renata hostile takeover, it can be so devastating for your team.
We saw Able having that Zhonya's on the Varus for game 1. I'm not going to be surprised if he's going to build the exact same up against something like the Vi and Rakan, as you are just such a vulnerable ADC when it comes to the mobility of the Varus. But top laners are going to get banned out. I'm surprised we see a Mordekaiser coming out of OMG. Usually this champion is a very big counter champion. They're cooking something. Maybe it's a bad matchup into Rumble. Do you know any info on this?
We'll see what they're doing. They are getting rid of some of these very specific bans. I like the Cassidy ban. And I do like the fact that they're getting that off the table away from Care, something he has clearly shown he's very comfortable on, even if it gets put behind. But OMG now need to figure out what they want to go for. I would like for, if they're going to give something for Shanji in the top side, let him be the final pick. Do not blind into this top side. The silence taken away here. Pick something up here that can maybe go like a little bit more blind into FPX's mid laner, and let Shanji have his moment to be the carry.
Yeah, champion that the LPL doesn't really opt into often is at Azir. I believe LCK loves this, where they are willing to blind it, as it also applies a lot of space and of course late game scaling options. The Ahri is going to get hovered here, so that does mean they're going to save that counter matchup for Shanti, as they now have that AP source, so no more Rumble, unfortunately. Annie has made it through to the second banning phase, picking phase. I didn't even realize this. I am so sorry. It's been a long night. Every time I'm like, yeah, it's going to be a quick night, I forget that OMG's playing and they're the king of 3 games.
See what they want to kind of put into that mid lane. The Annie would be decent to kind of mitigate a lot of what the Ahri wants to do, and that's going to be locked in here for Care. So already confirmed, already ready to kind of point and click that CC. And that's a terrifying mid-jungle combination of the Vi and the Annie. You get so much CC in such a short amount of time, especially with a single target as well. So if Cream is not able to keep himself safe, then he's going to be in a lot of trouble, as OMG now look to round out their composition. I thought they were going to go for something a little bit more wild. I don't want to see the Cassante, but they might just end up going for the same kind of setup again.
Oh, the Rumble does get hovered here. I think it's a little bit too much AP, however, so it's not going to get locked in. Something that works as a front line will fit perfectly with OMG's composition so far. The Cassante most likely going to get locked in here. Another wet noodle fight for game 3, but the focus for this is definitely going to be around the mid jungle and how they work together as a synergy duo, because we see the Vi and the Addy getting locked in for the side of FPX. Very easy execution that can give a lot of resources, or at least set up for the Zai to pop off. On the other hand, we have OMG locking in the Wukong and Ahri, a lot of mobility as well, but it depends on if Cream can land his CC onto the enemy team. It's not as guaranteed, but mobility into something like the Zai, where maybe he can jump out of the feathers in these team fights.
See what they want to work with now. Both teams locked and loaded. Again, very similar front-to-back team fight here for the side of FPX. Bit more pick composition and kind of setup here for the side of OMG. You got the charm, the chain of corruptions. You've got a lot of ways of you can make this work for your team, but right now it comes about execution. We've seen that OMG can have very stable and set up kind of, you know, proper early game advantages for themselves. For FPX, it's about kind of surviving that early game and maybe in those mid-game team fights like we saw in game number 2, coming out with the advantage.
Yeah, most definitely. And FPX, they have been able to find leads in the early game. However, we failed to see them translated into a mid-game lead. Unless they're on something that is hard scaling, like the Castodin, it's going to be a big question mark if they're going to be able to close out for this game 3. But in the hands of, on the side of OMG this time around, I think Cream on something like the Ari, which is a lot more volatile when it comes to just dives, is going to free up a lot of options for these resources given to Abel.
Let's wait and see. This is it. Do or die. Best of 3 turns into a best of 1. OMG would need to really take this win here if we want to start considering them a dark horse for the LPL playoffs. FPX desperate to make sure they do not fall out before the end of the week. It is all or nothing for them right now. They have still got an opportunity to keep themselves relevant in this split. When you hit 10 losses, it starts to fade ever further away. We're jumping onto the Rift for the final game of the day, the final game of this series, and it could be the final relevant game of FPX's split. We'll have to wait and see how it all ends up turning out.
I'm just really disappointed that Care has decided to lock in one of the worst Annie skins in this game. I think it's Frankenstein Annie. I'm sorry, maybe this is an L take, but I just don't really enjoy that skin. She looks a bit... Her head is looking more like a 7 head, to say the least.
Not a 4 head, it's more of a 5 head. Well, we're going to see a bit of a skirmish to this bot side. BB does not land his damage, but does get the shielding. So now they have total control over the forwards facing brushes. And this is the thing, Zyrakon, very powerful in their own right, but they need their abilities to get the most out of them. So this is why you see things like the Renata and the Varus being picked up against it, because it's just very solid at just keeping them at range and always putting down some serious hurt.
Yeah, we see a lot of good trading out of OMG. You need to play carefully, as once Chio's Q is on that cooldown where you can't really heal back up, Abel has decided to lock in the, buy the call for this game 3 as well. We may be seeing a repeat of what he was cooking for that game 1, a bit of a hybrid Varus. To remind the audience that Harrick just joining in, Abel locked in the Varus for game 1, and he built the Rabadons and Zonyas as that 3rd and 4th item. So we're gonna wait and see if he's gonna do it again. I think it's pretty viable. You're up against a Vi, an Annie, and Rakan, a lot of dives, so maybe it's an option again.
Let's see. Gonna be keeping a keen eye on this bot side. Is that ward just gonna die before he spots it? It is, so no envision on where Aki is, and Aki might find himself getting a flash here in this mid lane. It's actually a first strike. Ooh, a flash in. Care does have to use his flash to make sure he does not take any more damage, because he does have the red buff ticking on Aki. So flash for flash, still an even trade overall.
Even trade overall, however, we do see Aki walking back towards his bottom side. So a little bit of info towards the side of FPX, but this bottom lane duo, I expected the Rakan to go W, because you can get a lot of health trade onto the Renata, since that's where she's weak. Once she gets the W, I mean, the trades are going to be very hard, depending on how PP Go utilizes that revive ability. Hacker potentially can look towards his top side, as Shanty is extremely pushed in, or at least burn a ghost.
Full clear coming out for Hacker means he's going to be able to get himself into a nice solid position. You do want to get your level 6 as the vibe before you really start to go for something, because yes, your flash Q is incredibly powerful in its own right, but having that extra follow-up with the cease and assist can just be a guaranteed kill most of the time. We will see him already on the Raptors going for a little bit of an invade, making sure he's getting the most out of the early skirmishing power that the vibe provides, and that means that Aki is going to be slightly down on the account. It's only a little bit of gold. As I said, the XP is not that relevant.
The ward did spot Hacker getting that Raptor camp. He is going to reset here. This is the first time I've ever seen these two champions drop below 500 HP. Jesus Christ, there's a lot of trading happening in this top side. Doran, Shield, and Hacker behind the enemy lines.
Oh, this looks like it might just be a kill. That was a, ooh, Shanji. He needs to make a decision. I think he's going to try and get over the wall. Not quite able to get away from the Vi or the Sion just yet. Fearness flashes away because he realized he was in a lot of trouble there. Care now in the vicinity to try and make something happen here. Hasn't gotten the stun just yet, but Shanji, he's not going to TP. There's no way you waste that cooldown. And he's just going to let that one go over. Not yet to Annie, but first blood goes over to FPX at the end of it all.
Shanji's aggressive playstyle has finally been punished from the side of FPX. But I believe a ward did spot a Hacker at the Raptor camp, which was placed by Cream. So it was just an overstep from Shanji. The first dragon is going to get started by the side of OMG. However, the jungler is nowhere near, so this is definitely going to go to Aki. But with the first blood being picked up by Care, working towards, I believe, that's Leandri's first item. It's not going to do too much. I think Annie is more of a utility pick when it does come to the current meta. She isn't going to be able to one-shot someone, but you have to be proactive with something like the Annie, and Hacker is extremely proactive right now.
Hacker is trying to see if he can get something going. There's going to be, oh, he needed that charm to land. Point blank, and he misses the shot. That is not what I want to be seeing from Cream, and that is kind of the culmination or the setup of this entire early game. It does feel like it's just not in a position for OMG to find those little moments, and those are the things that are gonna haunt them the later this game goes.
Yeah, this Wukong pick has been struggling to find a lot of these gank opportunities for the past 2 games, so hopefully we see better things once the Cyclone is available. But with both Herald, I mean, with the Dragons getting taken away, most of the players are going to work towards that Herald as LWS picks up 1 play in this bottom lane. I do want to see Choo Choo playing alongside Hacker because he is on the Vi this time around, and they do have a lot of guaranteed CC if someone is mispositioned.
See more skirmishing happening in this bot side. Poe coming out here from Abel as he's already building up towards his Immortal Shield bow, stacking on that Cull as well. And this is the thing, we talked about the Cull in a previous game, I think it was earlier today, where BLG, or I can't remember, it feels like today has been an eternity, can't remember exactly who was playing it, but it did feel a little bit disrespectful. But when you're able to get the early advantage and kind of push back a bot lane like that, it does feel like you can get...
I believe it was Abel in game 1.
I believe so, yes. I think I'm trying to think about it, but yes, it was, because it was with the One as well. But he does tend to like for this one, but we see now much better of an advantage coming out from it, basically saying, look, I now know where we are. I now know that we were able to get that early advantage, and that means that we're able to kind of push forward here. Handshake, not going to land. And that means that Abel and PPBR trade back that tower plate and move themselves back in. So keep an eye on where the junglers are. Level 6 is going to be coming in very, very soon. So with the Tibbers, the Unstoppable Onslaught, lots of different very hard CCs to combo up here on FPX. I want to see what Hacker can do now once he hits level 6.
Most definitely, as he is going to clear up his bottom side camp, and I do want to see OMG PP God resetting on this wave and then working towards that Herald. The cleanse does get used instantly from LWX. Really good trade, as Choo Choo is also very low in HP as well now. But we need to remember Hacker level 6 now, hovering towards his bottom side as OMG trying to get their waves in.
Remember, there is an ult now for Cream. He actually got it back up there, so both Flash is available for both mid laners as well. We could see a Flash Tibbers if there's an opportunity for it. The first dragon did go over to OMG, and the first Herald might as well. So despite the early advantages being in terms of FPX for the kills, it is still very much about OMG getting these neutral objectives, but they're forcing themselves now into this Rift Herald. PP God and Chocho rushing up, moving up so quickly. There's the Rift Herald secured, but can he get the kill onto the flash in? But now you've got the Vi going all the way over the back end. No flash available for Hacker, which means now Cassante is going to try and do it. They've got the Herald, and now Cassante needs to get an exit plan. He doesn't want just an exit plan, he wants a kill. He brings Care over with him, and Cream gets the Herald as well. Chocho is here with the quickness, trying to make something work. Great knockback, stops any forward momentum. Chocho is useless in this fight, and OMG, it was a bit dicey, but they get everything. And while this is all happening, Abel was free farming.
OMG was dancing on them through the walls. The Ari and the Wukong exactly what we wanted with the mobility. They were just playing with Hacker as Care even had to burn the flash over, but with your jungler already being half HP, that was just not a winning fight. They did try to opt into one, although the Herald has already dropped, so they thought they had the advantage, but look at Hacker, he went over the wall with Aki, and Care, he did get CC'd here, following up very late, but this Cassante was 1v2ing as well, also ulting Care. Look at how many people are dashing through the walls, by the way. Herald hasn't been picked up just quite yet, so Cream has to ult over, but by this point, the play is pretty much dead as your main damage source, Annie, is dead, and even though Chuchu burns everything here, there is just nothing to play for anymore.
I mean, Chocho tried as hard as he could see. He was with the quickness. He had the extra little bit of a level advantage. Wanted to be a bit more impactful than PP God, who didn't have access to the hostile takeover, but just wasn't able to make it good. And that is punishing right now. 2 kills over to the Cassante is massive in this early stages, and Abel wasn't even a part of it, just farming up on this side lane. Very, very happy for himself to maybe pick up another plate as well. So with still a hostile takeover to use, they're going to gain so much more power around this next raid.
Yeah, the dragon is now up and available as Abel has been eating good in this bottom lane, picking up another plate for himself. No mythics just quite yet, except for Shanzi, as he is sitting on 2 now with the bounty. So with the TP not available for both top laners, it does look like a 4v4 as Aki does start it here. Cream having ult available, not going to get caught out just quite yet. But we need to really see how PP God utilizes this ultimate if FPX decide to fight this.
I don't think they want to be honest with you. I feel it's a bit of a fool's errand without the quickness, without really any way of making this work. There's the chain of corruption going to force LWX into his ult after his cleanse. And that's his ult and his summoner down. So Abel getting so much value out of this one summoner. Aki is still in the area. They are very aware that Hacker will have plenty of CCs. They do not want to get caught out by that. Cream pushing in that mid lane, and even Care was moving down. So now Cream is not actually going to be able to get much more in this wave. He ends up getting the Tibbers out of Care, and just going to have to use that W to brisk himself away. But so far so good for OMG. They've got themselves a 2,000 gold lead, and more importantly, they've got themselves 2 dragons as well.
It is also going to be the royal build for this Annie. I was expecting something like the Leandries because you do need to make up for that lack of damage. A 1v1 in the top lane.
It is a 1v1 in the top lane. It's going to be ult for ult. The ghost has been used. Can he get the knockback? No, because the flash is expended. Shanji really putting Fearness under some serious pressure now, and you can tell just how close these fights are becoming up in this top end.
Yeah, when Cassante is left alone in this isolated matchup, he will come out on top 9 out of 10 times, I think, unless the Cassante is heavily getting out-traded from just the grasp trades. I think he just has the upper hand when it comes to the early game, but Sion definitely looking for those 5v5s later on in the game, where Cream is playing the lane relatively well, not getting caught out, even though FPX has a lot of lockdown in the mid-jungle synergy. So in this early game, OMG is pretty happy.
Yeah, he's got to use the Rift Herald, though. Got to figure out when he's going to use it. I think he's going to literally use it now and hope and pray that he gets a stack or 2 off of these plates, but might actually not be able to get it just yet. The stun does land, and they're going to be able to get the eye, but they shall not stop Shelly from doing her favorite thing. So everyone kind of moving back in towards this mid lane. No dragon for 3 minutes. 2,000 gold lead for OMG. First item's been completed pretty much across the board.
Sorry, I'm just giggling because both supports, they don't care about the ADC anymore. They were just both sitting mid lane and getting that wave into the hands of both Annie and Ari, as Varus and Xayah just being chilling in bot lane. No action whatsoever. 0-0 and 0. However, Abel does have that Immortal Shield burst, so he's going to be a little bit more hard to one-shot.
Cream, no real danger on him while he still has his ultimate available. The Spirit Rush is fairly positive, kind of anti-gameplay situation, but now we're seeing Shanji, again, just kind of slapping Fearness about this top side here. Neither is backing down. It's going to be the difference of a second man, and that second man is that tower, so OMG very much aware they don't want to take too much of a fight here. And there's no real vision there on the spot side. So Aki snuck himself in. We might see an engage on bot lane, but there is a cleanse back just there. So LWX back to a full plate of summoners.
We've seen this play from game 2, diving Azaya. Cleanse gets bursted.
Cleanse and the ultimate. They're going to see them now moving straight in. Hacker not really in a great position to try and defend this, but the feathers fly and they trade back 1-for-1. LWX needs to try and get himself away from this fight. He's almost taken down. One more Q, and there is a kill to Aki. Double kill going over to OMG. A 2-for-1 deal. That's a damn good deal.
That is definitely a damn good deal as FPX trying to counter this, but unfortunately without that mobility they were just playing by the hands of OMG's Fearness. I didn't see where his TP got used. He is going to try his best to trade that bottom side play for this, however. Did Sion TP but it got cancelled? Because we see someone in lane right now. We do see the ultimate landing onto LWX, burning that cleanse and also responding with that as well. Sound ultied. I mean,
the tower died.
The tower died, yes. Okay, so it was just a numbers advantage in the very end as OMG Alki did get his Cyclone onto LWX. Not having the flash here, just gets smacked down by the Wukong. And I do like this Wukong utilizing his item spikes as they force plays in the mid game.
And it does feel like Aki back on form. You know, game 2, he was very muted, didn't have the same level of consistency that we saw from him in game 1, or even the same level of impact. This time around, 100% kill participation, 2-0-2, very comfortable looking on this Wukong, and just kind of keeping himself and his team on the up and up. They'll go for this Rift Herald once more. They're kind of hope to try and burn this down as quick as they possibly can, because they want to take this, drop it mid, go straight down towards this dragon, and make sure they're getting up that objective as well.
OMG's working overtime as they just want everything around the map. Sion is late to the play, however. He does have the ultimate, so potentially can cut off OMG if they do miss position, as Annie has the flash available for this next team fight. Abel having the cleanse, though, might be a little bit tough. Herald gets dropped here.
Kair's in a great position. He knows there's no way that OMG would have been able to set up shop and get the vision down to know exactly where it is. So OMG using the Rift Herald to their advantage for the moment. Gonna get maybe a second push here as well. They know that there's no care. There's gonna be the ultimate coming out here from Fearness. The Chain of Corruption comes down. He gets dropped back as well. The quickness comes in. Fearness is basically dead as he's gonna get the feathers fly. Care getting jumped on by Aki in a little bit of a 1v1, and it's a 3v2 on the back end of this. Care, Cream not gonna die. He gets the bailout. And 4 kills go over to the side of OMG. They don't even have an opportunity to take the Baron because it's not even spawned yet.
That was a wide flank from Ket of 4v5, but Aki spotted him at the very end and just zoned the Annie off, and that's one of your main DPS out of the fight. And FPX decided to opt into the 4v4 in the middle lane, but the Renata just did so much in that team fight as well. We're going to take another look at this. I'm going to ignore Annie because she just got completely zoned out in this team fight. But Fearness ulting in, not getting too much done, and gets instantly bursted down. This Renata was huge as well, but LWX not having the flash available either just means Cassante is in his face 24/7, and Cream revives by finishing off the kill in the back.
I mean, Shanji does everything perfect there on that Cassante. Gets the ultimate out of LWX. Gets the, you know, pressure from him to be able to put down those feathers away by just jumping on his face. And again, we're seeing why this Cassante pick, despite all the nerfs, is just so powerful. And now it's ballooned to a 6,000 gold lead, 3 dragons to none. It is harder and harder for the side of FPX to really come back into this, and I'm loving what I'm seeing from OMG. We actually look at Abel again, saying, you know what, I like this hybrid build of AP and AD, because it looks like he's going back towards the same setup.
Dark still sitting on 3, and he hasn't died up against a Xayah and Rakan, so he somehow managed to survive lane, which is a big concern, as you do want to get the flashes burnt and looking for the kill potentials on an immobile ADC, which we didn't see at a laning phase, so hopefully they can do it before the Zhonya's comes into the equation, I suppose. Baron is going to be spawning in 1 minute as Aki getting to do whatever he wants, placing that vision down alongside PP God, just working together as that mid-jungle support duo just means so much for OMG, as they're able to just plant down so much control over these major objectives, where FPX is always face-checking.
Always face-checking, and they're always finding themselves very much in the dark, as they don't really have many vision control outside of the lanes they only have the towers in. So OMG So far, so good, but we've seen this before, Kitty. We've seen this setup of a mid-game or an early game going very well for OMG that leads into a mid-game where FPX are given an opportunity. I will say it's definitely a bigger goal deficit than it was in the last one, but definitely not out of the realm of possibilities that OMG could end up, you know, not getting the next dragon, not being able to end this game cleanly, and not being able to kind of come out with this 2-1 victory.
Urshin, I'm gonna give you a Riot Games tip right now. As long as your Nexus doesn't explode, the game is still winnable. And 2 minutes away from the dragon spawning, this is going to be Sol, which will act wonderfully alongside the Ahri and Wukong for these teams. Like, even K'Sante, the haste is insane on him. He's just gonna perma CC the Zai in these team fights. I think it's still comebackable, like you can still win, but Carry needs to do so much more on his Annie.
Needs to do so much more. Flash Tibbers onto many people as needed. This is going to be an on-spawn Baron. There is a ward that you could TP to as the Scion at the top. It's going to be going away in the next few seconds, though. So they need to make a decision right now if they are going to try and fight for this objective. They've no TP on Care right now, and that's the big problem that they're kind of dealing with. Luckily, though, for the side of FPX, Jojo does enough to dissuade any kind of a movement, and that's going to be Care getting his TP back. So the TP advantage that you can see OMG trying to waver themselves in with does not end up coming to fruition.
The Annie kind of acts as a similar pick compared to the Rise. We just need to see so much proactiveness every time the flash is available, forcing a flash out of Venus here as he was just trying to clear out that ward in the bush, but OMG not letting them have anything on the map. Complete control over Baron. They do have the Varus and the Wukong. They can start it here.
No Scryers. You got no Scryers this time around. It isn't out of the realm of possibility that we could see them going for this. TP is going to be committed here by Cream. Asanji goes into a little bit of a 1v3 situation. He knows he's got the power and the presence to make sure nobody can get in here. This Baron is taking a beating. This Baron is dead. And Care flashes in with the Tibbers, trying to make this one work, but Abel hasn't died just yet. Even has the bailout and gets bailed out. Nobody will be falling. Never mind, Abel will drop. But everyone else needs to be dealing with LWX. Fearness is the last one to be left standing. He has no damage, and he will be falling down. Goes in the zombie mode. 1 for 4. Baron, OMG. This is how dominant they can be.
I love K'Sante and Shandy, and K'Sante and Shandy together. He just 1v9 that entire team fight. Care landed a 2-man ultimate, don't care. Venus landed a 4-man ultimate, don't care, because this K'Sante was just murdering the backline of FPX. OMG deciding to just finish off the Baron as Shandy is zoning everyone off in this choke, even forcing a flash out of the vibe, but in the end, Fianna's ulting in, landing it onto the backline of OMG. Doesn't matter, Care flashing in here, not enough damage to finish them off, and K'Sante doing K'Sante things. So much damage for a full tank champion, and this is why Shandy has picked it 2 games in a row.
He wanted to get a kill onto PP God right at the end. Just something, anything to make this hurt a little bit less, but we'll come out of this replay. It will be almost certainly the Dragon Soul now in a couple of seconds. Baron up, 12,000 gold lead. And you already, look at this, look at the damage. You're already losing half your health bar and you haven't even really begun any fight. You just can't do anything.
Can't do anything. Dragon Soul also in the hands of OMG now. In every major objective in the hands of Arcane. That's something he does so well. He controls these objectives extremely nicely in the early game, where it always results in these souls in the hands of them. But I think it's also a credit to PP God, because he is able to get a lot of vision down before these fights occur. However, FPX now getting suffered in a 4-1 situation. Venus, you gotta pull the trigger, because Shanji isn't gonna die in a 1v1 scenario.
No, and Care, yes, he got the tower on top lane, but now LWX has to use his ult just to make sure he doesn't get caught out. That's inhibitor down on bot side. Mid lane is now barreling in. You've lost already half that health bar, so you're going to have the Varus just kind of put in a couple of arrows into that. That's gone down. FPX, they're falling apart at the seams. They don't have an answer. They don't have a way of getting into this fight. They don't have a way of making it work.
Either I'm blind or Cream has 0 stacks on that Medjay.
LWX.
Ooh, LWX.
Not quite going down, but yeah, 10 stacks in the Medjay for Cream. This game is all but done.
Oh, 10 stacks. I'm so sorry, guys. My feed is not 1080p, so I'm suffering as a result of that. But it is okay. Maybe we don't see the zombies coming out third for Abel, as this game is very, very close to finishing up, as it only stands with the top inhibitor for OMG to play towards. But how do you even engage from the side of FPX now? Roa Annie building Void Staff second. Not enough damage to burst an Immortal Shield by Varus, where he is the only immobile person. I mean, you have PP God, but he is sitting so far back, so it's fine. Care with that flank from earlier, it's really hard to find these angles with the Annie, with the Vi. But I set them up. I said that they have so much guarantee CC. They can play off just the mistakes of OMG. However, it's a little bit too late for that.
Well, here we go. This is the final defense, but Fearness goes in alone. Says cowards. It feels like he was talking about his own teammates. Doesn't go down just yet as Shochu finally gets the quickness off, but eventually the hostile takeover does just that. Makes everybody hostile. And that is OMG just wiping the floor, cleaning up the mats. Shanji looking fantastic on this Cassante. And OMG will take their 2-1 victory. They had to work for it, but they get themselves up to 8-4, and they are solidifying themselves as one of our top playoff teams.
7-1-7 is going to be the end score of this Cassante. Shanji having an excellent series up against FPX, and you already see the despair in their faces. This series definitely was a very big hitter. I believe very close to getting eliminated out of the contention for playoffs. So it's definitely going to be tough to be the receiving end. But OMG continuing their win streak, another series into their hands, 4th in a row. It's all gone to 3 games, but OMG, they're the 3-game kings.
I mean, they're getting themselves up now. They're just behind Top Esports at 8-3. They're ahead of Weibo on 8-4, who are on 7-4. This is a team that is putting themselves in the conversation for maybe a top 4 spot, at least a top 6 spot. So really well done for OMG. They've come out of the, the woodworks and really come out swinging. 2-1 today, and then like you said, 4 wins in a row. Majority of them, actually, I think it was 5 wins in a row. For the last 4 going to 2-1. The one previous to that was against IG where they 2-0'd, but definitely a team to be feared. But they've got the gauntlet now. Before the gauntlet, they've got the next 4 games in the next 2 weeks of regular season is Weibo, EDG, Top Esports, BLG. You are facing 2 of the top 4 in those 2 weeks. So that is going to be a massive monumental moment for them. And if they can get a win off of either of them, any kind of win off of EDG or Top Esports, that's huge.
They already beat GDG, Oshin. So what's with a little a Weibo Gaming in their entree before playoffs? But with 2 weeks left, OMG definitely showing a lot of signs of improvement. I just think Aki is another human being as we are 8 weeks in. He just looks so good when it comes to objective control, and it's helping out the team so much.
Yeah, it really is. I think that it's a great way to kind of say it, is that he does feel like he's finally found himself his vibe, you know. He's found what works for him. It's hard engage. It's things that can get control of early objectives, that aren't afraid to go for an early Dragon by themselves or an early Rift Herald and just slow. Like even in that game, it was Dragon to Rift Herald to Dragon again to Rift Herald. He had something to do every minute or 2 in this game, and that's why I keep saying for OMG, it does feel like for them, they're not really a big, massive, dominate you in terms of kills. They dominate you through objectives and through just playing the map smarter. So great work from them. Great to see them come out with the win today. But of course, for FPX, 2-10. It's a race to the bottom between themselves and AL at the moment. And funny enough, I do believe that FPX play AL next week. So that could be a battle for last place.
The battle for last place. Well, at least you're first in something, right? So unfortunately, we have to go through the damage graphs, and I did say that the mid jungle is going to be a crucial point for FPX to win these team fights. They had to get their hands onto the carries of OMG, but they never found the angles. They were a little bit too hesitant in terms of just flashing in and sending it. So combined 8 deaths, or at least how many people died 4 times? 4 people died 4 times. Jin is very happy about this.
If only he was in the game to witness it all, he would have been exceptional. But I mean, yeah, look, great win from OMG. FPX we are kind of looking towards summer. You know, we'll call it a spade a spade. They may not be mathematically out, but they are definitely not in the highest. They are, I think already now. I think at the moment they'll go to -12, so they're equal in parity with AL in terms of game score and in terms of game difference. So we'll have to wait and see how it all kind of comes together for them. But for OMG, sky's the limit, you know, like they're on +7 right now. They are moving their way back up in terms of game difference. They're only one game behind of Top Esports, who have got a game in hand, which I believe is being played this weekend. Yes, it is. It's actually tomorrow versus LGD. So we'll have to wait and see how this all kind of fans out. But for OMG fans, myself included, this is a positive moment for them, and it really does feel like it is going to be a good season for them. But to get more information on that, we're going to send it over to Wendy, who's standing by with PP God.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview. And now we have PP God from OMG with us. Congratulations on today's win. And now you guys have 5 consecutive wins. So what's your comments on the team's growth or improvements from the beginning of the split until now? 那首先恭喜你们今天拿下比赛胜利之后，现在队伍也来到了5连胜嘛。所以说可能 PP God 觉得，可能从赛季初到现在，队伍整体有哪些部分获得了成长和提高呢？
应该是我们劣势还有中期的运营比较好一点吧，比赛季初。
So compared to the performance in the beginning of the split, I must say maybe the macro under the disadvantage and also the macro in the mid game has got some much improvements, and definitely we can see this in today's best of 3 as well. And also let's talk a bit more about the feedbacks made by the team after that loss of game 2, because we feels like coming into game 3, you guys really have a very tight early game tempo to have a clean victory in the last game. So tell us more about what's the team's feedback after that game 2. 那其实感觉来到决胜局，你们好像变得更加的果断，然后从前期开始节奏都非常的紧密，也是很干净利落拿下胜利嘛。所以说，可能在第2局的失利之后，你们队伍有哪些很迅速的进行了反馈和调整吗？
其实第2局的话，就我们本来前期也是比较有优势嘛，但是一些中期就是决策没有做好吧。然后还有打团有些没打好，然后就导致输了。然后第3局的话就我们尽量是避免一些失误，然后就打团集中打就可以了。
So it feels like in that game 2, although we got some leads in the early game, but in the mid game we just made so many mistakes in the decisions, and also in some team fights we didn't manage to perform that good. So coming into the last game, we would like to just concentrate more on the team fights, and we would like to just play more decisively. And also I want to talk a bit more about the team fight in game 3 around that Baron. It feels like just after 20 minutes you guys would like to rush the Baron, and after successfully got the Baron, you guys just win that team fight perfectly. So tell us more about the team's communication around that. 那其实说到第3局，感觉你们好像在大龙刚出生的时候就开始想方设法想要去 rush 他嘛，然后成功 rush 掉大龙之后，也是顺利的赢下了那波龙团。所以说想问一下，可能当时队伍有进行怎么样的一些决策？
第3把的话就是我们前面优势也比较大嘛，然后正好我们 AD 也是维鲁斯，然后就我们也是。就有一定乱龙能力的 AD， 然后就想跟对面逼过来打架，然后如果对面不过来，就看球员把龙乱取掉。
So because in game 3 we have this Varus marksman, and also we got a huge lead from the early game, so it feels like this can be a very good time point for us to just rush the Baron to force the opponent's team at least to maybe come here to force them to have a fight with us. And if they just don't come, we can successfully get that Baron. And also after getting the Baron, you guys were able to close up the game. And also I want to talk a bit more about the following up schedule, because next week you are going to face against WBG and EDG. Definitely they are very strong opponents. So what's your thoughts towards the matchup for the next week? Because in order to secure the seat for the playoffs, I must say every single matchups, every single points are very crucial at this moment. 那其实对于你们来讲，接下来的赛程还是比较的紧张的。下一周呢也会接连面对 WBG 还有 EDG 这2个劲敌嘛。那现在其实来到季后赛席位的争夺，每一场比赛每一分都很重要。所以说对接下来比赛有什么期待？
接下来比赛因为面对的对手都是排名比较高的对手嘛，就希望我们就还是打好自己的吧，然后尽量赢下每一把。
So because for the remaining opponents in the split, definitely they are really on very good positions in the standings now. So definitely they're all very strong. So we would like to focus on our own performance, to try our best to show you guys a good performance and try our best to get the scores, to get the wins. And definitely best of luck and congratulations again. 那再次恭喜你们，接下来加油。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
I love how infectious the wave is from Wendy. All the players just like, ah. Thank you so much, Wendy, and of course, thank you, PP God, for the very nice insights. I love that as well. I love how you know we always get an interview on the English side. We always get like such incredible kind of insights into how the team is working, and I like how honest they are as well. PP God saying, look, game 2, we didn't concentrate. We weren't up to scratch in terms of the team fights. We thought we could go toe to toe with them on that particular front, but we needed to in game 3 just go back to basics, make sure we can get what works for us, and what works for them is Shanji on Kasante, because Shanji is the MVP for game number 3.
Shanji, well deserved on this MVP for game 3 as we close out the night with, I believe he got a triple kill at some point. He was going absolutely brazy with it, 78% KP, and of course 7 kills in his hands. But this champion in Shanji's hand just looks like an absolute assassin. It doesn't matter that he's building full tank with the Jack Show for this third game as well. He is flexible between the Iceborne Golem and the Jack Show. A bit more damage with the Jack Show, however, and he did just outdo LWX when it did come to those team fights, and he created so much space for Able to work with and Cream to follow up with, which allowed these team fights a lot more clear for OMG to opt into.
I mean, the big thing is, like, the one stat I was looking at on that little board we had was 25% of his team's damage, which doesn't sound like a lot, but then you remember he's full tank. He's going to be an engaged tool, and he was just able to do so much. It really was just a fantastic performance from him. And this is what I think, why people are, fans of OMG are so excited for someone like Shanji, because he can play things like the Rumble. He can play things that like the Shyvana, which he pioneered last year. But he doesn't mean he cannot play the standard. He can just be just as effective and just as strong on something like the Kasante, which is, a lot more meta in this, in the current landscape. So really excited to see where this guy goes. And again, bit by bit, little by little, it is OMG who are getting stronger and stronger by the week. It does feel like on their day, they can beat anybody. And look, the next 4 games are going to be a big test to see if that holds true.
Yeah, Shanji definitely receiving a lot of praise from us in particular, but I think Shanji alongside Wise Cam, 2 of the most exciting top laners to watch in the current split of LPL, and even Cream for this game 3, he definitely showed up with his Ahri and was able to get his hands onto the mid jungle of FPX. Sorry, I've been casting too many games. I'm having an absolute meltdown.
The robot in you just took a hard reset and was just like, well, here we go, how's it going?
I couldn't have done it without you, Oshin, as you are always the golden retriever.
I hold the reset button. I hold the reset button. I'm sorry. I meant to press it after cast, but look, at the end of the day, that is the results we have and the results we've gotten as we come into the final part of our broadcasts. 2-0 for BLG. They kind of dispatched NIP in a pretty convincing fashion, and then OMG. Second game was rough. First game and second game, though, definitely showing how powerful they can be. They keep themselves very powerfully in that 5th spot, maybe hunting at something more as we can have a look at the standings. And yes, it was a little bit of punching down today between BLG and OMG, but for NIP and FPX, it is looking dire, Kitty. They are not in good positions right now.
Yeah, 16 now in the standings, definitely extremely tough. But on the other side, OMG has finally lifted up and separated themselves from Weibo Gaming, as they are sitting comfortably in that 5th position below top esports. I mean, I've been saying this for ages. OMG, definitely people should be looking out for this team. In how many instances do you expect them to be sitting above Xiaohu, the Shy, and even someone like YSKM, where Shanji, definitely a big challenge?
Yes, big challenge. And of course, on the other side of it, NIP and FPX right down the bottom there. They are going to be
Ooh, it's rough. It's rough to say the least. We'll see them kind of falling off a little bit, but we are seeing a separation between our top 5, top 6 teams and the rest of the chasing pack, and that's where we're starting to see the big difference. So coming into tomorrow's games, we've got some big kind of hitters coming in here. We've got another super Saturday of games, WE versus IG. That is actually huge. It could be the difference between WE being a playoff hopeful or IG being dragged down into that big old dogfight around the bottom of those top 10 standings. LGD versus Top Esports. LGD not looking too bad. Yes, they lost recently, but they did not look like a bad team, and Top Esports looking to try and keep in tow and keep OMG in their place. And then later on, Weibo versus RNG. A big fight to see where is RNG and if Xiaohu truly is going to be the killer of some of the spring champions.
Yeah, big form check for RNG and Angel going against Xiaohu is a very big challenge, as RNG sitting in that 10th position, barely holding on, with WE and LGD also competing tomorrow. It's going to be really tough, as one loss might mean you are out for contention's 4 players. But IG also sitting in that first place, in that first game up against WE. IG, they have been kind of scrapping their way back, as I think Wise Cam is in a different type of person with the not tutorial but the help from Zoom in particular.
Yes, absolutely. Well, that's all we have for today. Of course, as always, Kitty, thank you for bringing me through the weird and wonderful world of the LPL. And of course, thank you to all of our fantastic viewers and production staff. Without you guys, none of this will be possible. If you want to know something there, go check out the LPL Twitter, because I think Kitty just got an interesting anecdote for herself on the Twitter there. I don't know if she's seen it just yet, but definitely a curious image to be kind of going in there, as Dr. Kitty has graced us with your screens. But of course, we'll see you guys on the same channel at the slightly earlier time tomorrow.
Bye, everyone.